3 years ago, my entire Yi family was executed, and I was imprisoned for no reason. Everything I had collapsed in an instant. The father who once regarded me as his heir and doted on me suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the enemy behind him existed like a ghost. In 3 years, I experienced a transformation from heaven to hell. Every day was like a torment in hell. But the most painful thing was not losing my family's wealth and status, but losing everything that once made me proud, including the woman who I thought would be with me for the rest of my life, Olivia. Just when I thought everything was over, fate gave me an unexpected turn of events. I met 5 old men who became my unexpected masters. They taught me countless magical skills and gave me several priceless treasures. Johnson, this is the Pan Long Ring. With one command, hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers can be deployed at will. Johnson, this is the Thousand Flower Order. Its power spreads across the country. You can command all the beauties. Johnson, 9-turn Divine Needle, controls life and death. Black Gold Card, 1/3 of the world's wealth. Spend it as you wish. I helped you set up the Tianjun group in Longsheng, and you can take over. These 5 slovenly old men actually gave me such tremendous strength. Almost overnight, I was reborn. Master, I will never forget your kindness in giving me a new life. I will definitely repay you when I have solved the problem at hand. I knelt on the ground, kowtowed like thunder, turned around, and walked out of the prison. 3 years have passed, and I'm finally out. I stood in the sunshine, feeling the long-lost freedom. The blue sky, white clouds, and breeze, every breath of air was precious. However, fate did not seem to let me go. The moment I stepped out of the prison, a BMW drove up quickly and stopped in front of me. The door opened, and Olivia came out. She still had the same face that had moved my heart. Johnson, I didn't expect you to come out so soon. She smiled slightly, but made me feel a little cold. I was shocked. How could my former fiancée appear here? Could it be that she still has feelings for me? However, she didn't give me much time to guess. Before she finished speaking, she had already thrown a document at me, with a quick and decisive action. This is our marriage certificate. I'm here to tell you that I regret the engagement. Her tone was cold and emotionless. I stared into her eyes and sneered in my heart. It turned out that she was not here to pick me up, but to completely sever the relationship between us. As she tore up the marriage certificate, she sneered, "From a moment you went to prison, we have been people from 2 different worlds. I hope you understand this and stop pestering me." Before she finished speaking, a nameless anger rose in my heart. 3 years ago, she was my support and had promised me a lifetime, but now she has become so cold. I don't need your marriage certificate, nor do I need your charity. I responded coldly, my eyes full of sarcasm. She was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting me to be so decisive. Are you mocking me? You're just a prisoner now. How dare a loser like you say you don't need it? I took a deep breath and sneered in my heart. Olivia, my former fiancée, is now a cold-blooded woman. She is no longer the one I once loved. Olivia, have you forgotten that your Lee family was just an insignificant small family? If it weren't for my Yi family, how could we have the status we have today? I looked her straight in the eye and asked, now that you have stepped on me, do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Her expression changed instantly. You are talking nonsense. My Lee family is growing stronger and stronger, entirely due to our efforts, not the blessing of your Yi family. You are nothing but a waste now. If one day you have no food to eat, I'll see if you'll beg me for help. She said this angrily, turned around, got into the car, and drove away. I stood there, feeling indifferent. I once gave everything for her, but now I feel that nothing matters anymore. She's not worth my sadness. I lowered my head and slowly tore open the marriage certificate. I applied a little force with my palm, and the paper scraps instantly turned into ashes. Just as I was about to move on, another car drove over. The door opened and Zhao Fu stood in front of me, wearing a suit, smiling and respectful. Johnson, I'm Zhao Fu, the butler of Tianjun Group. I'm here to take you home and take over the group. Zhao Fu's voice startled me. Tianjun Group? This name is not unfamiliar to me. Since Tianjun Group settled in Longsheng, it has become the overlord of the business world. And Zhao Fu, as the spokesperson of the group, was so humble to me. I understand. I nodded. You will continue to manage the Tianjun Group. Don't reveal my identity for now. Find out who really murdered the Yi family that year. Yes, Johnson. Zhao Fu bowed deeply, his eyes full of awe. Send me to the Sun family first. I said calmly. My godmother Chun-Li is my mother's best friend and one of my closest relatives. She did her best to protect me back then, and I must go see her. Johnson, I happen to have some Black Mountain tea here that could be used as a gift. Zhao Fu said carefully while driving. Sure, I answered, feeling satisfied with Zhao Fu's attentiveness. To me, my godmother is a relative and my only support. She has been giving so much to me for so many years, so how can I leave empty-handed? Not long after, the car stopped in front of a high-end residential area. Zhao Fu pointed at the building and said, Jinyuan family. I nodded slightly. This community is an upper-class residential area in Longcheng. It seems that my godmother has lived well these years. Just as I was about to get off the bus, my eyes lit up and I stopped in my tracks. Yuanyang ground vein. I was shocked. I didn't expect that there was a ground vein hidden under my godmother's community. The Yuanyang ground vein has a very strong warming and nourishing power, which can help me recover from the damage in my body. It seems that my godmother and I have a deep connection. I smiled and walked into the building. At the same time, in a large flat, Chun-Li and Sun Hao were discussing something. A hint of anxiety was revealed in her eyes. Johnson has no home now. If he comes out and no one is there to pick him up, what should we do? Although Sun Hao didn't say it, he was obviously not happy to pick up Johnson. He didn't like trouble, but in front of his godmother, he had to pick up this godson who was as close to him as flesh and blood. Sun Hao was quite helpless. He picked up the car keys and walked out the door. The ringing of the doorbell snapped me out of my reverie. I looked up through the curtains, and a few doubts arose in my mind. It has been 3 years, but it seems like it was just yesterday. At that time, I was the eldest son of the Yi family in Longcheng, and I was in great glory. Who wouldn't respect me? Who is it? Sun Hao's voice came from outside the door, somewhat puzzled. The moment the door was pushed open, I saw his stunned expression. Instantly, a smile appeared on my lips. Godfather, long time no see. You are. He was stunned for a few seconds, seeming a little unbelievable. Johnson, this name used to be so famous, but now, in his eyes, I am no longer the same as before. Johnson, Chun-Li suddenly appeared, as if she had heard my voice, and rushed over to hug me. I couldn't help but feel a warm sensation from her familiar breath. 3 years of imprisonment had almost made me forget the warmth from my godmother. It's great that you can come back. Do you know how worried I have been about you in the past 3 years? Tears glistened in Chun-Li's eyes. Godmother, I miss you too, I said in a deep voice, feeling so touched that I could hardly express it in words. In this world, apart from my deceased relatives, I am afraid that only my godmother cares about me the most. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. She kept wiping her tears. Don't stand at the door. Come in and sit down. Well, I don't have to pick it up now. Sun Hao shrugged his shoulders, his face full of impatience. Although he didn't say it, I could see that he obviously didn't want me to live in their house. After all, in his heart, I went from being a respected young master to a stranger who had just come out of prison. However, Chun-Li didn't care about that. Johnson, you've gotten darker and thinner, but you look a lot stronger than before. She smiled, still caring about every detail of mine. Sun Hao couldn't help but mutter. How could life in prison be as good as being a young master? He must have suffered a lot. If you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Chun-Li glared at him. Why don't you go call Sun Li down? If she knew her brother was back, she would be so happy. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl in a dress came out. Her lazy steps were somewhat dissatisfied, as if she had not yet fully woken up from her dream. But her beauty was not concealed at all, and she was still as dazzling and charming as the rising sun. Mom and Dad, who is here and why is it so noisy? She rubbed her eyes and asked in a daze. Silly girl, look who this is. Chun-Li pointed at me and said with a smile, You are Yi Johnson. There was a hint of disbelief in Sun Li's voice, and her pupils dilated instantly, as if she had seen a ghost. Sun Li, long time no see. I responded with a smile, but my heart was a little complicated. In the past 3 years, she is no longer the little girl who always sticks to me. More importantly, perhaps it is the indifference of time. She was stunned for several seconds, then said, oh, softly with a complicated expression, and seemed to lack much enthusiasm. Girl, what's your attitude? Chun-Li said dissatisfiedly. When you were little, didn't you like your brother the most? Now you can't even call him. Sun Li curled her lips, obviously not wanting to talk about the past. She used to rely on me so much, but now, time and distance have cooled that feeling and it is no longer warm. That was just a joke when I was little. It's different now that I'm older. Sun Hao tried to smooth things over and change the subject. Johnson, what are you holding in your hand? Godfather and godmother. Here is some tea I brought for you. I handed over the bag of tea with a smile. Although I had just come out of prison and what I brought was only some ordinary rough tea, my intention was still sincere. Sunha took the tea bag, opened it, and looked at it. His face changed instantly. What? It's pitch black. This can't be moldy, rotten tea leaves. Sunli pinched her nose, looking disgusted. He just got out of jail. What good tea can I give him as a gift? Sunhao snorted and threw the tea bag on the coffee table, obviously not caring. I was about to explain something when Chunli interrupted me. What are you talking about? The thought behind a small gift is huge. Johnson still remembered to bring us a gift. That's already great. She paused and turned to me. Johnson, I've already cleaned up the room for you. You can stay here peacefully from now on. Sunhao and Sun Li were stunned by this sentence. They obviously didn't expect Chun-Li to make such a decision. Wife, why don't you discuss this with us? Sunhao was anxious. He obviously didn't want you to live here. Johnson used to be a young master, but now. I don't agree. Sun Li objected immediately, with obvious resistance in her tone. Mom, I don't want to live with outsiders. What do you mean by outsiders? Johnson and I are all family. Chun-Li said in a stern tone, with a firm look in her eyes. Sun Hao and Sun Li were speechless for a moment. After all, their godmother's decision was the stabilizing force of the family, and they naturally could not change it. Johnson, how about this? I have 2 other properties that have been vacant. You can live in either of them. How about that? Seeing this, Sun Hao thought about it and proposed a compromise. Don't bother. I'll just live at home. I nodded and agreed with a smile. It's not that I don't want to live outside, but because I noticed that there is a yuan-yang vein hidden here, which is very helpful for my physical recovery. Sun Hao was somewhat helpless, but he did not object. Sun Li curled her lips, obviously not happy. That's great, Johnson. You take a rest first. Godmother will cook for us today, and we will have a good family reunion dinner. Chun-Li said happily with a smile. However, at this moment, Sun Li came out of the room again. She changed into a light yellow floral dress, which made her figure more graceful. If you want to eat, you guys eat. I'll eat outside, she said coldly. Didn't we agree to have a reunion dinner together? Why are you going out to eat? You're not allowed to go, Chun-Li said sternly. It was obvious that she had made up her mind to keep her at home. Oh, Mom, are you being unreasonable? Qian and I have already made an appointment to have dinner at the club. Sun Li stomped her feet, feeling a little agitated. That's right. Sun Li has an appointment today, and Qinjun will also attend. Sun Hao smiled coldly. There's a dinner party? That's perfect. Bring Johnson along. Chun-Li suddenly brightened up, obviously seeing an opportunity. Mom, Sun Li wanted to cry, but had no tears, but she had to agree. Can I take care of it? She reluctantly took me out and into the car, her tone full of hostility. Johnson, I warn you, don't rely on my mother's protection and have any other intentions. I just shrugged in response, no longer caring about her misunderstanding. But it doesn't matter. Time will tell. Soon, the car stopped in front of a club. Sun Li brought me here, and I thought we were just having a simple gathering, but who knew it was for me to experience firsthand the thorough social class gap. Her voice rang in my ears, reminding me that I shouldn't speak, but I knew in my heart that all this was just a set game. I don't have any idea, Sun Li, I replied calmly. The buffet in front of me made me hungry, but I can't forget the looks from those around me. Those looks that were once full of contempt or admiration have now become cold and even hostile. Johnson, why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. That was Sophia's voice. She walked towards me and joked, Wow, Sun Li, when did you find a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? She squinted her eyes and looked at me. Hey, Qian, don't talk nonsense. Sun Li pulled her and said, Let's go to the bathroom. You can eat something by yourself. Her voice was a little flustered, and I knew she had her own plans in mind. Anyway, I won't say anything more. I never cared about these people around me before, but now their words and deeds make me feel deeply hurt. As I watched them walk away, I also took a plate of food, sat casually in a corner, and ate, trying to forget everything for a while. However, at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind me. Johnson? I turned around and my face froze instantly. That was Olivia, my former fiancée. Her smile was still bright, but her eyes were full of sarcasm and indifference. I once thought that I would have a deep attachment to her, but reality ruthlessly told me that everything had changed. What a joke. You're a prisoner. What qualifications do you have to come in and eat? Her tone was full of contempt. Zhang Tao next to her was not to be outdone. He put his arm around her and sneered. I didn't expect that the dignified Master Yi would do such a disgusting thing. I took a deep breath and suppressed my anger. Olivia looked at me with disdain on her face. Johnson, you are so shameless that you followed me. I tell you again, there is no possibility for me and you. I belong to Brother Tao. These words stung me, and the emotions I once had seemed to be ruthlessly torn apart in an instant. Her words hurt me deeply, and Zhang Tao's provocation made my heart cold. Olivia, didn't you say it was your first time and he had never touched you? I couldn't help but sneer, hitting her sore spot. Zhang Tao's face changed instantly, and Olivia became even more angry and almost jumped up. Brother Tao, he is just talking nonsense and trying to sow discord. This is really the first time for me. We are getting married soon. Damn it, Johnson, you dare to spread rumors about my fiancée. Then don't blame me for being rude to you. Zhang Tao was furious and waved his hand. Come on, kick this prisoner out. I looked at them coldly and couldn't help but sneer in my heart. If I didn't have some cards in my hand, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to this pair of dogs and couples. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Sun Li and Sophie came out. Seeing this scene, they quickly came over. The aura of the two daughters was not something that Olivia and Zhang Tao, a pair of dogs and bitches, could easily ignore. What's going on? Sun Li looked at me. Her eyes flashed, but then she returned to her cold expression. It's okay. I answered in a low voice with a relaxed smile on my face, but my eyes were fixed on Olivia, as if to tell her that I would not be easily defeated. Olivia's expression changed immediately. Obviously, she knew that this farce was no longer under her control. She asked cautiously, Ms. Sun, Ms. Su, you and Johnson. She didn't finish her words, but she had lost her usual composure. Not familiar with him. Sun Li responded indifferently, with a distant and indifferent tone. It's just a passing mention. Not familiar, Sun Li said indifferently, because when she was in the bathroom, she had already discussed with Sophie that she wanted me to experience the class gap. It's just a byproduct. Olivia breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that everyone is the same. The moment I lose my halo, I will no longer take him into consideration. No matter how close you were in the past, it cannot withstand the passage of time and interests. I stood in the middle of the crowd, watching this scene expressionlessly. There was some pity in Sun Li's eyes, and I could feel her invisible sigh. Johnson used to be the most glorious, but now I have lost all my dignity and glory. Sister Sun Li, Sister Qianqian, you shouldn't deal with people like this. It's a disgrace to your status. Olivia's voice, full of hypocritical smile, broke the blank in my thoughts, and every word she said was like a knife stabbing into my heart. 2 days after her wedding, I knew she said those things not to invite me, but to humiliate me. To her, I was nothing but a joke. I lower my head, too lazy to argue with her. These people in front of me were just some people who took advantage of others' misfortunes. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, Tianqi suddenly appeared. The man attracted all attention the moment he walked in. He was tall and handsome, wearing a well-ironed suit, and had a strong aura. He looked like the protagonist from a movie. Sun Li, if I had known you would come, I would have picked you up. Tianqi's smile was perfect, with a scorching light in his eyes. The look he gave Sun Li could almost melt her. You're welcome, Mr. Yin. There's no need to go to such trouble. Sun Li responded with a smile. I could see a hint of uneasiness in her eyes, but she always remained calm. Tianqi turned around, and his eyes suddenly fell on me. It turns out to be young Master Yi, my apologies. His words were full of sarcasm and contempt. I wonder if the food in our club is to your liking compared to the food in prison. His words were like sharp blades, and every word was deliberately provocative. I sneered and did not respond. Anyway, everything they did was no longer worth mentioning. At this time, Sophie spoke up. Mr. Yin, Johnson used to have a very good relationship with Sun Li. She said this very deliberately, and her eyes swept over Tianqi, obviously trying to sow discord between them. Tianqi's face suddenly became gloomy, and then he said to me, Johnson, so you are this person? Do you think you can get rid of everything in the past? His words were full of contempt. I stood there, feeling cold in my heart. These people seemed to have no respect at all. Moreover, they had no idea of the suffering I'd gone through, and only laughed at me as I fell from the peak to the bottom. Suddenly, Tianqi's eyes became sharper. Johnson, you are destined to pay the price today. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard behind him quickly stepped forward and surrounded me. But at this moment, my patience reached its limit. As if waking up from a deep sleep, I slapped Tianqi in the face. Bang! This crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears, and in an instant, the whole scene was silent. Tianchi covered his face with his hands, his eyes full of disbelief. He widened his eyes and was so angry that he almost spit out flames. You, Johnson, you dare to hit me? His voice was angry and shocked, as if he couldn't believe that I dared to resist. I looked at him coldly, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised. I'm going to hit you, stupid dog. If you bark again, I'll kill you. These words were said bluntly, throwing the scene into complete chaos. Johnson, you are so brave that you even dare to hit Master Ian. Zhang Tao shouted angrily, wanting to rush over and teach me a lesson immediately. Do you really think you are still the arrogant Johnson? Olivia sneered. Mr. Ian, this kind of person just hasn't suffered enough. He must be taught a lesson. Her tone was filled with a hint of gloating, and she looked at me as if she saw a lamb to be slaughtered. But at this moment, a steady voice came. What are you doing? Everyone looked up and saw a man in his 30s in a suit and leather shoes walking in from the door. The atmosphere of the entire club changed instantly, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Mr. Chun. Ian Tianchi's expression suddenly changed, and he went forward respectfully. Brother Chun, it's me. The man smiled and looked at Ian Tianchi. It turns out to be Tianchi. I wonder who made you so unhappy. Ian Tianchi immediately pointed at me and said, Mr. Chun, I didn't mean to cause trouble. It was Johnson who went too far and hit me. His voice was filled with anger and grievance. Look, my face is swollen. This is really too much. Mr. Chun smiled gently. Some people are still immersed in the past and can't extricate themselves, but they don't know that they are just a small grasshopper now. There's no need to mobilize a large force for stuff like this. Just throw it away and destroy it. Mr. Chun said coldly. Hearing this, Sun Li's face turned pale instantly, and I saw a trace of worry in her eyes. Johnson, apologize quickly. Admit your mistakes quickly. She whispered, seeming to have realized the seriousness of the situation. However, I did not move. There was no fear in my eyes, but a cold anger. I sneered. Who do you think you are, pointing fingers at me? This. The sound broke through the air, and the whole place was silent instantly. The air seemed to be frozen, and no one dared to make any sound. Everyone stared at me, Johnson, with eyes wide open. They looked like they were looking at a monster they had never seen before. It's fine if he beat Ian Tianchi, but he even dared to speak to Mr. Chun like that. This kind of courage is really shocking. What did you say? Mr. Chin was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. His smile was filled with an undisguised anger, as if he was looking down on someone who was not worth mentioning. Tell him, who am I, Chun Jun? Mr. Chin's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but every word was filled with a cold threat. Ian Tianchi couldn't help but curse. Johnson, you bastard, knowing that Brother Chun is now among the top of Dragon City. No one dares to talk to him. Zhang Tao also added, even if you're the eldest son of the Yi family, what does it matter now? In front of Mr. Chun, you are just a humble character. Johnson, you are so self-righteous. Olivia couldn't help but sneer. Mr. Chen has reached a cooperation intention with Tianjun Group not long ago, and he'll be one of the top figures in Longcheng in the future. Tianjun Group? My mind paused. Isn't that my company? I was subconsciously stunned. Did I say something wrong? Before I could finish my words, Sun Li and Sophie were already feeling uneasy and looked at me with complicated eyes. Originally, they were worried that I would get into trouble, but now I've dragged them into it as well. Especially Sun Li. If Chunjun knew that I had a relationship with her, her family's business would be greatly implicated. She obviously couldn't understand why I was facing Zhang Tao and Olivia before. Didn't have any reaction yet. But how come I suddenly became so brave in front of Ian Tianchi and Chunjun? No matter what, it has already happened and we have to stop the loss in time. She thought silently in her heart, with a trace of anxiety in her eyes. Sun Li stood up and pretended to be calm. Mr. Chun, I'm really sorry. Johnson just got out of prison and didn't think before he spoke. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Sophie quickly followed up. We brought Johnson with us. It's our fault. Please give us some face. Chun Jun's eyes swept over Sun Li and Su Fei, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Oh, it's Miss Sun and Miss Su. Long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful. After that, he lowered his head and looked upstairs. I have prepared a private room. How about going for a few drinks together? Hearing this, Sun Li and Sophie breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Chunjun was not really angry. When the two were about to follow him to the box, I held out my hand to stop them. Let my sister drink with you. Are you worthy? As soon as this sentence came out, Everyone at the scene was stunned. I couldn't believe that I would say such a thing. Chinjun seemed magnanimous, but I just couldn't bow my head. Johnson, what are you talking about? Chinjun's expression changed slightly, and his brows knitted tightly. Do you know what you're talking about? Johnson, shut up. Sun Li and Sophie said almost at the same time, their faces full of anxiety. They couldn't believe that I dared to say that. Sun Li, don't worry. I waved my hand and turned to Chinjun. I just heard that you and Tianjun Group have reached a cooperation intention, but I'm informing you now that Tianjun Group has no intention of cooperating with you at all. What did you say? Ying Qianqi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you think you own the Tianjun Group? Can you decide their cooperation? I didn't rush to explain and smiled coldly. What if I say it is true? Are you crazy? Ying Qianqi was stunned for a moment, then laughed again. Do you know what Tianjun Group represents? Its assets are over 100 billion. The top forces in Dragon City are spread across hundreds of countries around the world. How dare you, a small character like you, say you won't cooperate? Yes, what if I said yes? I asked calmly. The laughter at the scene became louder and louder. Everyone thought that I was crazy to say such a thing. Zhang Tao and Olivia were even more sarcastic. If you don't say it, Dragon City will be yours. But they don't know that what I said is indeed true. Tianjun Group is indeed related to me, and it is far-reaching. Johnson, if you're having a seizure, get out of here. Sun Li's face turned pale, and she yelled at me angrily. Johnson, it seems like you really have a problem. Sophie shook her head, not knowing how to describe my appearance at the moment. Chun Jun smiled, with obvious contempt in his eyes. How capable do you think you are? You are just a broken brain. He sneered and said, Ms. Sun, Miss Su, I've already given you one chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A sudden shout came from outside the door, breaking the stalemate. Chun Jun's expression changed slightly, and he looked outside the door. Who is it? How dare you trespass into my territory? Everyone knew that this person would be in trouble. However, the truth was not as simple as they imagined. Just when the whole scene was filled with an awkward atmosphere, I heard the crisp sound of high heels, which gradually became clearer as it came from far away. I turned around and saw a cold and beautiful woman in tight clothes, followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards in black. Her aura was explosive. Mr. Chun, you're really lively here. Her lips and teeth moved slightly. Her voice was soft, but it was cold, as if the whole world didn't exist in her eyes. Wait, this isn't... Oh, who was that? It turned out to be Mr. Zhao from Tianjun Group. Chun Jun's expression changed instantly, and he greeted him with a big smile on his face, his tone full of flattery. Why didn't you give me a heads up in advance so that I could make some preparations? I was stunned. The woman in front of me was actually President Zhao of Tianjun Group, a very important figure in Longqing's business community. As soon as the words fell, the whole room was in an uproar. No one expected that they would meet the business tycoon of Dragon City in a casual club. Mr. Chun, we have distinguished guests here today, so we won't bother you from entertaining Mr. Zhao. Sun Li and Sophie took the opportunity to speak up with a hint of urgency in their voices. Yes, Mr. Zhao is more important. You don't have to worry about a small figure like Johnson. Zhang Tao and Olivia followed closely behind, obviously hoping to take me away quickly. But how could Ying Qianqi let them succeed so easily? Sun Li, Mr. Zhao is important, but Mr. Chun is also a well-known figure in Longqing. Ying Qianqi sneered. Tonight cooperation is related to Tianjun Group. Johnson dared to contradict Mr. Chun like this. Obviously, he didn't take our Tianjun Group seriously. I stood there motionless, looking at their smug faces and sneering in my heart. That's right. Johnson offended someone he shouldn't have offended. It would be strange if he was let off. Zhang Tao and Olivia also echoed without hesitation. Johnson, if you know what's best for you, just apologize to Mr. Zhao and Mr. Chun right away. Maybe they'll be so happy that they'll let you go. Olivia's tone was filled with disdain. Kowtow to apologize? I looked at them coldly, with a slight smile on my face. Boss Zhao, can you bear my kneeling? Hearing this, Zhao Jing was slightly stunned. She obviously did not expect me to be so direct. She knew that the young man in front of her was the real owner of Tianjun Group. I knew she would be a little surprised, but her identity made her dare not react easily. How dare you? Chen Jun's face instantly turned pale, and he shouted angrily. Johnson, you dare to contradict Mr. Zhao in public. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you will forget your own weight. Johnson, what nonsense are you talking about? Sun Li and Sophie's eyes turned red with anxiety. They simply couldn't understand why I had to confront these people at this moment. Johnson, this is Mr. Zhao from Tianjun Group. You can't offend him. Apologize quickly. Sophia's voice was full of anxiety. Zhang Tao and Olivia were watching the show from the side, obviously expecting me to humiliate myself. In Tianchi raised his lips with a sneer. What are you guys standing there for? Didn't you hear what Mr. Chen said? Hurry up and take this guy down. At this time, the bodyguards had already started to move and were walking towards me with a menacing look. Let's see who dares. Zhao Jing's voice suddenly rang out, low and cold. Everyone was stunned, and their eyes turned to her. At this moment, the whole scene fell silent. In Tianchi was a little confused for a moment. Mr. Zhao, this loser was disrespectful to you just now. Why is he still? He paused, obviously not understanding why Zhao Jing was protecting me. Zhao Jing glanced at In Tianchi and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to talk to me?" After she finished speaking, she turned to me, and her sudden change of attitude shocked everyone present. She was dignified, but at this moment she said to me respectfully, "Johnson, I'm sorry to scare you." This scene stunned everyone. Even Shinjun's expression changed completely. This little scene isn't enough to scare me. I answered lightly, with my hand behind my back and a cold look in my eyes. However, Tianjun Group's vision in selecting partners is indeed not that good. I added lightly. These two sentences were simple, but full of pressure. Zhao Jing's eyes were clearly shaken. She calmed herself down, turned to look at Shinjun, and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Chun, I think our cooperation needs further consideration. Let's talk about this later." Shinjun was obviously a little confused. "Boss Zhao, we have been in contact for such a long time. You know my strength best. You can't break off the cooperation because of a small misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Zhao Jing sneered and looked at Shinjun coldly. "You know Johnson is—" At this moment, I deliberately coughed a few times to remind her not to reveal my identity. Zhao Jing understood instantly, nodded slightly, and said, "Johnson is my brother's savior, so he is my benefactor. Tell me, should I listen to him?" These words were so flawless that everyone at the scene was speechless. Zhang Tao and Olivia looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. Chen Jun was stunned for a while before he asked tentatively, "Mr. Zhao, are you mistaken? Johnson just got out of prison. How could he be your brother's savior?" "Yes, it must be a misunderstanding." In Tianchi quickly agreed, smiling. "He has no ability at all. How could he possibly save people?" Zhao Jing narrowed her eyes and said in a cold tone, "Are you questioning me?" She turned around and glanced at Qinjun, her voice extremely cold. "Qinjun, this is your man. How do you treat my Zhao family's benefactor?" Qinjun's face was extremely pale at this time, and he was trembling all over. Boss Zhao is right. I didn't recognize the great man. I almost believed the slander and offended Boss Zhao's benefactor. Fortunately, you showed up in time. Qinjun finally realized how serious the consequences would be if he offended Zhao Jing tonight. He gritted his teeth and said, "In Tianchi, from now on, all cooperation between my Chun family and the Yin family will be cancelled." "What?" In Tianchi was completely stunned, and his face was filled with fear. He knew that once the Chun family broke off the cooperation with the Yin family would face a huge crisis. "Brother Chun, please don't be like this. We have been working together for many years, and we can't just break up like this." In Tianchi smiled and begged for mercy. "I know I was wrong. Give me another chance." "Get out," Qinjun shouted coldly, his eyes as cold as ice. Following his order, the bodyguards immediately stepped forward and quickly dragged In Tianchi out of the club. Seeing this, Zhang Tao and Olivia hurriedly sneaked out, fearing that trouble would come to them. "Mr. Chun, please forgive me this time for my father's sake." In Tianchi pleaded unwillingly. Qinjun looked at him coldly, unmoved. Finally, In Tianchi was thrown out amidst a chorus of pleas. The entire audience was silent, and everyone realized that the situation tonight had completely changed. "Johnson," suddenly, In Tianchi's voice was filled with deep resentment. Before leaving, he threatened, "Just wait. I will make you pay the price." Then, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Lao Zhou, arrange some manpower for me." The atmosphere in the club was tense. "Mr. Zhao, are you and Johnson satisfied with what I have done?" Qinjun said in a flattering voice. Zhao Jing glanced at me calmly before turning to Qinjun. "Johnson, what do you think?" I shrugged and said, "Just teach him a lesson. It's no big deal." "Understood." Zhao Jing nodded. and said in a cold tone, Mr. Chun, in the future, when you make friends with someone, you'd better keep your eyes open and don't throw away things that shouldn't be thrown away. Chen Jun's face darkened, but he quickly recovered. Mr. Zhao is right. I will pay attention. Zhao Jing smiled with satisfaction, waved her hand, and the matter was over. I left the club with Sun Li and Sophie. As soon as they arrived at the parking lot, Sun Li suddenly burst out. Johnson, can you calm down? Think before you speak. Sophie also blamed. If it weren't for Mr. Zhao's help, Chen Jun would have dealt with you long ago. I shook my head helplessly. I'm not impulsive. They have no ability to deal with me. Here we go again. The two said in unison. Can't you be more low-key? Before I could retort, suddenly, a group of dark shadows emerged and surrounded us. I quickly became alert. It was Yin Tianqi in front of me. He was wearing a white suit, and his eyes were full of resentment. Johnson, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. I smiled and put my hands behind my back. Why? Wasn't the lesson I just gave you enough? Yin Tianqi was so angry that his face turned black. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in Longsheng just because Zhao Jing is protecting you. Now that Zhao Jing is not here, I wonder who can save you. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Sun Li and Sophie's faces changed. Yin Tianqi, what do you want to do? Sun Li frowned. Sophie sneered. Boss Chen doesn't dare to provoke you, but now you dare to come and cause trouble. Aren't you afraid of being blamed by Boss Zhao? You're right, but you forgot that Chun Jun has severed ties with us. Yin Tianqi sneered. I have nothing to fear now. He suddenly turned to Sun Li and said threateningly, You've been keeping me hanging. Let me give you a quick death today. Sun Li's face turned pale in an instant. Yin Tianqi, are you crazy? Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Yin Tianqi's eyes. Will your mother care about me? He walked towards her with a sneer. I have been pursuing you for so many years. Why don't you agree quickly? At this time, Sophie said nervously, Mr. Yin, we are all well known. Let's not tear each other apart. Cooperate for mutual benefit, and everyone can benefit from it. Yin Tianqi glanced at her with cold eyes. Are you trying to teach me how to be a human being? His anger had reached its peak. Johnson, since you are so arrogant, then kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. If you break one of your arms, I will let you go. Hearing this, Sun Li and Sophie's eyes lit up, and they were obviously thinking of a countermeasure. I looked around. A sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. Yin Tianqi, with all these people you brought, you still want an arm from me? Naive. Every word I said was full of provocation. Yin Tianqi was so angry that he was shaking all over. Okay, since you're not afraid of death, then kill him for me. At his command, his men immediately took out iron rods, and the atmosphere became increasingly depressing. Sun Li's mood completely collapsed. Seeing that the situation was about to explode, her voice was already filled with panic. Johnson, you can't be so impulsive. If anything happened to Johnson, how would he explain to his mother? Sun Li's proposal stunned me. Yin Tianqi, don't you like me? As long as you let Johnson go, I will be with you. She actually made such a decision for me? My heart warmed a little, but what could this change? Suddenly, just a few ants easily solved. I responded coldly, with a hint of coldness in my eyes. But Sun Li and Sophie were not reassured. Johnson, you are fighting against more than 20 people alone? Don't joke. They were furious, their eyes full of worry. Yin Tianqi, don't pay attention to his crazy talk. I mean what I say. Sun Li emphasized again. However, Yin Tianqi just sneered. Sun Li, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? Do you think you can escape after I deal with this piece of trash? His words hit my heart like a heavy hammer. At this moment, Sun Li realized that she was just Yin Tianqi's prey and had no bargaining chips. I narrowed my eyes and said, It would be fine if you leave the club, but since you insist on seeking death, you can't blame me. Yin Tianqi smiled contemptuously. Oh, then I want to see who teaches whom a lesson tonight. Get started. His command rang out like thunder, followed by the sound of iron rods swinging. How dare a prisoner deal with our master Yin? A thug raised an iron rod with a smile. They rushed over. But facing this group of people, I didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. A bunch of ants. I sneered, and in a flash, I shuttled through them like a ghost. Bang! 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 In just a few seconds, everyone flew out like ragbags, and the scene was in chaos. The thugs' painful cries echoed throughout the parking lot. Yin Tianqi was stunned, his face pale. Sun Li and Sophie were also stunned. They didn't expect that I could fight 20 people alone. I said coldly, "This group of people is not worth my warming up." Then I clenched my fist, my joints cracking, and fixed my cold eyes on Ian Tianchi. "You, what do you want to do?" Ian Tianchi's face turned pale, and his legs began to tremble unconsciously. "You were so majestic just now. Are you scared now?" I sneered and approached him coldly. I suddenly grabbed his wrist and heard the sound of the bone breaking, but there was no expression on my face. "Ah!" Ian Tianchi howled in pain, tears and snot mixed together. He desperately begged for mercy. "Johnson, stop hitting me. I am the only son of the Ian family, and the Ian family will not let you go." These words were not threatening to me at all. I lowered my head and sneered. "It seems that you really have not learned your lesson." Before I finished speaking, I raised my leg and kicked his knee. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was heard again. Ah! Ian Tianchi was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He collapsed, and his tears mixed into a ball. He finally begged for mercy in a low voice. "Johnson, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please let me go." At this time, Sun Lee and Sophie also recovered from their shock and hurried forward to stop him. "Enough, Johnson. After all, he is the eldest son of the Ian family. How are we going to explain it to him if he gets beaten like this?" I stood still, a cold light flashed in my eyes. "Ian Tianchi, I will let you go today. But if you dare to hurt Sun Lee or the Sun family, I guarantee that there will be no Ian family in Longqing anymore." After that, I ignored him and turned around to leave with the two girls. Ian Tianchi gritted his teeth and roared angrily. "Johnson, I swear, sooner or later, I will make you live a life worse than death." Half an hour later, Sun Lee and I returned to Sun's house. As soon as we entered the door, Chun-Li came up to us and asked with concern, "Johnson, how is it? Did you have fun at the club?" Sun Lee was in a complicated mood and couldn't help but interrupt. "He's so happy. He almost killed Qian and me." Sun Hao stood up suddenly from the sofa. "What happened? Did Johnson get into trouble at the club?" "Of course not." Sun Lee pouted and quickly recounted the whole story. After listening, Sun Hao's face darkened instantly. "I should have let Sun Lee go to the club by herself. Now something has happened. What should I do if the Ian family comes? He is a man who has been in prison and has no brains." Chun-Li glared at Sun Hao and said, "Ian Tianchi deliberately provoked trouble. How can you blame Johnson? Johnson tonight, Sun Lee would have been harmed by him." She said firmly, "Johnson destroyed him, and it was right. But the Ian family..." Sun Hao turned and went into the bedroom helplessly. Sun Lee said angrily, "Mom, you are too biased." It was not a big deal, but he never apologized and kept saying crazy things about Johnson. "Do you really think Ian Tianchi is going after Johnson? If you don't agree, that guy will go berserk sooner or later." Chun-Li changed her tone and said, "Do you think that just because Johnson taught Ian Tianchi a lesson, he will dare to bully you? I would rather bear the Ian family's wrath than let you suffer any injustice." These words completely woke Sun Lee up. She suddenly remembered what happened in the parking lot, and her face changed. "I understand, Mom. I'll give him a few sets of clothes tomorrow." Sun Lee lowered her head, with a lot on her mind. Chun-Li smiled. "It's okay, Johnson, he can understand." She changed the subject. "Johnson, tell Godmother, what is your relationship with Zhao Jing? Tianjun Group and Zhao Jing should have a relationship, right? How did you become her brother's savior?" Johnson's heart moved, and he changed the subject. "Mr. Zhao's brother was my cellmate. I helped him in prison, and after I got out, his sister also helped me." Chun-Li nodded. "I see, go to bed early." Johnson smiled and went back to his room. Just as he closed the door, his cell phone rang suddenly. Seeing that it was Zhao Jing, he answered immediately. "Johnson, the clues we found are out. When the Yi family got into trouble, the Liu, Li, and Lin families divided up the Yi family's assets. Do you want Tianjun Group to take action?" "No rush." Johnson's eyes flashed coldly. "Let them jump around for 2 more days. I have my own arrangements." He hung up the phone with a dark look in his eyes. The murderer behind the massacre of the whole family has not yet appeared. All clues point to the 3 forces. With his current ability, he will definitely be able to find the real culprit. Johnson sat quietly at the head of the bed and began to cultivate himself. After a night of cultivation, the sequelae in his body were significantly alleviated. Suddenly, Chun-Li's voice came from outside the door. "Johnson, are you awake?" "You're awake." Johnson walked out of the room and smiled when he saw Chun-Li. "Sun Li knows that you've done a lot for her. She got up this morning and made breakfast for me and asked me to call you to eat. Then I'm in for a treat." Johnson smiled and walked towards the dining table. Sun Li said proudly, "How is it Shrimp dumplings are good, right? I went to Gwangju specifically to learn how to make this dish. Very good. Johnson nodded in praise. At this moment, Sun Li changed the subject. Johnson, these clothes are too ugly. Come on, I'll take you to buy a few sets. Okay. Johnson felt warm in his heart. Finally, his sister took the initiative to get close to him. They went to the mall together, and as soon as they entered the LV store, Johnson's eyes fixed. He actually saw a familiar face. I passed Olivia. Her eyes stabbed at me like a knife, her face full of mockery. She pulled Zhang Tao to me and suddenly sneered. Wow, this is really strange. Prisoners dare to show up here. I glanced at her coldly, not bothering to respond. She continued sarcastically. What are you doing here? At that moment, my head almost exploded. She still remembered what happened in the club last time. That time, I wanted to humiliate her, but Mr. Zhao suddenly appeared and saved my life. She must be unhappy with me, and she doesn't even understand why I have a connection with Mr. Zhao. What a joke. I just got lucky, and this kind of good luck can't change my status as a low-class person. Johnson, do you think you can be arrogant in Longsheng just by relying on Mr. Zhao? Olivia said venomously. You offended Mr. Een and Mr. Chen last time. Next time, I want to see how you will end up paying the price. She didn't understand that Een Tianchi was just a useless person now. I frowned slightly, too lazy to bother with these two ants, and walked straight into the LV store. Olivia was so angry that her teeth itched, and a provocative smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Johnson, are you crazy? This is LV. If you want to buy cheap goods, turn right in front. She took out a wad of change from her bag, deliberately showing off, sneering, I'll just give you this little change as alms. She waved to the clerk. Waiter! Her eyes were full of sarcasm and mockery. Can you get into this place? Zhang Tao laughed beside him. Look at you. Any piece of clothing here is enough for you to eat and drink for a whole year. Can you afford it? I rolled my eyes instinctively. 3 years ago, Zhang Tao didn't dare to say that, but now, in his eyes, I am just an inferior person. The ugliness of human nature is fully displayed in him. What? You can afford it, but I can't. I smiled coldly, took out 1,000 yuan, and threw in her face. This money is a gift to you two dogs and bitches. As soon as the voice fell, everyone around turned to look over. Olivia's face suddenly turned pale, as if she had been slapped hard. She was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and she almost jumped up. Who do you say are the bastards? Husband, this prisoner is so arrogant. Why don't you teach him a lesson? She reached out and grabbed Zhang Tao and acted coquettishly. Zhang Tao raised his hand to hit me. I glanced at him coldly and whispered, wait. At this moment, Sun Li appeared in front of me, walking hurriedly, as if she knew what happened. She glared at me, without any warmth in her eyes. I couldn't help but chuckle. If she hadn't appeared in time, Zhang Tao would have done something he shouldn't have done. Olivia quickly pretended to be close and held Sun Li's hand. Sister Sun Li, you are here too. Johnson insulted me just now, and the employees in the store saw it clearly. Sun Li glanced at me, frowned, and then pushed Olivia's hand away coldly. I brought Johnson to buy clothes. It has nothing to do with you. Olivia was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then she seemed to understand it, and sneered, Humph, don't let me see you again next time. She and Zhang Tao entered the LV store. Sun Li was a little helpless, with a trace of fatigue in her eyes. Johnson, you are always so high profile. Can't you be a little low-key? You are really hurting me by causing trouble like this. I smiled calmly. Longsheng, is there anyone I can't afford to offend? She glared at me and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Will you die if you don't brag? Then she pulled me into the store. Sun Li picked out 3 pieces of clothing and spent more than 90,000 yuan. I watched her swipe the card, and my heart moved slightly, but I didn't say much. Just as we were about to leave, Olivia and Zhang Tao, a pair of idiots, stood not far away, laughing nonstop. You're not going to rely on women all your life, are you? Olivia couldn't help but provoke. At this moment, a manager hurried over with a VIP card in his hand. Sir, this is the VIP card that President Qin asked me to give you. There's 1 million in it. You can use it next time. I smiled slightly, took the card, and said softly, Thank you, Mr. Qin. Seeing Olivia and Zhang Tao's faces turn pale in an instant, I laughed secretly in my heart. This moment was so cool. Sun Li, let's go. I didn't stay any longer and walked out of the mall without looking back. Sun Li received a call, and Sophie's voice came from the other end of the phone. Sun Li, there's a class reunion at Longsheng Hotel tonight. Let's go together. All the old classmates are there. When she heard it was Sophie, Sunli's eyes flickered, and she was obviously a little hesitant about this party. She looked at me, as if she didn't want to take me with her, for fear that I would cause another big mess. I heard Chin is here too. Why? Don't you want to meet your old lover? Sophie's teasing made Sun Li's face change slightly. What old lover? Qian. He and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Stop talking nonsense. Sun Li responded angrily. Then you can accompany me to the head office. You have nothing to do anyway. I stood nearby and heard everything clearly, and I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. I didn't interrupt their conversation, but just smiled faintly and continued walking forward. After hanging up the phone, Sun Li looked at me again, frowning slightly. From now on, wherever you go, you have to listen to me and don't cause trouble again. I nodded, and suddenly, the phone rang. It was Zhao Fu calling. My mood instantly turned cold. Johnson, the matter you asked me to investigate has a result. Several major families in Longcheng are involved behind it. But there's only one murderer who destroyed the Yi family overnight. Hearing this, a deep hatred surged into my mind. He asked coldly, "Who is it?" Zhao Fu's voice came through the phone, with obvious trembling. "Johnson, it's Zhang Hu." Zhang Hu, the underground emperor? He continued. He was a special forces soldier, but was expelled from the army for disobeying orders. He then worked as a mercenary for a few years, but didn't make much money. More than a decade ago, Zhang Hu mingled in the underground world of Longcheng, participated in black boxing competitions, and fought his way out with his fists. More importantly, it was he who destroyed the Yi family overnight. Zhao Fu paused and added in a low voice. There may be some interest behind this that we are not aware of. Johnson's 5 fingers tightly grasped the phone. His knuckles were blue and white, and anger was burning in his heart. If I hadn't survived that day, I might have become one of their wronged souls by now. I narrowed my eyes and said in a cold voice, "Tell Zhang Hu to clean his neck and wait. In 3 days, I will kill him." Zhao Fu immediately took a breath of cold air. The name of the underground emperor of Dragon City sounded oppressive enough. However, Johnson didn't care about his identity at all. Zhao Fu knew that Johnson was not joking. He kept his word. No matter how big Dragon City was, it probably couldn't stop Johnson's anger. "Johnson, this matter needs to be considered carefully. It would be bad to alert the enemy." Zhao Fu reminded carefully. "Let them come. No one can escape from the blood of the Yi family." I closed my eyes and said calmly, "Killing Zhang Hu may not be the best choice, but being able to lead out the mastermind is what I really want." "Yes, Johnson." Zhao Fu hung up the phone. I put my phone in my trouser pocket and looked at Sun Li in the distance. She looked a little worried, obviously noticing my anger. She came over and asked, "Who called you?" "Nothing." I smiled faintly, with my own calculations in mind. I will slowly repay my godmother's kindness and will not let her get involved. "Then what are you doing?" "Get in the car. It's getting dark." Sun Li urged impatiently. I nodded and followed her into the car. The car drove to the 5-star hotel, and there were many sports cars parked in front of the door, which was very impressive. Although the Sun family's wealth was considered good in Longcheng, it was still far behind these wealthy families. "Sun Li, why are you here just now?" As the car door opened, Sophie ran over in a hurry. However, when she saw me, the smile on her face disappeared instantly. She held Sun Li's hand and said impatiently, "Why did you bring him here too?" Sophie's reaction was not surprising. She had always remembered the conflict between Yin Tianxi and I. She had a very bad impression of me and even thought that I was just a reckless man. After all, who would take a labor camp prisoner who had been in prison for several years seriously? "Come if you want to." My mom asked me to bring him with me every day. Sun Li glanced at me and said helplessly, "There are many rich second generations here today. You have to keep a close eye on him." I smiled helplessly, knowing that she wasn't really afraid that I would cause trouble. Today I was in a good mood, and I just accompanied her to the class reunion to protect her safety. Just as she finished speaking, a figure walked through the crowd and came straight towards us. Sun Li recognized the man at a glance. "Sun Li, long time no see. I hope you are well." Chun Xiang walked gracefully and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Sun Li. "Chun Xiang." Sun Li's face suddenly turned cold. She refused Chun Xiang's handshake and took Sophie's hand and wanted to leave. But Chun Xiang blocked her way, still smiling. "Sun Li, you still won't forgive me?" I said. That night was really a misunderstanding. I stood by looking gloomy. How dare such a scumbag show up again? It was really ridiculous. Sun Li did not hide her disgust in her eyes, and her tone became cold. "Chun Xiang, get out of the way." Chun Xiang insisted. Suddenly, I have been abroad for the past few years, and I have been missing you. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes around him were focused, especially those pretty girls, whose eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. But Sun Li's reaction was even colder. Don't say anything, Chun Xiang. I don't want to hear anything from you anymore. At this moment, I stood up, blocked in front of Chun Xiang, and said coldly, Didn't you hear what Sun Li said? Get out of the way. Chun Xiang finally noticed me and frowned. Who is this guy? I looked at him with a sarcastic smile on his face. His eyes stayed on me, as if hesitating. Isn't he your new boyfriend? This sentence instantly froze the air around them. Sophie and Sun Li were both stunned, and I was also a little surprised. How did he suddenly become her boyfriend? So what? Sun Li responded with gritted teeth. Her words made Chun Xiang's face change. At this moment, a boy in a black suit walked out from the crowd, his voice full of sarcasm. I know this guy. He is the eldest son of the Yi family, Johnson. I just got out of jail. Not long ago, I beat young master Ian half to death. As soon as I finished speaking, the whole scene suddenly became boiling, and everyone turned to look at me, their eyes full of surprise and contempt. Turns out he's a prisoner, someone whispered. For a moment, Chun Xiang felt that he was much more noble again, and I frowned when I heard this. Which young master of the Yi family? Could it be the young master of the Yi family who was exterminated that year? Who else could it be if not him? How many people in Longcheng have the last name Yi? Everyone was talking at once, laughing from time to time, and some even looked at Sun Li with strange eyes. Lu Wei stared at Sun Li and Sophie as figures and sneered. Miss Sun, why did you find such a thing? Is this kind of person worthy of you? I was furious, my eyes were cold, and I slapped Lu Wei in the face in an instant. Bah! There was a crisp sound. Lu Wei was hit by me and turned around several times. He was stunned for a long time before he reacted. I sneered in a low voice. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Lu Wei's face was swollen, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he shouted angrily, You dare to hit me? He couldn't believe that a labor camp prisoner who had just been released from prison would dare to take action in front of so many people. Brother Chun, you have to help me. Lu Wei shouted unwillingly. At this moment, Chun Xiang stood up coldly, his eyes as cold as ice. Suddenly, this kid is a reckless man. He dares to attack me when he sees me. Chun Xiang with disdain and responded coldly. Do you dare to try again? Chun Xiang gritted his teeth and frowned, obviously trying to suppress his anger. For Sun Li's sake, I'll let you go. Chun Xiang sneered, disgust in his eyes. Lu Wei's face was full of anger. He took a deep breath and turned to walk into the hotel. I didn't intend to pay attention to him, but all the looks and whispers from everyone made me feel even colder. He has offended Master Chun. It's over. Mr. Chen's people will never let go of any grudge. Sun Li glared at me angrily. Are you stupid? So impulsive. I smiled calmly. These people are not worth my attention. She was silent for a moment, gave me a fierce look, and hurriedly pulled Sophie into the hotel. I shrugged indifferently, turned around, and sat in the corner, sipping my wine. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in my sight. Yin Tianqi walked towards me with a somewhat painful smile, and the scars on his body had not yet healed completely. Sun Li, I'm here to apologize. His tone was surprisingly gentle, even a little sincere. Sun Li frowned, obviously not believing him. Are you really not going to cause trouble anymore? Yin Tianqi nodded and bowed deeply. I promise that from now on, I will have nothing to do with you. I watched this scene, and I felt uneasy. Yin Tianqi's eyes looked a little unusual and gloomy. Well, okay then. Although Sun Li had many doubts in her heart, she did not refuse. Sophie seemed to believe it and suggested, Since Mr. Ian has apologized, why don't we also toast to Mr. Ian? At this time, Yin Tianqi lowered his head and quickly poured the white powder into the wine glass. I saw it clearly, but I didn't say anything. Miss Sun, this glass of wine is my apology to you. Yin Tianqi picked up 2 glasses of wine and handed them to Sun Li and Sophie. Sun Li hesitated for a moment, but finally took the glass. Well, okay then. The 3 of them raised their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. Yin Tianqi's sinister smile appeared in front of me, as if his inner conspiracy had already been brewing. He murmured, 2 bitches. Today, I will make you live a life worse than death. Is he crazy? I laughed in my heart. Although Yin Tianqi's hand was disabled, he still looked smug, as if everything was under control. During this banquet, many eyes were on me. Hearing those whispers, I couldn't help but raise the corners of my mouth. I knew in my heart that these people just didn't like me. Is this kid's first time attending a banquet like this? Someone whispered. Look at that silly guy, like a country bumpkin. Lu Wei stood aside, looking at me with a sneer, his eyes full of contempt. Later, he will definitely have to crawl out. The young men around him also laughed, as if they had already foreseen my end. Who owns the land of Longqing Hotel? Don't you know? The Chen family's words are enough to get you out of here. Lu Wei's sinister tone made me frown. What a low-level trick. What can the Chun family do? At this moment, the security guards quickly rushed into the hall. Several tall and strong men looked around, and finally their eyes were fixed on me. That's him. The security captain waved his hand, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Young Master Chun has spoken today. Let this prisoner learn his lesson. I smiled faintly and ignored the security guards. I was drinking and didn't pay any attention to their movements. How dare you sneak in here, you prisoner? The security captain pointed at me with disdain in his eyes. You're done today. Is that a problem? I'm just accompanying my girlfriend to the party. I looked up at him, unconcerned. Your girlfriend? How dare you, a prisoner, be so arrogant? Do it. The captain roared, and several security guards rushed over. Stop. Suddenly, S' voice suddenly rang out. She squeezed through the crowd, her eyes anxious. What are you going to do? What are you doing? This guy shouldn't be here. Beat him up. The captain ignored Sun Li and raised his baton to hit me. Looking for death. I sneered and easily dodged the fatal blow. Then I turned around and punched and kicked like rain, and the security guards fell one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch I threw out came with a violent impact, and several security guards flew out like kites with broken strings. Everyone around was stunned. The pride in Lu Wei's eyes froze instantly, and he stared at me blankly. See, I said he would go out on his stomach. Before Lu Wei's laughter died down, I had already stood firmly, and my aura swept around me like a torrent. Chen Xiang's face turned extremely ugly, and he clenched his fists. He obviously didn't expect this result. A bunch of good-for-nothings, he cursed. The situation was just a minor incident for me, but suddenly, the movement upstairs caught my attention. Several men in suits quickly walked down. Mr. Chen, what happened? The leading man was about 40 years old. When he saw Chen Xiang, he immediately bowed. Don't ask me first, ask him. Chen Xiang pointed at me with cold eyes. I was too lazy to pay attention to these people. I turned the wine glass and looked at Li Jinshan coldly. I don't need to explain to you who I am. As soon as the words fell, the whole scene fell into silence. Li Jinshan's face changed, and then he laughed. Ha ha, I've seen crazy people, but I've never seen anyone this crazy. Do you know who you're talking to? Li Jinshan glanced at me with disdain, looking confident. I ignored his provocation and looked directly at Chen Xiang. All I know is, Chen Xiang, don't bother me again, otherwise I don't mind destroying him. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on me, and Li Jinshan's face instantly froze. Mr. Li, this kid's head must have been caught in the door. The man in black next to me sneered, as if he took my words as a joke. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll teach you a lesson today. Li Jinshan said coldly, I'll give you 3 choices. Kneel down, kowtow, or get out. I sneered, pulled my phone out of my pocket, and dialed a number. Johnson. The voice on the other end of the line was familiar and firm. Someone told me to get out on my knees. Their names are Li Jinshan and Chen Xiang. They want to cause trouble for me. I'll give you 3 minutes. Come here. After finishing speaking, Johnson hung up the phone slowly. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Fu was sorting out all the information he had collected about the Yi family massacre. Hearing this, Zhao Fu slammed his fist on the table, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What a bunch of blind bastards. How dare you to cause trouble for Johnson? You are tired of living. Prepare the car. The Rolls-Royce sped towards the Dragon City Hotel at a speed of 180 miles per hour. Li Jinshan was obviously about to lose control, and his threats were full of murderous intent, but I didn't care. Who do you think you are? If you dare to run wild in Dragon City, I will kill you without a burial place. When he said this, his voice was almost trembling, and his eyes were flashing with anger. I knew he was trying to intimidate me, but he was wrong. He couldn't scare me. Sun Li stood beside me, her anxiety written all over her face. She obviously realized that today's situation might not end simply. She tried to pull me, pleading in her voice, Johnson, apologize to Mr. Chun. This farce can no longer be resolved. Her words made me a little irritated. She didn't understand me, and she never understood what kind of person I was. Bowing? Sorry, this is not me. Tianchi stood not far away, watching all this, with an obvious smile on his face, as if he was waiting for me to fail completely. Perhaps he had already regarded himself as the winner, waiting to benefit from the conflict between me and Chun Xiang. I couldn't help but sneer. I had already decided in my heart that today, no matter what the situation was, I would not give up easily. Miss Sun, please don't interfere. Let them solve it themselves. Tianchi's voice sounded in my ears, with a hint of undisguised indifference. Sunli didn't expect him to say such a thing, and her eyes were a little puzzled, but her attention soon returned to me. She was still anxious, as if the situation would be settled as long as I bowed my head and apologized. I ignored her and just looked down at my watch. Time was running out. Once my plan was fully implemented, everything would be redefined. Suddenly, there was a loud roar outside, and I couldn't help but look out the window. More than a dozen luxury cars suddenly braked and stopped downstairs of the hotel. The huge sound seemed to announce something, and the whole atmosphere became tense in an instant. Chun Xiang was also attracted by the sound. He leaned against the window and quickly glanced downstairs. "Why is my dad here?" he whispered to himself, seeming a little confused. Then he burst into laughter. "Haha, I guess my dad thinks it's lively and has been wanting to meet my old classmates for a long time." He seemed full of confidence in his father's arrival and thought it was just a trivial matter. But he didn't know that everything today was no longer under his control. Luxury cars drove into the hotel entrance one after another, and the scene stunned the rich kids present. Just as everyone was still whispering, another figure got out of the car, and the aura instantly changed the scene. "Zhao Fu from Tianjun Group," someone screamed. Everyone's eyes were focused, and Chun Xiang was also stunned. He turned his gaze to Zhao Fu. He obviously realized that today's matter was not simple. "Zhao Fu is here? This is really unexpected," he muttered to himself, and he must have known in his heart that even he couldn't control the situation today. At this moment, Chun Xiang looked at me with a sneer on his face. "I'm afraid this idiot won't be able to get out today." There was confidence in his words, as if everything was under his control. I turned around and looked at Sunli. She was still standing beside me, her eyes full of worry, looking at me almost helplessly, as if she hoped I would bow my head and apologize. However, I did not move, still standing with my hand behind my back. Boom! At this moment, the double doors on the top floor of the hotel were blasted open by a huge force. The deafening sound made everyone involuntarily take a step back. Then, I saw a figure appear at the door. It was Chun Xiang's father. Chun Xiang was a little excited when he saw his father. He went up to him and said, "Dad." His face was full of a winner smile, as if he had already decided the outcome. However, something unexpected happened. Chun ignored his son and suddenly raised his hand and slapped him hard. Pa! The slap was as powerful as thunder. Chun Xiang's body was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Broken glass was scattered all over the ground. The air around him seemed to freeze. Everyone was stunned. "You bastard! Why did I give birth to someone like you?" Chunan's voice was full of anger, with no mercy at all. "Dad, why? Why did you hit me?" Chun Xiang was completely confused. He couldn't understand any of this at all, and even forgot what wrong he had done. "Why am I hitting you?" "I'm hitting you, you evil creature." Chun was furious and swung the belt at him. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene completely collapsed, and everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Lu Wei even stepped back and almost fell down. No one dared to step forward to stop it, and everyone watched this scene in shock. I looked at my watch and nodded secretly in my heart. Exactly 3 minutes, it's pretty fast. My plan has been successfully implemented. Chun Xiang madly. Chun had finally stopped. At this time, Chun Xiang was already dying and fell to the ground, with no room for resistance at all. "Johnson, Zhao Fu, sorry to bother you." Zhao Fu bowed slightly to Chun and me, his tone a little stiff. I didn't say anything, just glanced at him calmly. Then, I turned to Chun and motioned him to continue handling the matter. Chun walked up to Zhao Fu and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I didn't discipline you well today." His tone was full of regret. Zhao Fu nodded and looked at me, as if waiting for my reaction. I smiled slightly, indicating that he could make a decision. Zhao Fu waved his hand. "Go away. Don't let me see something like this again next time." Chun took the injured Chun Xiang away from the hotel, leaving behind silence. The atmosphere of the scene became extremely heavy, and no one came back to their senses. When I turned around and prepared to leave, I looked for Sun Li, but found that she had disappeared. At this time, in a huge bedroom, Yin Tianqi supported Sun Li and Sophie and threw them on the bed. Tianqian, why do I feel dizzy? It's so hot. Me too. Yin Tianqi avoided his eyes. The time was not up yet, and the drug had not yet fully taken effect. Once the drug fully took effect, both of them would immediately fall into coma and lose consciousness. Then, it will be time for me to ravage them. Mr. Yin, where are we? Sophie covered her burning cheeks with a dazed look on her face. Hearing her words, Yin Tianqi couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed that the effect of the medicine had begun to show, and Sophie didn't even remember her own location. This is Longqing Hotel. You drunk too much. Young Master Chen asked me to arrange a room for you. Come and have a rest. Yin Tianqi explained easily. Sophie glanced at Sun Li beside her and finally felt relieved. With Sun Li around, she naturally felt much more at ease. Even if Chun Xiang was bold, he would not dare to do anything excessive here. However, she didn't know that everything before her was already a conspiracy carefully planned by Yin Tianqi. Yin Tianqi smiled smugly. Just stay here and I'll be out for a while. At the same time, on the top floor of the hotel, all the rich kids were terrified by the man in front of them. The man had an extraordinary demeanor and a strong aura. Not only that, it seemed that Johnson and the chairman of Tianjun Group already had a good relationship. Li Jinshan, who was standing by, was so frightened that his legs were weak as cotton. He was just a small general manager of Longqing Group. Facing the chairman of Tianjun Group, he felt that he was just an insignificant fly that could be slapped to death at any time. Li Jinshan suddenly came to his senses and realized that the Johnson in front of him was not what he seemed and was not an ordinary person at all. He trembled all over and said, "Director Zhao, Director Zhao." Zhao Fu turned around, his eyes cold with a hint of anger. The two bodyguards standing beside him understood immediately, and then a series of slaps fell on Li Jinshan's face. With his slap, Li Jinshan's nose bled and he finally fell to the ground. Within a few seconds, Li Jinshan had already bowed his head and kowtowed repeatedly. "Director Zhao, I really didn't participate in this matter. It was all done by Chun Xiang." Zhao Fu sneered. "Chun Xiang? Who the hell is he? How dare he be disrespectful to my guests? You are in charge of the Dragon City Hotel. After something like this happened, you as a manager are no longer worthy of staying here. Now get out." Although Zhao Fu has long been accustomed to fighting with others, his inner dominance is the basis for his dominance over the Tianjun Group. Li Jinshan looked depressed and his mind was blank. He had worked hard to become the general manager of Longqing Hotel. However, after only 1 year, his fate changed drastically because he offended Johnson. At this moment, Zhao Fu gave an order and his position was in jeopardy. The atmosphere at the banquet suddenly became awkward, and everyone felt Johnson's powerful aura. All eyes were on him, but he didn't care at all. Pa! Li Jinshan was in a state of embarrassment. He held his head and cried, his face full of tears and snot. "Please, Mr. Zhao, I know I was wrong. He has done everything he can to keep his current position." Zhao Fu glanced at him coldly. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Get out," he shouted angrily, and Li Jinshan was dragged out by the bodyguards. After Zhao Fu left, Johnson did not reveal his identity. He did act a little flamboyantly that night, but he had to do so. Otherwise, everyone might think he was weak and could be bullied. However, soon after, new security personnel began to clean up the scene, and the banquet continued with lights and music. The rich second generation of Longqing also changed their attitudes and raised their glasses to toast Johnson. However, Johnson didn't care about these at the moment. His mind was completely on finding Sophie and Sun Li. Looking around, he soon discovered that the two had not appeared in the hall. Johnson raised his eyebrows, suspicious. Are they deliberately avoiding me? He hurried downstairs, and through the window, he saw a red Audi parked not far away, which proved that they had not left. Johnson immediately took out his cell phone and called Sun Li, but no one answered. At this time, in a building 300 meters away from Longqing Hotel, Sun Li and Sophie had completely lost consciousness and did not even hear the phone ringing. Sun Li felt her whole body getting hot, and her vision gradually blurred. "Tianqian, wake up! Tianqian!" However, Sophie had fallen into a deep sleep and was completely unconscious. Sun Li suddenly realized that something was wrong. She knew her alcohol tolerance. She had only drunk 5 or 6 glasses of wine. How could she be so drunk? Just as she was doubting, Yin Tianqi outside the door finally revealed his true identity. "Bitch, You refused to be my girlfriend for so long, and you're still hooking up with that prisoner. Just wait and see how I deal with you tonight." He was furious and was about to push the door open when suddenly a big hand grabbed his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a dozen thugs in black suits standing behind him, looking aggressive. "Tianchi, how dare you cause trouble on my turf without even saying hello?" The voice was cold and harsh. When Tianchi saw the person coming, his face suddenly changed and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. The man who came was a young man in his 20s, smoking a cigarette. The Hermes belt on his body was extremely conspicuous, exuding a strong social atmosphere. "Zhang, brother Zhang, why are you here?" Tianchi's tone instantly became flattering. "What? I'm here in my territory. What's your opinion?" Zhang Chong said angrily. He slapped Tianchi hard and heard a loud noise in his ears. "If I hadn't come, were you going to kill these two women?" Tianchi was dizzy from the slap. He didn't expect that Zhang Chong would suddenly appear. Zhang Chong is the underground emperor of Longsheng and the biological son of Zhang Hu. His power is so great that it is terrifying. Tianchi was sweating profusely, and he instantly got up from the ground, bending his body to 90 degrees. "Brother Zhang, I really didn't mean that. They're just drunk. I brought them here to rest." However, he knew that Zhang Chong's power was far beyond his imagination, and he was almost invincible in this area. Zhang Chong sneered and waved his hand. "I'm here to enjoy those two girls. Get lost." Hearing this, the younger brothers around Zhang Chong showed a sly smile and exchanged meaningful looks with each other. Tianchi immediately felt extremely regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would never have brought Sun Li and Sophie here. Chapter 16. I can destroy you with just one finger. No one is allowed to open the door unless I say so. With a roar of anger, Zhang Chong kicked the door open and walked in without hesitation. A dozen of his men quickly lined up behind him and guarded the door tightly, forming a solid barrier. Tianchi stood not far away, secretly observing all this, feeling uneasy. Sun Li was startled by the loud noise outside the door. When she came to her senses, she saw Zhang Chong walking towards her slowly with a malicious smile on his face. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Sun Li tried to stand up, but almost fell because of dizziness. Zhang Chong smiled nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter who I am. Tianchi has been driven away by me. Tonight, I will entertain you well." He glanced at her figure maliciously and licked his lips. What a figure. Much better than any I've played with before. Sun Li and Sophie each have their own merits. The former is as pure as a girl next door, while the latter is full of mature charm. Zhang Chong stared at Sun Li with obscenity in his eyes. Seeing Zhang Chong's sinister expression, Sun Li felt a sudden fear. "Don't come over here. If you come over again, I will call for help." She hurriedly pulled her clothes tighter to cover her body as much as possible, but Zhang Chong sneered. "Go ahead and scream. The louder you scream, the happier I will be. This is my territory. Let's see who dares to rescue you." Sun Li heard this. Her face turned pale instantly. She had heard of Zhang Chong's name a long time ago. He was a rich second generation in Longsheng, even more popular and a notorious sex demon. She didn't dare to hesitate any longer. "I am the eldest daughter of the Sun family. Sun Li, if you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go." Sun Li held her phone tightly, her tone containing a hint of panic. "Sun family? Do you know who my father is?" "Zhang Hu. How dare a young lady from a third-rate family threaten me?" Zhang Chong laughed even more wildly. "If your father dares to cause trouble for me, I will make your Sun family disappear completely in Longsheng." Sun Li's heart sank. Zhang Chong didn't take it seriously at all. She quickly called Tianchi and said urgently, "Tianchi, come and save me." However, there was still no response from the other end of the phone, which made her feel extremely desperate. She could not have expected that Tianchi was standing outside the door, feeling mixed emotions, and dared not speak, fearing that he would anger Zhang Chong and lose more than he gained. Finally, he hung up the phone. At the same time, Johnson was rushing here. He just learned from the security guard at the door that Sun Li and Sophie were taken away by Tianchi. Feeling uneasy, Johnson quickened his pace. Sun Li called Johnson again. "Johnson, help." Before he could finish his words, there was a loud noise from the phone, followed by a roar. "Let me go, bastard. You can't succeed even if I die." She struggled to break free and slapped Zhang Chong fiercely, extremely angry. Zhang Chong's rage instantly exploded. "Bitch! How dare you hit me? I'll make you live a life worse than death tonight. Zhang Chang raised his hand and slapped Sun Li hard in the face. Her screams echoed in the room. Her body collapsed on the bed, dizzy and almost unconscious. Her vision became increasingly blurred, and her mind was filled with the desire for Yin Tianqi to save her, but that expectation was slowly dissipating. After a while, Sun Li finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her eyes went dark, and she fainted. Zhang Chang was delighted and stretched out a hand to approach her. Just as he was about to touch Sun Li, the bedroom door was suddenly kicked open, and several younger brothers fell to the ground screaming, and the air was filled with chaos. A tall figure rushed in. It was Johnson. His eyes were cold, and when he saw the two women on the bed, a strong anger emerged on his face, and his voice was cold. Who dares to act recklessly in front of me? Zhang Chang's expression instantly became distorted. Who is this? How dare you disturb me? One of the younger brothers stood up hastily, his face horrified. Boss, we can't stop them. Zhang Chang was furious. Who are you? I warn you. You'd better not touch her. Johnson's voice was like a cold blade, piercing everyone's heart. How dare you act so arrogant in front of me? I'm Zhang Chang. Do you know who my father is? Zhang who? Johnson smiled calmly. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out. Otherwise, I won't be polite today. Zhang Chang looked disdainful. 3. However, before he could finish, Johnson disappeared like a ghost. Then, a fist suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Chang. Bang! Zhang Chang hit the wall heavily, and his nose was bleeding. Ah! Someone come quickly. Kill him for me. Zhang Chang shouted in pain, and then several younger brothers rushed in with weapons. Johnson was not afraid at all. His eyes were cold, as if Zhang Chang was the only one in front of him at this moment. What are you still standing there for? Go! Zhang Chang roared. The room was instantly filled with the sound of fighting. Johnson closed his eyes slightly, and a powerful aura swept over him. Internal force gushed out of his body, and the atmosphere instantly became icy cold. The faces of several younger brothers changed drastically, and they were overwhelmed by this powerful aura and felt suffocated. You're a warrior? Zhang Chang looked at Johnson in horror. Chapter 17, True Strength. Whoever kills this guy will be given 10 million. Zhang Chang suddenly tightened his belt, his heart in a panic. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was a warrior. Warriors are the most powerful beings in the world. Even his father Zhang, who is no more powerful than him. He was about to run away, but he saw that the brothers behind him were no longer afraid. The temptation of money made them crazy, and no one hesitated. As soon as he finished speaking, the leading brother raised his knife and slashed at Johnson without mercy. Johnson dodged the fatal blow by leaning slightly. His fingers easily clamped the back of the knife, and with a click, the blade broke, and Johnson inserted the broken knife steadily into the younger brother's chest. Bang, bang, bang. The wind from his fists whistled as Johnson attacked quickly. Dozens of his men flew backwards like leaves in the wind, blood splattering everywhere. Zhang Chang coldly. Zhang Chang swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of fear. You just said you were going to skin me alive? Johnson sneered, his eyes as cold as ice. I can now make you feel what it means to live a life worse than death. Zhang Chang collapsed instantly. Sir, spare my life. He begged. I know I was wrong. Give me a chance. I will give you any amount of money. Money? I have no shortage of it. Johnson sneered. Can the conditions you mentioned make me feel at ease? Zhang Chang quickly added. I'll give you 50 million, 100 million. Cooperate with my father, and Dragon City will be invincible from now on. Johnson looked at him coldly and suddenly kicked Zhang Chang's knee. The sound of bone fracture was heard, and Zhang Chang was in excruciating pain. Master, please. Zhang Chang begged for mercy in pain, tears mixed with blood flowing down his face. Johnson was unmoved. You scum, even death can't make up for it. He kicked Zhang Chang hard with his toes, and Zhang Chang fainted from the pain. After finishing all this, Johnson walked toward Sun Li, who was lying on the bed. He gently felt Sun Li's pulse, and fortunately her breathing was steady, but he found that her skin was hot as fire. What did that bastard Yin Tianqi feed her? Johnson whispered angrily, picked up Sun Li, and left quickly. He hurriedly sent Sun Li to the car, and sent Sophie to the Longqing Hotel, and asked Zhao Fu to protect their safety. When they got back to Sun's house, Sun Hao and Chun Li were still awake. Seeing Johnson holding his daughter, Sun Hao was stunned and almost spit out his tea. Johnson, what's going on? Chun Li quickly stood up, showing a concerned expression. She drank too much. Johnson lied, thinking that if his godmother knew the truth, she would probably not be able to sleep tonight. Drunk? Okay, take her upstairs quickly. Sun Hao is still unhappy. What are you doing? Let go of my daughter. Stop messing around. Look at Johnson. He was so kind to send her back. Stop complaining. Chun-Li scolded Sun Hao and watched Johnson take Sun Li upstairs. Sun Hao was worried. His eyes were full of doubt and dissatisfaction. Johnson put Sun Li down, placed her on the bed, and then went to soak in honey water. He's just unconscious. He'll wake up tomorrow morning, he said to himself. After closing the door, Johnson returned to his room, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the energy of the Yuanyang earth vein. He felt that the hidden injuries in his body were recovering. Once they were fully healed, he would be able to break through to the Kaiyuan realm and become a truly powerful man. On the other side, Yin Tianchi had already quietly left the hotel. After seeing Johnson, he immediately quickened his pace and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These two bastards ruined my business again today, but Johnson has offended Zhang Chong and his death is imminent. At this moment, Yin Tianchi didn't know that Zhang Chong had completely become a waste and would not be able to have a sex life for the rest of his life. He didn't know that he had escaped another disaster. Chapter 18. Zhang, who is furious. The next morning, Sun Li woke up with a splitting headache. She couldn't remember anything that happened the night before. Zhang Chong's wretched face in a daze, and what happened after that seemed to be a blackout. Why am I home? That's right, it's Zhang Chong. That bastard tried to defile me. Sun Li hurriedly touched her body and looked at her clothes, realizing it was a false alarm. She knew she was fine and nothing happened, so she quickly picked up her phone and called Sophie. Qian, how are you? Sophie had woken up long ago and left the Dragon City Hotel. When she was asked, she knew nothing. She called Yin Tianchi again, and after answering the call, Yin Tianchi felt very guilty. But he still calmed down and picked up the phone. Hello? Miss Sun, what happened last night? Didn't you send us two back to the hotel? Sun Li asked. That's right. Sun Li. Yin Tianchi's thoughts raced, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Zhang Chong was determined to do something indecent to you last night. I saved you. Sun Li heard that it was Yin Tianchi who saved her. She immediately felt grateful. Then Yin Tianchi continued. You asked me to find Johnson last night, but when he saw Zhang Chong and his gang, he ran away. It was because I stood in front of you that Zhang Chong gave up. But you know young Master Zhang's temper. He slapped me in the face. Don't worry. If Zhang Chong dares to cause trouble for you again, I will definitely stand on your side. Yin Tianchi spoke with great emotion and a tone full of concern, as if he believed what he said. Hearing this, Sun Li's face changed. Johnson was the first one to run away. If Yin Tianchi hadn't protected her and Sophie, no one knows what would have happened last night. Until now, Sun Li is still scared. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know how that bastard Zhang Chong would treat the two of us. Hearing this, Yin Tianchi's mood suddenly improved a lot, as if the haze of last night was swept away. He couldn't help but admire his own clever brain. This is what I should do. Sun Li, are you free today? I'll treat you to dinner. Yin Tianchi took the opportunity to invite Sun Li. After hesitating for a while, Sun Li agreed. Okay, Qian and I will go together today. This meal is on my table. I should really thank you. No big deal. Yin Tianchi was overjoyed when he heard her agree. This was the first time Sun Li agreed to have dinner with him. Could it be that she really had a chance? It was hard to say whether Sun Li would really agree to be his girlfriend. Once Sun Li agreed, when she got tired of playing with him, she could just throw him away. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Sun Li had no idea what was going on in Yin Tianchi's mind. But after Sun Li agreed, she suddenly worried. Zhang Chong is Zhang Hu's biological son. Zhang Hu is the famous underground emperor of Longchang. What if Zhang Hu causes trouble for us? Unconsciously, Sun Li tied herself and Yin Tianchi together. When Yin Tianchi heard her call he immediately patted his chest. With a look of confidence, he said, Humph, my Yin family is not jealous. Yin family, Sun family, Su family. I don't believe Zhang Hu dares to deal with our three major families at the same time. The Yin family is the strongest and is considered to be one of the strongest second-rate families in Longqing. The Sun and Su families are slightly weaker, but their three families have dealings with many big families in Longqing. Yin Tianchi's words were like a shot of adrenaline, making Sun Li completely relieved. Thinking back to what happened last night, the impression of Johnson in his mind suddenly dropped several levels. This Johnson is really bad at everything he does, except running away. Chinxiang last night, bastard. Suddenly gritted her teeth. She felt a little dizzy last night. When Tianchi sent her to the hotel, she didn't see what happened at the launching hotel at all. She even naively thought that it was Tianchi who sent her back. Little did they know that if it were ain't for Johnson, both of them would have lost their chastity and innocence long ago. Suddenly changed her clothes and hurried downstairs. Beside the bed was the honey water that Johnson had thoughtfully prepared for her, but she ignored it all. As soon as they went out, the door of the opposite room was also pushed open, and Sun Li and Johnson looked at each other. Johnson fiercely and then went downstairs. Johnson was confused. What happened to her so early in the morning? Was she angry? Ignoring her, I went downstairs. Chun Li had already prepared breakfast. Mom, Sun Li, are you awake? Did you have fun last night? Chun Li said with a smile. Sun Li frowned. Her face suddenly darkened. Happy? Huh. I'm so happy I'm dying. Sun Li glared at Johnson again. You ran pretty fast last night? Johnson was stunned, not understanding what Sun Li was talking about. Pretending. Let's see how long you can pretend. How ungrateful. Sun Li turned around and started eating breakfast by herself. Johnson looked innocent and ungrateful. Could he be talking to me? If it weren't for me last night, you would have had no place to cry. He didn't understand what happened to Sun Li. After thinking about it, he still didn't ask. You girl, you drank too much last night, and Johnson sent you back with good intentions. Why do you say that to him? Chun Li scolded, with her hands on her hips. Your dad asked you to find a job for Johnson, and it just so happens that Johnson doesn't have a job. Hearing about the job assignment, Sun Li became even angrier. Why should I assign him a job? Just arrange it when I ask you to. Don't you know what your father's company needs? Sun Hao is usually busy with social events outside, so general matters in the company are left to Sun Li to handle. Unless something serious happens, he will make his own decision. Hearing this, Sun Li rolled her eyes. Got it. My dad's company is short of a security guard. I think Johnson is suitable. After saying that, Sun Li started eating by herself, and Sun Hao almost laughed out loud. He thought his daughter was happy because of Johnson last night, but he didn't expect that his worry was unnecessary. It looks like she's not happy at all. She's just angry. I don't need to worry about her. I asked you to arrange work, but how can you arrange a security guard? No, I don't agree, Chun Li said angrily. Johnson quickly tried to smooth things over. It's okay. Godmother, I just like this job. There's nothing wrong with being a security guard. Look, people have said it. There's nothing wrong with it. After finishing her meal, Sun Li walked out without looking back. Seeing that Johnson had agreed, Chun Li didn't know what to say. Her daughter was becoming more and more outrageous. On the other side, Tiananmen No. 1 Villa District is home to the most luxurious villa district in Longsheng. At this moment, in the Zhang family villa, a figure was wrapped in bandages, lying on the bed dying. Blood was still oozing out of his crotch from time to time. Dad, I'm a useless person. Woo-woo. Dad, you must help me get revenge. Help me kill that Johnson. No, I will kill him with my own hands. I will torture him for 3 days and 3 nights and make his life worse than death. Zhang Chang was lying on a bed, tears streaming down his eyes uncontrollably. Dozens of guards stood nearby, and you could hear a pin drop in the entire hall. On the sofa in the middle, a middle-aged man with a slick-back hair was smoking a cigarette, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water was dripping out of it. Bang! Suddenly, the man stepped on the coffee table in front of him and broke it in half. Johnson, if I don't take revenge, I, Zhang Hu, will not be a human being. If you dare to hurt my son, I will chop him into meat paste and feed him to the dogs. Chapter 19, The Man Behind Tianjun Group. Zhang Hu was furious, and at this moment, a figure rushed in from outside the door of Zhang's villa in panic. Boss, something terrible has happened. The guard's hands were shaking, and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhang, who was already angry, and picked up the little brother. Damn it, why are you panicking? Can't you see I'm mad? But the younger brother took out an envelope sealed with golden wax from his arms and handed it to Zhang Hu. Yes, it was handed to me personally by President Zhao of Tianjun Group. The younger brother knelt on his knees. Hearing this, Zhang Hu was shocked. Which Tianjun Group? Master Zhang, there is no Tianjun Group in Longsheng. A man smoking a cigar on the sofa next to him frowned. This person is Li Zihong, the head of the Li family. It was he who was behind the scenes and divided up the Yi family's assets, allowing the Li family to leap from a second-rate family to a first-rate family in Longcheng in just 3 years. Zhang Hu was stunned when he heard his words. He was well aware of the huge Tianjun group. It was an unshakable mountain for the entire Longcheng. However, Zhang Hu was engaged in some shady activities, and on the surface, only a few companies helped him launder money behind the scenes. Although several companies have grown larger and started to make legitimate livings after operating for many years. But Zhang Hu had never dealt with the Tianjun group. So how could he have received the golden letter from the president of the Tianjun group? Only the nobles of Tianjun group have the honor to receive this golden letter. Could it be that Tianjun group wants to do business with him? Dad, Tianjun group has moved into Dragon City. I guess they want to make friends with you. No matter what, our Zhang family is still the backbone of Longcheng. Zhang Chong next to him was a little excited, as if he had forgotten the pain in his crotch. You must know that the Tianjun group is rich enough to rival a country and is the strongest group standing at the top of the Dragon Country. If the Zhang family could rely on this big mountain, it is possible that the Zhang family's power could be doubled. By then, all the families in Longcheng will have to submit to the Zhang family and tremble in fear. After hearing what his son said, Zhang Hu was overjoyed, and he quickly opened the envelope in his hand. But the next moment, a line of large, bright red characters shocked him, as if he had been struck by lightning. The young master of Tianjun Group orders that in 3 days, your Zhang family will be destroyed, and Zhang Hu will be killed. Zhang Hu, clean your neck and wait. Zhang Hu looked at the big words above in horror. Although he didn't believe it, the letter was personally delivered by Mr. Zhao of Tianjun Group. There was no way it could be fake. Fuck you. How dare the Tianjun Group threaten me? Zhang Hu, the domineering internal force, instantly turned the envelope in his palm into pieces. Everyone looked at Zhang Hu, and Zhang Chong was the first to speak. Dad, what's wrong? The young master of Tianjun Group threatened to destroy my Zhang family in 3 days. Let me clean my neck and wait. Boom. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Zhang family looked horrified. Only Zhang, who had a cold and murderous look in his eyes. Dad, how? How is this possible? Our Zhang family has never had any conflicts with the Tianjun Group. How could they attack us? Zhang Chong was so scared that he almost got up from his bed. He was a coward to begin with. If he didn't rely on this biological father, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to carry shoes for others. Zhang Chong was instantly awakened by the sharp pain in his lower body. It hurts! When Li Zihong heard that the Tianjun Group was going to destroy the Zhang family, his eyes were filled with shock. Zhang! Master Zhang, is this true? How could Tianjun Group? If Li Zihong hadn't happened to be here today, he probably wouldn't even know about this shocking news. But if it was really a death order from the young master of Tianjun Group, then Longcheng would probably be shaken. Zhang Hu looked at Li Zihong and said coldly, My Zhang family has always kept its distance from the Tianjun Group. We have given it all the respect it deserves. Tianjun Group actually said that they want to destroy my Zhang family. I am Zhang Hu, and I am not made of clay. Pass on my order. Quickly gather all the experts inside and outside the Zhang family and put them on full alert. In addition, mobilize all heavy firepower and conduct patrols and security 24 hours a day. Following Zhang Hu's order, the 24 martial arts masters in the hall knelt on one knee and said in unison, Yes. Master Zhang, you are not unaware of the strength of the Tianjun Group, but I have a question. Li Zihong frowned and said thoughtfully, I have seen Zhao Fu, the chairman of Tianjun Group, with my own eyes. The Tianjun Group has been in Longcheng for 3 years, but I have never heard of any young master in the Tianjun Group. Where did this young master come from? Li Zihong can be considered as Zhang Hu's younger brother. He has a good brain, otherwise he would not have been able to bring the Li family to its current position. That's right. Damn it. Why did a lousy young master suddenly appear out of nowhere? Dad, how about we go to Yunqing to take shelter first? Tianjun Group is very powerful. I'm afraid. Zhang Chong is scared to death now. No matter how strong their Zhang family is, it is difficult to compete with the Tianjun Group. He didn't want to die yet. Seeing Zhang Chong's expression, Zhang Hu became furious. He walked up to Zhang Chong and slapped him hard on the back of his head. You useless thing! You're already thinking of running away before anyone even comes to you. And now I've been ruined. My whole life's reputation is going to be ruined by you. Zhang Hu is only this one son, but he turns out to be such a loser. Looking at him, Zhang Hu gets angry. Zhang Chong trembled and dared not speak. Then Zhang Hu said, "During this period of time, you should take good care of your injuries. What about that bastard Johnson? Dad, you have to avenge me. Don't worry. Tomorrow I will send a few experts to kill him without anyone noticing. Besides, since you like those two girls, I'll capture them and use them to vent your anger." Zhang Hu stood with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, Zhang Chong was overjoyed. However, it was really a good thing for that bastard Johnson that he couldn't torture him personally. But Zhang Chong had already decided to vent all his resentment on Sun Li and Sophie. Overnight, the Zhang family was fully armed. Even heavy machine guns were mounted on the walls. Johnson naturally didn't know about all this. At this moment, he was accompanying Sun Li to attend Yin Tianqi's dinner party. Sun Li drove to pick up Sophie and chose a high-end hotel. Johnson was like a follower, which made her annoyed. But I had just promised my mother to arrange a job for Johnson, so I could only wait until the dinner was over before making the arrangements. When the three of them arrived at the hotel entrance, they saw Yin Tianqi wearing shiny leather boots and dressed very handsomely, waiting at the door. When Yin Tianqi saw Johnson's face, the smug expression on his face stopped abruptly, and he felt guilty. Chapter 20, I advise you to take care of yourself. Mr. Yin. Sophie saw Yin Tianqi. She was the first to run forward. After listening to Sun Li's retelling, she was really scared to death. Huh, Qian Qian. Yin Tianqi felt guilty and glanced at Johnson with one eye, observing his expression. Johnson still doesn't know what's going on? Why did Sun Li take the initiative to invite this bastard to dinner? Knowing Sun Li's temper, Johnson decided to follow her quietly to see what was going on. Sun Li also put Johnson down and shook hands with Yin Tianqi directly. Thank you so much for what happened last night. If you hadn't saved us, I would have been defiled by that bastard Zhang Chong. Yes, thanks to Mr. Yin. I was really scared to death. Sophie smiled and looked grateful. Sun Li seemed to have gotten rid of her previous prejudice against Yin Tianqi and said embarrassedly, "Thank you for sending me home." Hearing these words, Johnson was confused. What's going on? Shouldn't I be the one to take you home? This is all as it should be. After all, we have been good friends for a long time. Well, let's go. I'll treat you two to a good meal. After dinner, let's go sing. Yin Tianqi was a little embarrassed, but he could only pretend. Seeing the three of them chatting happily, Johnson hurried forward. Hey, Sun Li, I think you made a mistake. I should be the one to send you home. If you want to thank someone, you should thank me. Johnson finally understood the whole story. It seemed that Yin Tianqi, this shameless guy, was hypocritical and lied to Sun Li, saying that he was the one who sent the two back. Hearing this, Yin Tianqi was immediately shocked. If he was discovered, he would be doomed. Johnson stared at Yin Tianqi with a cold face, which made him feel scared. Hearing this, Sun Li immediately turned around and angrily scolded Johnson. Do you have any shame? It's fine that you ran away from the battlefield. Now you want to take all the credit on you. I really don't know how my mother chose you to be her godson. Sophie also frowned and gave Johnson an impatient look. Johnson, why are you like this? It's fine that you follow Sun Li and cause trouble everywhere, but now you want to discredit Master Yin? Johnson was really amused by these two idiots, but he didn't get angry at them. Instead, he walked over and grabbed Yin Tianqi by the collar. Yin Tianqi, tell them who rescued them. What? Let him go. Johnson, don't go too far. Don't think that I can tolerate you endlessly just because my mom protects you. Sun Li grabbed Johnson's arm, her eyes full of anger. Let go of Master Yin. Johnson, do you still want to go to jail? If you don't let go, I will call the police. Sophie also grabbed Johnson's other arm, and the three of them were in a stalemate. When Yin Tianqi saw Sun Li and Sophie defending him like this, the fear in his heart was immediately swept away. Johnson, I saw you drive away that day with my own eyes. If I wasn't the one who saved Sun Li, could it be you? Yin Tianqi said without thinking. Hearing this, Sophie and Sun Li became even more angry. Seeing them like this, Johnson smiled and shook his head. I'm too lazy to explain to you. I haven't told my parents yet that you offended Chun Xiang. If they knew, you could forget about staying in my house. Sun Li was so angry at Johnson. It's up to you. I advise you to stay away from him. Johnson pointed at Yin Tianqi and said that he was just fulfilling his responsibility. It didn't matter to Johnson who saved him. He glared at Yin Tianqi coldly, then let go of his hand. Sun Li also glared at Johnson. I also advise you to take care of yourself. Seeing this, Yin Tianqi became more excited. It seemed like there was a chance. Sun Lee's attitude towards him was much better than that bastard Johnson. From now on, I can use some tricks to completely alienate the two of them. Isn't Sun Lee still my plaything? Okay, okay. Sun Lee, you can't blame Brother Yi for this. He might have drunk a little too much last night. I can't remember this. From now on, we are all friends. In Tianchi looked broad-minded. Seeing In Tianchi's magnanimity and looking at Johnson's cold and handsome look, Sun Lee and Sophie despised Johnson even more. Did you hear that? Learn from Master In. How generous. Okay, Sun Lee, let's go upstairs and eat. Sophie didn't want to argue with Johnson, so she pulled Sun Lee upstairs. Brother Yi, would you like to go upstairs and eat something together? In Tianchi invited hypocritically. Sun Lee was hesitant, still thinking about whether to take Johnson up, when she suddenly heard Johnson's voice. Go ahead. I won't spoil your fun. Johnson got into the car directly, not bothering to pay any more attention to the three of them. All right. Sun Lee didn't say much, and the three of them went up to the restaurant. In Tianchi, it seems that you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Johnson showed murderous intent in his eyes. With him here, Johnson is naturally not afraid of what In Tianchi does. From In Tianchi's look just now, Johnson was certain that he was the one who tampered with the wine that day. Just then, Johnson's phone rang. It was Zhao Fu calling. Without even thinking, he picked up the phone. Young master, I've delivered the message. Also, I have planted several spies near the Zhang family. The Zhang family has already put up security, they are fully armed, and they have guns in their hands. Young master, if we really want to destroy the Zhang family, do you want to arrange some troops? Cao Fu asked tentatively. No need. I will take Zhang Hu's life myself. Keep an eye on Jingsu's every move during this period. Johnson said coldly. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Johnson closed his eyes and rested. What if the Zhang family had guns? Now, he was only worried that Zhang Hu would hear the news and run away. Even if it's to the ends of the earth, I won't let him go. At the same time, earth-shaking news spread throughout Longcheng. Zhang Chong, the young master of the Zhang family, has become a disabled man. Zhang Hu sends out strong men to avenge his son. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole Dragon City was in an uproar and everyone was extremely shocked. Zhang Chong's notoriety has long been known to everyone, and Zhang Hu is the underground emperor of Longcheng. Who on earth dared to touch Zhang Hu's son? For a moment, all the major families in Longcheng were watching this good show, and those who had been bullied and harmed by Zhang Chong all smiled. An hour later, Sun Lee and Sophie came down from the restaurant, and In Tianchi followed them contentedly. With this first step, the rest will be much easier. Mr. In, see you next time. Sophie also greeted Mr. In. Sun Lee also smiled and got into the car. Before she knew it, Johnson had fallen asleep in the car. Hey, wake up. I'll take you to the company. Sun Lee pulled Johnson up. Chapter 21, the security guard is not easy to deal with. Go now. Johnson was stunned. Sun Lee frowned. What else? Having said that, Sun Lee stepped on the accelerator and quickly drove towards her company. About half an hour later, we stopped at the door of a building. Looking up, we saw the words China Overseas Group hanging in large letters on the roof. The Sun family has been doing well in recent years, but compared to other families in Longcheng, it is still far behind. How is it? My dad's company is pretty good, right? See the security booth at the door? This will be your workstation from now on. Sun Lee pulled Johnson to the security booth, which was about 30 to 40 square meters in size, with only a bed and some simple daily necessities. I'm guarding the door for you. How much are you paying me? Johnson joked. It depends on your performance, but you are the best fighter among all the men I have ever met. Add in some family affection, and I'll give you a higher price. 3,000 or so, Sun Lee said with a smile, with her hands behind her back. This Johnson really thinks he's a grandfather here. Giving you 3,000 is already very good. Seeing his arrogant face, she got angry, but was a good thing. Now that she had a job, this guy wouldn't have to follow her around and annoy her anymore. Sun Lee thought so, and then took Johnson upstairs. The building was very big. There were 2 antique vases more than 1 meter high in the lobby. The girl at the front desk was very pretty, but Johnson didn't pay much attention to her. This was his first time in Sun Hao's company, and Johnson didn't care about the salary. Coming here is not just about being a security guard. Hello, Ms. Sun. When several employees saw Sun Lee coming, they greeted her one after another. However, their eyes were all on Johnson beside Sun Lee. When did Miss Sun have a boyfriend? I remember she was single all the time, didn't she? It's a new face, first time seeing you. There used to be a young master named Een who came here often. Look at the way he's dressed. He must be the second generation of some wealthy family. Many employees were whispering, extremely curious about Johnson's identity. A male employee pulled his female colleague's sleeve, looking jealous. My goddess has a boyfriend. How can I live like this? What is their identity? What is your identity? That's right, a toad wants to eat swan flesh. Several female employees couldn't help but look at Johnson with admiration. Johnson was very handsome. Moreover, he was born with a domineering temperament, which could easily attract people's attention. In addition, he has been absorbing the yuan-yang earth veins and cleansing his bones and marrow in the past 2 days, and his skin and temperament are getting better and better. Standing there, she gave people an aura of dignity and superiority, but suddenly didn't notice any of that at all. Johnson every day and didn't notice any of the changes in Johnson's body. Johnson heard everything these employees said, but he just shook his head. How has your father's business been these years? Johnson suddenly asked Sunli. Hearing that he was concerned about her business, Sunli frowned immediately. I can't say it's all smooth sailing. I can only say it's okay. You just got out of prison. Why are you asking about these things? Do you think you can do business? No. Johnson shook his head. Then why are you asking? Just be a good security guard. As long as you behave well, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Soon, Sunli brought Johnson to the top floor. When they opened the door, an office of several hundred square meters came into view. In the office, a figure wearing black stockings was sorting out the documents in his hands. When he saw Sunli, he was stunned. Mr. Sun, why are you here? Xiaoyu, how you been these 2 days? Sunli asked with concern. In fact, Sunli doesn't want to manage her father's company. She is smart and good at doing business. But he just thought about playing all day long, unlike Sophie. Apart from the time he was with her, he basically spent the rest of the time helping with the family business. Mr. Sun, I have already drafted all the contracts for the next 2 days. But that piece of land has long been taken by the Manhwa group. If we want to fight for it, we have to pay 30% more than the original amount. Hearing this, Sunli frowned. Last time, didn't Mr. Chen promise me that I only need to pay 10% more? What's going on? I'm not sure about this. Zhao Xiaoyu is Sun Li's secretary. Usually all matters are left to her to handle. The land that Zhao Xiaoyu mentioned is a piece of land that has not been developed. Located in the most prosperous commercial district of Longsheng, this place originally belonged to the Yin family, but the Sun family is also striving for it. Unexpectedly, it finally fell into the hands of Manhwa Group. The chairman of Manhwa Group is Chun Jin, the second son of the Chun family and also Chun An's younger brother. Raising the price is very common in business negotiations. Mr. Sun, what should we do now? That was a feng shui treasure land, and both Sun Li and her father want to take it, but how could the Sun family's strength compare with that of the Chun family? Sun Li just felt a little headache and ignored the matter for the time being, and said to Zhao Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, process the employment process for him. Is this Ms. Sun's boyfriend? Secretary Zhao asked Sun Li with a smile on his face. What boyfriend? No one is allowed to talk nonsense to me from now on. This is Johnson, my mother's godson. From now on, you are an employee of China Overseas Group. Then, Sun Li turned around and said to Johnson, from today on, you are the captain of the security team. Just tell Xiaoyu if you have anything to say. Johnson in surprise. Mr. Sun's mother's godson actually worked as a security guard here. Zhao Xiaoyu thought she had heard it wrong. At this moment, Johnson suddenly asked, you just said there was a piece of land? The Chen family is asking for a price. Don't ask me about business matters. What do you know? Sun Li didn't want to explain to Johnson. Leave this to me. I can help you with it. Johnson was smiling and full of confidence. Sun Li was stunned for a moment. Then she put her hand on Johnson's forehead and touched it. You don't have a fever, do you? I'm telling the truth. Seeing his confident look, Sun Li found it even more ridiculous. Offended Chun Xiang, the eldest son of the Chun family. Now he wants to take this land from the Chun family again. Is he trying to make fun of himself? Johnson did not explain that the reason he agreed to work here was to help the Sun family. In fact, Tianjun Group could also cooperate with the Sun family. It was just a matter of a phone call from Johnson. Johnson went out, called Zhao Fu, and then let him make the arrangements himself. Half an hour later, Zhao Fu directly gave Johnson a phone number and said that Chun was waiting for his call. At this moment, in the lobby of the Chun family, Chun was pacing back and forth anxiously, his face filled with unprecedented joy. Chun Xiang was lying beside him with a bandage hanging on his neck. So, I'm telling you, from now on, you have to treat Johnson like your own father. This is our Chun family's last chance. Hearing this, Chun Xiang felt that his father had gone crazy. That Johnson? Who the hell was he? Chapter 22, Treat him like your own father. Dad, what are you talking about? That Johnson hurt me like this, and he still wants me to do this to him. Just wait and see. This time, I will definitely catch him myself. I will let him know the consequences of offending me. Chun Xiang was so angry that his teeth were itching, asking him to treat Johnson like his own father. Isn't that nonsense? You bastard. What do you know? Do you know who he is? And you still want to cause trouble for him. I'll beat you to death, you useless bastard. Hearing this, Chun was so furious that he was about to explode. He immediately prepared to pull out his belt and teach his bastard son a lesson again. Qin Garong, who was standing by, stopped Chun Xiang behind him and said, "Hasn't it been enough for you to beat your son? Are you going to beat him to death? If you hit him again, you'll kill me too." Chun Xiang pulled his mother's sleeve, fearing that his father would beat him with a belt. Chun Xiang never thought that his father would beat him up when he mentioned Johnson. Who was Johnson? Wasn't he just a prisoner who had just been released from prison? Chun Xiang said angrily, "Mom, tell me the truth. Am I my father's biological child?" This question made Qin Guerong dumbfounded, because Chun Xiang really suspected that he was not his biological child, and Qin Guerong was so angry that her chest heaved. "You bastard! How dare you doubt me? Your own mother." Having said that, Qin Guerong slapped Chun Xiang on the face. Seeing how he looked, Qin Guerong finally understood why Chun and was so angry. Chun Xiang felt extremely aggrieved, and then he said carefully, "Dad, then who do you think Johnson is?" "Who is he?" "He is the chairman of Tianjun Group. He is the young master of the Yi family. He is the sky of Longsheng. Do you want to break this sky?" Chun was very disappointed with Chun Xiang, but these words made Chun Xiang completely dumbfounded. His feet slipped, and he fell to the ground with a terrified expression and eyes full of disbelief. How is it possible How could this guy be the chairman of Tianjun Group? Chun had put his hands behind his back and stared at his son angrily. Chairman Zhao Fuzhao told me this himself? What? Could his words be false? In front of the Tianjun Group, our Chun family is just a tiny ant. Johnson can make our Chun family disappear from Dragon City with just one word. We, the Chun family, must seize this opportunity to express our feelings to Johnson. If you dare to cause trouble for Johnson in the future, I will be the first to destroy you. There was an unquestionable sense of oppression in Chun An's tone, and Chen Zian finally understood why his own father beat him so hard in front of so many rich second generations from Longsheng. Chun Pingyan swallowed his saliva, thinking of his previous experience with Johnson, and felt extremely fortunate that it was his father who saved his life. He hurriedly got up from the ground. "Dad, I know. From now on, Johnson is my real dad." As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly changed his words. "From now on, I will definitely treat Johnson as my own father." "Dad, do you think Johnson will cause trouble for me?" Chun Xiang suddenly felt extremely worried. He was afraid that Johnson would come to him because of what happened that day. Who would be able to save him then? Hearing this, Chun comforted him. "Don't be afraid. This time, you must set a good example. I believe Johnson won't hold it against you for this matter. So, remember my words. The future of our Chun family depends on you. Also, don't tell anyone about this." "Got it." Chun Xiang nodded repeatedly. How would he tell others? Why didn't he understand Chun An's thoughts? He is the boss behind the Tianjun Group, and the Chin family wants to be the first to express their feelings to Johnson. If other people knew about this, they would probably try their best to curry favor with Johnson. Seeing that his son finally came to his senses, Chun finally felt relieved. Then he smiled and said to Chun Xiang, "Manager Zhao has already informed me just now. Johnson said he would call me personally. Now it's time for our Chun family to show their love." Chun Xiang was very excited. As long as Johnson didn't pursue him, he would be willing to do anything. Thinking about the future of the Chun family, which would not be confined to this small dragon city, Chun Xiang was so excited that he almost jumped up. In the future, he will even have the opportunity to lead the Chun family to dominate Longsheng and advance into the whole country. And now, only the Chun family knows about this matter. Qin Gurong also understood the importance and reason behind it, and was delighted to see the two men reconcile. 3 minutes later, Chun An's cell phone rang. Seeing the phone, Chunin picked it up without thinking. Hello. Master Chun, how are you? Hearing the voice, Chunin bent down 90 degrees, almost performing a great salute. His current mood was indescribable. Yay, Johnson. Chunin nodded. Yes. Fuhua Group belongs to your Chun family, right? Johnson went straight to the point. Chun nodded repeatedly. Yes. Johnson, just tell me if you have anything to say. My son offended you earlier. Please don't be angry. Johnson didn't expect that Chunin was so easy to talk to. Based on previous events, he had a good impression of Chunin. Small problem. Zhonghai Group has a piece of land, and I heard that it is in your hands. My sister wants to buy this land, and I heard that Fuhua Group is asking for a price that is 50% higher than the original price before they are willing to give in. China Shipping Group? Your sister? Johnson, may I ask who your sister is? Suddenly, Qin Xiang leaned over and heard the answer on the phone. For a moment, he couldn't help but regret his reckless behavior. It turns out that Sun Li is Johnson's sister. What kind of thing did I do? I almost ruined the entire Chun family because of my mistake. But now, Qin Xiang didn't dare to have any thoughts about Sun Li. Nothing is more important than the fate of your family. So you're Johnson's sister. I'm willing to give that piece of land to Miss Sun for free. Don't worry, from now on, our Chun family will be the strong backing of the Sun family. Miss Sun's father and I have always had a good relationship. Johnson, wait for me now. I'll be there right away. Then I'll trouble Master Chun. Johnson hung up the phone with satisfaction. Chun was ecstatic. This opportunity came so quickly. He immediately changed his clothes and left the Chun family with Qin Xiang. On the other side, when Johnson came in after finishing his phone call, he saw Sun Li with her arms folded, staring at him with an unpleasant look on her face. A phone call from you? Do you want Fuhua Group to give this land to me? Huh? Sun Li sneered. Chapter 23, Free Contract. It's just a piece of land, Johnson said calmly. Not to mention a piece of land, even if it was the entire Dragon City, as long as Johnson wanted, he could take it. Strength is everything, and he has it. Sun Li smiled and looked at Zhao Xiaoyu. Did you hear that? He just likes to brag. How can I let him do business with such a person? After hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyu seemed to understand a little bit. This guy looked handsome, but turned out to be a big braggart. No wonder Mr. Sun assigned him the position of security captain, presumably to temper Johnson's temper. Your work badge. Soon, Zhao Xiaoyu gave Johnson a work badge. This means that from today on, Johnson officially takes up his post as a security captain of China Overseas Group. It seems that I should go to Fuhua Group in person. We must take this place. Sun Li made up her mind. Such a good piece of land is coveted not only by the Sun family, but also by all the other major families in Longqing. Not to mention the 100 million yuan price tag. In just a few years, this piece of land will surely increase several times in value. Before the Tianjin Group intervened, Sun Li insisted on buying it from the Fuhua Group. If it really doesn't work, then just pay half the money, said Sun Li, packing up the contract and preparing to go downstairs. Okay, I have something else to do. Xiaoyu, take Johnson to meet the colleagues in the company. We will live under the same roof in the future, so we need to meet each other more often. Sun Li smiled and turned to leave, finally getting rid of this follower. Suddenly, Johnson stopped her and checked the time on his watch. Wait, someone will be here soon. You don't have to go over there. Ooh, Sun Li looked confused. At this moment, outside the China Overseas Group, a Rolls-Royce with a license plate number, a 99999, suddenly stopped at the door of the company. Sun Li was stunned for a moment, only to see Chun and Qin Xiang quickly get out of the car and enter the gate. It's this scumbag. Why is he here? Seeing Qin Xiang's aggressive attitude, Sun Li was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she saw the bandage on his arm, and then she reacted. It's over. It's because of what happened that night. Qin Xiang is here to cause trouble. Johnson, this is all your fault. What should I do? What should I do? Sun Li was spinning around anxiously. Qin Xiang's father is here. Sun Li has heard about his father's temper. If I see Johnson, I will not let him off easily. Sun Li grabbed Johnson's arm and said, Hurry, hide first. When Qin Xiang comes in later, I'll say I didn't see you. He must be here for revenge. Sun Li didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter, so this was the only way out. Unexpectedly, Johnson shook off his hand and looked at her with a smile. Do you have a cigarette? Give me one. During his 3 years in prison, Johnson learned to smoke when he first entered. Later, through practice, I gradually quit smoking. Now, I suddenly missed the taste of the cigarettes. He crossed his legs and sat down on the sofa with a swagger. Sun Li Jiao said angrily, Johnson, what on earth are you going to do? It's because of what you did. If it weren't for you, why would Chin Xiang come to my door? Seeing Johnson's nonchalant and careless look, Sun Li felt like her lungs were about to explode. Why are you panicking? I'm here. Johnson looked at the desk. Sun Li didn't smoke, and there was no cigarette in the office. She couldn't understand what Johnson wanted to do. Did he really want to die? Never mind. It was her fault. Just stay here. If Chun Xiang causes trouble for you, I'll stop him. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have talked nonsense and told Chun Xiang that Johnson was his boyfriend, and things wouldn't have turned out like this. While I was thinking, two figures pushed open the office door and walked in sweating profusely. Miss Sun, I am Chun and the patriarch of the Chun family. Chunin walked toward Sun Li and actually bowed to her. Then he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Sun Li, saying, Miss Sun, if you like my land, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known it was you, I would have had someone send the contract over long ago. This matter is all my fault. I was careless and didn't tell my second brother. But don't worry, Zhonghai Group will be the most important partner of our Fuhua Group in the future. This piece of land is my gift to you. Please accept it. Chun hurriedly asked Chun Xiang to take out the contract and handed it to Sun Li very respectfully. Sun Li was completely dumbfounded. Chun, Master Chun, you are not here to see him. Sun Li pointed at Johnson, who was sitting on the sofa next to her. The moment they entered the room, Chun and Chun Xiang noticed Johnson sitting on the sofa. For a moment, the two were frightened and excited. But who was Chunin? He quickly calmed himself down and first expressed his sincerity to Sun Li, so that Johnson could see everything he had done. Johnson was very satisfied with Chun An's actions, and he smiled at Chunin. This smile made Chun An even more excited, while Sun Li was confused. What was going on? She knew very well how much the land was worth, and Chunin just gave it to her and even made the trip in person. When Sun Li opened the contract, her heart trembled. This was not a fake contract. It had Chun An's personal signature and the seal of Fuhua Group on it. Chun Xiang bowed his head deeply and apologized to Sun Li. Miss Sun, I'm sorry for what happened that day. Don't worry, I will never offend you again in the future. Please forgive me for any mistakes I've made in the past. Chun Xiang's attitude was so sincere that he almost buried his head in the ground. This scumbag will apologize. Has the sun risen from the west? Sun Li felt like she was dreaming. She pinched her thigh, and the pain made her realize that this was not a dream. At this time, Johnson said, Do you have cigarettes? I have some here. Chunin was quick to pull out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket and lit one for Johnson. Johnson took a deep breath and exhaled gently, the aroma of tobacco lingering on his fingertips. His face revealed an unprecedented maturity and vicissitudes. Sun Li looked at him, and for a moment, she seemed to have an indescribable sense of strangeness. Chunin stepped forward and was about to pay his respects to Johnson, but Johnson glanced at him. Chunin immediately understood. Hello, Mr. Yi. Zifeng, why don't you say hello to Mr. Yi? Hello, Mr. Yi. A drop of cold sweat seeped out of Chun Xiang's forehead. Sun Li stared at Johnson blankly. You guys, we've made peace. Since Mr. Chun means so well, just accept the contract. Johnson said with a smile on his face. Sun Li looked at Johnson's face, her mind in a mess. Was it because of him that the Chun family father and son gave her that feng shui treasure land? No, that's impossible. How could Johnson be so capable? Johnson hurriedly explained. Master Chun and brother Zhao have a good relationship, so we know each other. Johnson's lie was a little forced, but Sun Li was simple-minded and didn't notice anything wrong. So that's how it is. Sun Li hurriedly put the contract away. Chapter 24, What are you doing here? Xiaoyu, hurry up and make tea for Master Chun and young Master Chun. Sun Li hurriedly ordered Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhao Xiaoyu was shocked when she saw the attitude of Chen's father and son toward Johnson. Mr. Sun assigned him the position of security captain. Isn't this nonsense? Zhao Xiaoyu has seen countless people, and judging from a series of actions just now, Johnson's status in the minds of the Chun father and son is definitely not low. Even higher than Sun Li. This Johnson is very mysterious and very masculine. Soon, Zhao Xiaoyu made tea for several people. Chun Xiang didn't even dare to sit down until Chunin spoke. Sun Li felt that Chun Xiang's condition today was very strange, and actually it was all caused by nervousness. Facing the big boss behind the Tianjun group, Chun Xiang seemed a little at a loss. Chun hurriedly patted Chen Xiang on the shoulder and said, "My son is a bit of a jerk, but he is not a bad person by nature. I hope Miss Sun will be more tolerant and bear with this disappointing thing. Zifeng, you have to learn more from Miss Sun and Mr. Yi in the future, got it?" Chun spoke earnestly, and Chen Xiang nodded repeatedly. "Dad, I understand." Seeing him like this, Sun Li couldn't help but sigh in her heart that Chen Xiang, as a father, was much better than she was. With a father like this, the son shouldn't be too bad. Although she looked down on what Chen Xiang did in the past, she could still do business with him. The strength of the Chun family as a first-class family is not to be underestimated. Chun took a sip of tea and continued. "Miss Sun, you need to come and see this piece of land in person. We originally planned to build a villa area here, but what?" Sun Li was stunned. "However, this place is a bit weird. A few days ago, workers told me that many of their people were possessed by evil spirits. His body is as stiff as a stone. It's like he has some strange disease." Chun didn't want anything to go wrong after Sun Li took over. At that time, he was in a difficult situation, so he told Sun Li the details. Sun Li was also surprised. She had asked a feng shui master to calculate this place, which was warm in winter and cool in summer. It was a rare and good place. Besides, he had been there last time, so how come he was fine? Sun Li nodded solemnly. "Thank you. I'll go over and take a look this afternoon." "Okay. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Mr. Sun, Mr. Yi, see you next time." After saying goodbye to Sun Li and Johnson, Chen left China Overseas Group without stopping. Sun Li put the contract away and went downstairs. Since she had accepted the land, she had to go and check the situation. Moreover, after much thought, she decided to pay some money to the Chun family rather than accepting other people's things for free. But what puzzled him most was Johnson. She turned around and looked at him with a strange look. "Are you so proud? The Chun family gave me this land for free? Are you hiding something from me?" Sun Li looked him up and down. I wanted to see something from Johnson, but I could see nothing. After a moment, Johnson said, "I don't have that much face. Can you say that Tianjun Group wants to cooperate with you? Don't I know Brother Zhao? We are lucky enough to have met." "Okay, don't you want to go and look at the land? I'll go with you." Chen said this place is weird. I want to know why it's weird. Having said that, Johnson went downstairs without paying any attention to Sun Li Jin. Sun Li glared at him. This guy was absent from work on his first day at work today. Considering that she was in a good mood, she would not pursue the matter. Sun Li followed closely behind, drove her own Audi, and sped away with Johnson. Chen gave to Sun Li is next to Longhu Lake, which is the most expensive place in Longchen. Soon Sun Li's car arrived at the gate of the construction site. Looking around, she saw that an area covering thousands of square meters was fenced off, and there were many workers inside. Not far away is the headquarters of Fuhua Group, where Sun Li and Johnson have just arrived. Two staff members came up to greet him. "Is this Mr. Sun? Mr. Chen asked me to wait for you here." Sun Li nodded politely. Looking at the bustling commercial district not far away, Sun Li already had thousands of ideas for developing this precious land. But before that, we need to take a look at what this feng shui treasure land is like. Just as Johnson and Sun Li were about to follow the staff and prepare to go in, suddenly, a Rolls-Royce rushed over. Immediately afterwards, Johnson saw Zhang Tao and Olivia getting out of the car. There were many people in suits behind, and Zhang Tao saw Johnson at first sight. He smiled coldly. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! What are you doing here as a prisoner?" Zhang Tao motioned for Johnson to make way. Johnson frowned. "I'm curious. What are you two doing here?" Hearing this, Zhang Tao laughed and said, "What am I here for? I'm telling you, a prisoner. Are you crazy? I'm here to look at the land. Get lost." As he said that, Zhang Tao took the lead and wanted to go in. When he passed by Johnson, Zhang Tao bumped into him hard with his shoulder. Unfortunately, he didn't know Johnson's current strength. After the collision, Zhang Tao fell headfirst as if he had hit a concrete pillar. The bone made a cracking sound and almost broke. Seeing this, Olivia was furious. She had tolerated Johnson for a long time. This bastard, relying on Sun Li's presence, actually dared to bump into her fiancé. "Johnson, how dare you talk back to my fiancé?" As she spoke, Olivia slapped Johnson in the face. No matter whether Sun Li was present today or not, she was determined to teach this prisoner a lesson. Johnson's face showed murderous intent, and Olivia's waving hand stopped abruptly and was caught steadily by Johnson. With a slap, Johnson slapped her in the face. "Do you really think I dare not hit you? Blind thing. It was clearly Zhang Tao who bumped into her on purpose, but this bitch insisted that he was the one looking for trouble. In that case, there was no need to show any mercy. This slap made Olivia completely crazy. She screamed, You dare to hit me? I'm going to make you look good today. Husband, hurry up and help me. I'm going to break one of his legs. When Zhang Tao heard Olivia calling him husband, he was immediately delighted. Then he ordered his men to surround Johnson. Zhang Tao glared at Johnson and said, Damn it, whichever hand you use to hit my wife, I will cripple that hand. Johnson fiercely. At this moment, not far away, several figures came towards this side with majesty and anger. Stop! A voice scolded Zhang Tao. Chapter 25, The Coldest Thing. Zhang Tao and Olivia turned around at the same time and saw Chunin, Qin Xiang, and several of his men walking towards them. Chunin walked straight up to Zhang Tao. Just as Zhang Tao was about to say hello to him, he was suddenly slapped in the face and flew away. Then, Chunin stepped on Zhang Tao's face and twisted it back and forth. Zhang Tao, I think you were so bold as to come here to pick a fight with me. Mr. Chun. Zhang Tao's nose was bleeding. Chunin picked him up from the ground, his eyes looking as if he wanted to tear Zhang Tao apart. Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. Their Zhang family and Chun family had a good relationship, and he had already made an agreement with the second son of the Chun family the day before yesterday to come and check out this piece of land. Why did Chunin attack him without saying a word when they met? Zhang Tao wanted to explain. Mr. Chun, listen to me. It was your brother Chun Jin who promised me personally to come and see this piece of land, and also said that this piece of land could be given to me. You fart. Chun An's saliva was about to drown Zhang Tao. Hurry up and take your people with you and get out of here. I have already given this land to Miss Sun. Also, did you just want to cut off Mr. Ye's arm? You bastard. You are tired of living. Fuck you. Chunin slapped Zhang Tao in the face several more times. Olivia turned pale with fright and backed away repeatedly. Johnson looked at Olivia coldly. As expected, she thought that after marrying Zhang Tao and marrying into a wealthy family, she had the right to tell him what to do. Little did he know that in his eyes, Olivia was just an ant and the Zhang family was just an ant. If he is really angered, he wouldn't mind crushing the Zhang family to death. Chunin beat up Zhang Tao, then turned around and glared at Olivia. Olivia looked at Johnson in horror, and she was still wondering how Johnson knew Chunin. Chunin shouted angrily, Get lost. Don't let me see you two again. Also, from today on, all cooperation between the Zhang family and my Chun family will be canceled. Ms. Sun, Mr. Yi, please come this way. Chunin personally led Johnson and Sun Li and walked past Olivia and Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was in tears. He had come here to discuss business, but he didn't expect that because of Johnson, the business failed and his source of income was cut off. The cooperation project with the Chun family cost at least 700 to 800 million yuan, and he also took on great risks in the process. The withdrawal of the Chun family would be a disaster for the Zhang family, second-rate family, and the losses would be incalculable. Zhang Tao endured the severe pain, climbed up from the ground, and wanted to plead with Chunin, but he didn't know that Chunin was too lazy to even look at him. Qin Xiang kicked him in the chest, knocking him upside down. Didn't you understand? Get out of here. If you dare to disrespect Mr. Yi in the future, I will break both of your legs. Zhang Tao was so frightened that he was out of his mind. What was going on? Why was the Qin family so respectful to this prisoner? Olivia, standing aside, was distraught and had lifeless eyes. She felt mixed emotions as she watched Johnson's receding back. After the few people disappeared from their sight, Zhang Tao started to get hysterical. Asshole. Why did this prisoner do that? Zhang Tao was devastated. He used to be a little brother to Johnson, but now he has fallen to this point, even worse than a prisoner in a labor camp. Zhang Tao, you disappoint me so much. Olivia was beaten by Johnson, a prisoner. Both her and her fiancé were severely humiliated by the Chun family, and she was completely disgraced. Olivia, don't be angry. I don't know how lucky he is. Why is the Chun family so good to him? But don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. Zhang Tao brushed the dust off his body. Don't think that just because you have the support of the Chun family, you have the right to go against me. Let's wait and see. Zhang Tao and his men quickly got into the car and left. All this was caused by Johnson, and he blamed everything on Johnson. Johnson didn't bother to take the two bugs seriously. He followed Chun and into the house, where several staff members introduced the situation of land. After walking for about a few minutes, Chun suddenly stopped and said, Boss Sun, I'm sorry, I can only take you here. I don't dare to go any further. The lake ahead is your territory. This place is evil. Achu. Chunin sneezed. Soon, Johnson realized that something was wrong here. His internal strength was extremely strong, and streams of yang energy surged out of his dantian from time to time, passing through his limbs and bones. Even he felt a bone-chilling chill that seemed to pierce through his soul. Johnson turned around and looked at Sun Li. Strangely, Sun Li looked normal. Johnson couldn't help but frowned, looked at Sun Li, and said, "You don't feel anything? No? What's wrong? Are you guys talking nonsense?" Chun Xiang got goosebumps all over his body and couldn't stand standing here for a few minutes. Immediately afterwards, Chun Xiang began to rub his hands continuously, and Johnson also hurriedly gathered his energy, using the yang energy in his body to instantly dispel the cold. Chun Xiang's expression looked slightly better. "Miss Sun, if it really doesn't work, let's go back and find a feng shui master to take a look at this place," Chun advised. But Sun Li didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, it's okay. You guys go out first, and we'll see." Chunin did not shirk his responsibility and hurriedly left with his men. After they left, Johnson frowned and said, "The Earth's crust here exudes a chill. It's still so cold in the dog days of summer. Is there something extremely cold in Een?" "What do you mean by extreme Een and extreme cold?" Sun Li saw Johnson talking in a mysterious tone and could not understand what he was saying at all. Johnson ignored it and continued to move forward. Soon, he saw the huge lake in the center. The center of the lake exudes a chilly air, like a fairyland covering the entire lake with a veil of white. Here, Johnson keenly sensed something unusual, and then, despite Sun Li's obstruction, he jumped into the lake. A few minutes later, he jumped out of the lake, holding a white stone in his hand. The most Een and cold thing, as expected, there's a treasure in this place. Even the internal strength in his body could not withstand this chill, which pierced his heart and bones. Strangely, Sun Li didn't feel the cold at all. She snatched the fluorite in her hand and looked at it again and again. "Isn't this just an ordinary pebble?" Sun Li asked curiously. Johnson was also confused, but then she seemed to realize something and stared at Sun Li in shock. Sun Li was frightened by his gaze. "Why are you staring at me?" "It's okay. Sun Li, this stone is a gift for you. It may be useful in the future. If you want to keep it at home, you can only use a volcanic stone box. I'll give you one later." These are all basic knowledge, and Johnson naturally understands that no warrior can absorb this extremely cold and Een substance. To a cultivator, it is not considered a treasure, but everything has its own uniqueness. 5 Een body. Johnson stared at Sun Li in a daze. Chapter 26. Kill with one punch. He was the only one who knew about this matter, which meant that if Sun Li had someone to guide her, she could also enter the martial arts world. The speed of improvement is even faster than Johnson's, which is why Sun Li doesn't feel the cold at all. Keeping this matter in his heart, Johnson took Sun Li for a walk. When they went out, Chen had already left. Indeed, this is a good place. Moving the fluoride away will prevent people from getting sick from the cold. During the dog days of summer, this place becomes a rare summer resort. Sun Li didn't want this broken stone at first, and she was a little angry. Who would give a broken stone as a gift? "This is a good thing. Trust me." Johnson asked her to keep it well and not take it out easily. If seen by other warriors, it could bring disaster. By the time Sun Li and Johnson returned home, it was already dark. After a busy day, Sun Li was exhausted and sore all over. But she still had some doubts in her mind, so she pulled Johnson along and went out to relax. "What is your relationship with the Chun family father and son? Tell me, you must be hiding something from me." Sun Li pointed at Johnson. Johnson spread his hands. "Didn't I tell you? What does it matter? He is Mr. Zhao's good friend, so he is naturally my good friend." Johnson whistled, and Sun Li glared at him. At this moment, a message on the mobile phone suddenly caught Sun Li's attention. After reading the above information, Sun Li looked horrified. "What's wrong?" Johnson asked. Sun Li's eyes were filled with worry. "Master Een saved me and injured Zhang Chong. Zhang who spread the news and sent experts to hunt down Een Tianqi. No, I must tell Master Een about this." Johnson was stunned. Zhang who killed Een Tianqi? Was Sun Li sure she was right? It was obvious that Zhang Chong wanted to defile Sun Li, and I was the one who personally eliminated Zhang Chong. How to become Een Tianqi? Zhang who wanted to hunt someone down. He should have hunted him down. However, Johnson didn't take it to heart at all. If Zhang Hu really dares to release those people, then let them go without returning one by one. You should just worry about your own safety. Why you care about Yin Tianqi? If Zhang Chang is deposed, Zhang Hu will definitely send someone to look for you. Johnson knew that Zhang Chang had not given up yet. If those people came to find him, they would definitely find Sun Li. But Sun Li would never believe what Johnson said. She just thought Johnson was a fool. Then he didn't care about anything, changed his clothes quickly, and drove to find Yin Tianqi. I must tell Master Yin about this. He angered Zhang Hu because of Qianqian and me. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Li stepped on the accelerator, and in the blink of an eye, she left Johnson behind and ran away. This woman is courting death for that bastard Yin Tianqi. She's out of her mind. Johnson was furious. He immediately stopped a taxi and chased after her. It was a dark night in Longcheng. Four men in black were running wildly towards the city center. Looking closely, the speed was incredibly fast, and the body left a trail of afterimages in the air. Here, Sun Li drove while calling Yin Tianqi. Mr. Yin, where are you? Something big happened. Zhang Hu really sent someone to kill you. Yin Tianqi was lying on a chair in the villa, holding a teacup with a curvy beauty in his arms. Suddenly, after hearing Sun Li's words, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a crack, and Yin Tianqi was scared to death. He asked in horror, "Is this true? Who told you this? Didn't you see the overwhelming information? Find a safe place to hide." Zhang Hu is cruel and ruthless. He will never let you go. Sun Li's voice was full of worry. Yin Tianqi was stunned. In panic, he quickly opened his phone and saw the wanted warrant. He was almost scared to death. Today, he was so busy picking up girls to vent his feelings that he didn't pay any attention to the messages. If it's Zhang Hu who wants my life, where can I escape to? There's no safe place in the entire Dragon City. What should I do? What should I do? Yin Tianqi stamped his feet anxiously. He really thought that Zhang Hu was coming for him. But he didn't know that all the martial arts masters sent by the Zhang family were targeting Johnson. Yin Tianqi regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. This matter has nothing to do with me at all. He was just talking nonsense and wanted to deceive Sun Li and Sophie. He never expected that the Zhang family would blame him for Zhang Chang's dismissal. His thoughts raced, and if there was no other way, he would go to Zhang's house and confess in person, explaining Sun Li's affairs from beginning to end. At this moment, Sun Li was driving at full speed. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, and she couldn't open her eyes. Sun Li stepped on the brakes suddenly, and the red Audi stopped steadily. Four figures suddenly appeared from across the street and rushed towards Sun Li. At the same time, Johnson also got out of the taxi. In the blink of an eye, Johnson's figure disappeared from the spot like lightning. "Are you Sun Li?" I am. Who are you?" "That's right. We're looking for you." The leading man in black smashed the glass with one punch. Just as he was about to grab Sun Li's arm, Johnson's handsome face suddenly appeared in his pupils. The man in black suddenly distanced himself and stared at Johnson warily. Sun Li was also shocked. When a man in black saw Johnson, he was delighted. What a perfect match. "Chop off this kid's head so we can go back and report." Johnson stood tall and unafraid, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Just a bunch of you rotten fish and shrimps. Zhang Hu sent you here to die, so I will take your lives." Johnson clenched his fists, and a domineering internal force surged into his palms. The man in black sneered, his eyes filled with unstoppable mockery. "What a big mouth you have. When I was in Dragon City, you were not even born yet. Ha ha. I wanted to give you a quick death, but you aroused my interest in torturing you." The man in black was about 40 years old, with a sinister look in his eyes, like a ghost seeking revenge, and his whole body was filled with a bloody aura. This aura was like walking through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Judging from the appearance, it was obvious that many people had been killed. "Kill him quickly to avoid any further complications," another person spoke up. The man in black didn't waste any time. He took out a dagger and rushed towards Johnson in an instant. The sharp dagger cut through the night sky, leaving an arc of light. The dagger attacked, and Johnson punched out with a forceful force, smashing the man in black to pieces. Blood was everywhere, and the others were stunned when they saw it. The power of that punch was so terrifying that even the warriors were shocked. Sun Li had never seen such a scene before. She screamed and covered her mouth in fear. "This kid is a warrior." The other three looked at each other with fear in their eyes. "To say you're scum is a compliment." Johnson sneered. Chapter 27, No Return. Johnson turned around and whispered to Sun Li, Close your eyes. He was afraid that the blood would splash onto Sun Li, and he was also afraid that the bloody scene would scare Sun Li. Who are these people? Sun Li had never seen a warrior before, and didn't know that these people were coming for her, but she was still thinking about Yin Tianqi. They are here to kill me, Johnson said coldly, and the murderous aura in the air engulfed the killers. After seeing Johnson's strength, the others finally stopped being careless. Let's go together. Kill this guy. 3 figures formed a double team and surrounded Johnson. While inside the car, Sun Li's mind was in a mess. Johnson's body dragged a trail of afterimages on the ground like a ghost. Looking at the strange figure from behind, Sun Li became more and more frightened. Was the person in front of her really the Johnson she knew? The cold blade pierced through the void and went straight for Johnson's throat. But in the blink of an eye, several people had already used dozens of moves, each of which was fatal. What they didn't expect was that this violent attack couldn't even touch the corner of Johnson's clothes. Johnson raised his lips with a hint of mockery. How dare you come out and mess around with just this little bit of ability? Johnson, be careful. Sun Mu was sweating profusely, but she was very worried about Johnson's safety. If anything happened to Johnson, she would not be able to escape the clutches of such a killer. Could it be Zhang Hu? That's not right. Zhang Hu's target should be Yin Tianqi. How could it be Johnson? Just as she was thinking, Johnson punched out, and the warrior flew dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string. Boy, the killer in black vomited blood, with horror in his eyes. Warriors in the body-tempering stage are already able to walk around entire Dragon City with ease. But with his strength, he couldn't even touch a hair of the boy in front of him. Could it be that he has been playing tricks on us just now? Thinking of this, the other 2 people widened their eyes in shock. Johnson slowly walked up to the black-clad warrior, looking down at him with an overbearing attitude. He stepped on the man's chest, and blood couldn't stop flowing out of the man's mouth. Don't kill me. We're just following Zhang Hu's orders. If you can spare me from now on, I will be your dog. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Grandpa, please spare my life. Johnson with pleading eyes, but Johnson sneered. You're begging for mercy now? What a shame. It's too late. As Johnson finished his words, he kicked the man in black hard on the head, crushing it to pieces. The other 2 looked at each other, with only one word left in their eyes. Escape. But how could Johnson let them go? The figure flashed, and the next second, Johnson's body blocked the 2 men. Johnson with a plop. Grandpa, please spare me. Grandpa, please spare me. We are really forced into a corner. Please forgive us for not recognizing the great man. Please let us go. The 2 warriors kowtowed so hard that in a short while, their heads were broken and bleeding, and the blood dyed the ground under Johnson's feet red. Johnson grabbed the 2 men's necks and lifted them up from the ground like chickens. Crack! With a light squeeze, the necks of the 2 men in black broke. After doing all this, Johnson dusted himself off and walked up to Sun Li. How are you? Are you okay? Sanni no dit mejanijadi. Yeah. Johnson, you killed someone. She turned pale with fright, and until now she has not calmed down from the fear in her heart. Johnson had just been released from prison, and now he had killed someone. Sun Li had never seen such a scene before. Now Johnson has become a murderer in her eyes again. If others want to kill me, I have no choice but to kill them. Don't worry. These people are all Zhang Hu's men. They have done so many bad things that they deserve to die. There is no need to show mercy when dealing with people like this. If we let them go this time, who knows how many people will die tragically at their hands. Moreover, among these people, someone might have participated in the tragic massacre of the Yi family. Let me drive. Don't worry. You should worry about Sophie and your own safety now. That bastard Yin Tianqi must be safe. During this period of time, you'd better stay at home honestly and leave the rest to me. Sun Li was in such a state that she couldn't even drive the car. Helplessly, Johnson could only let her sit in the passenger seat while he drove Sun Li back home. After returning home, Sun Li locked herself in the room and immediately called Sophie. Chanqian, are you okay? I'm Fine. Sun Li, why are you calling me so late? Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Sun Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sophie was fine. After hanging up the phone, Sun Li was still thinking about the tragic scene. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door startled Sun Li, and the door was pushed open. Johnson came in with a cup of hot water and put on the table. Without saying a word, Johnson turned and walked out of the room. This girl must have been scared because this was the first time she encountered such a thing today. But these are all things she must go through. Otherwise, how can she grow in the future? It doesn't matter if you can't accept it right away. It will get better in a few days. Johnson went out. Chun-Li prepared a midnight snack for Johnson, and Sun Hao returned home drunk. As soon as he entered the door, Sun Hao's face was full of smiles. Wife, today is such a great day. The Chen family actually gave me a piece of land with an excellent location. Do you know how valuable this place is? I tell you, it will be worth at least 500 million in the future. Burp. I was so happy today that I drank a little too much. Seeing him so drunk, Chun-Li was so angry that her face turned red. But when she heard that it was about business, she held back her anger. Sun Hao turned and looked at Johnson again. Johnson, how do you feel about your first day at work today? Look at you. You're such a grown-up, but you've become a security guard after all the messing around. Sun-Li is surrounded by people from wealthy families, and you, a small security guard. Maybe it was because he was drunk. Sun Hao couldn't control himself. Chun-Li saw the thorn in his words and couldn't bear it any longer. What were you like when you were 20? Weren't you also a worker? Johnson has suffered so much outside these years. It's okay for you to be inconsiderate, but you still say this to him. If you dislike him as a security guard, then get out of this house and never come back again. I can't see you. I won't be bothered. After saying that, Chun-Li turned around and smiled at Johnson. Johnson, your godfather is drunk. Don't mind it. It's okay, Mom. Johnson smiled indifferently. Sun Hao probably never dreamed that this was an opportunity given to the Sun family by Johnson. Chapter 28, The Frightened Zhang Family. The next day, Johnson packed up his things and left Sun's house. Today, the agreed time finally arrived. It's time to kill Zhang Hu. At this moment, in the Zhang family hall, Zhang Hu was lying comfortably on the sofa. Today is already the third day. We're the people from Tianjun Group. Didn't they say that the young master of Tianjun Group is coming to destroy my Zhang family? I'll wait here. In the corner of the high-walled courtyard, several machine guns were mounted steadily. In addition, there were several snipers lying on the roof carrying heavy sniper rifles. The Zhang family's guard team of several hundred people were all armed and staring at the surroundings vigilantly. Zhang Chong was also delighted when he saw this scene. Young master of Tianjun Group, if he dares to come, I will beat him into a sieve. In the Zhang family hall, not only were all the Zhang family members present, but there was also a mysterious person present today. 24 martial arts masters stood in 2 rows, including the 4 who went out to assassinate Johnson. There was still a total of 20 people in the hall at this moment. These people are Zhang Hu's confidants. They have all been through mountains of swords and seas of fire, killing people like crazy and are bloodthirsty. These are the gifts Zhang Hu prepared for Tianjun Group. He was full of vigor and arrogance, and didn't take the crappy young master of Tianjun Group seriously at all. A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. He is the king of Dragon City. The Tianjun Group really thinks that they have become the emperor of Dragon City. Who can they kill? Can they kill anyone? I don't think the Tianjun Group will come today. Such a big scene must have reached people's ears a long time ago, and they are so scared that they dare not come out. Ha ha ha! Zhang Longting, the second son of the Zhang family, said disdainfully. Suddenly, in the Zhang family hall, the 24 longevity tiles cracked and broke into 4 pieces. Zhang Chong was frightened, because this longevity tablet was specially requested by Zhang Hu from a master. It was to thank the 24 martial arts masters under his command, so he enshrined it in the Zhang family hall. The tablet will be shattered, the body will die, and the soul will disappear. This is what the master once told him. In other words, the 4 martial arts masters have been killed. The remaining 20 people all frowned and stepped into the martial arts world. To be honest, ordinary people could never be their opponents, unless that person is also a martial artist. Dad, could it be that the Tianjun Group is bringing people to kill us? What should we do? Even the immortality card is broken. Those people must be dead. Zhang Chong, who was full of pride just now, suddenly lost his temper. As expected, the Tianjun Group is coming to attack. Zhang Hu shouted, "Calm down. Those 4 people can't be said to have been killed by the Tianjun Group." Suddenly, Zhang Chong seemed to remember something. Oh, right. Dad, it's Johnson. Johnson is a warrior. I had forgotten about it. But no matter how capable this kid is, he is just a warrior in the body tempering stage. How can he possibly deal with 4 people at the same time? Zhang Chong didn't believe at all that Johnson did it. What he didn't know was that more than 10 kilometers away, Johnson was alone and rushing towards the Zhang family at a rapid speed. Zhang Hu frowned when he heard this. Could it be that the boy has helpers? Kill my warriors. Sooner or later, I will make sure that kid dies without a burial place. So, don't worry. Once the 3 days are up, I will personally take action and kill this Johnson for you." Zhang, whose face was filled with murderous intent. Just as he finished speaking, the guard outside the door reported, "Boss, someone is coming this way from 3 kilometers away." "How many people are there?" Zhang, who was surprised. "Only one person." Hearing this, Zhang, who almost laughed out loud. "Just one person? Tianjun group looks down on me. Zhang, who so much. Or maybe that damn young master was so scared of me that he sent someone to speak well of him." Zhang, who sneered. It turned out that Tianjun group was just a paper tiger. At this moment, Johnson was only a few hundred meters away from the Zhang family. From afar, he could see several black gun muzzles pointed at him. Johnson was not afraid at all. Now, he was already a top Kaiyuan warrior, and it was easy for him to use his protective chi to deal with this kind of bullet. He swaggered towards the door. "Kid, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Is this a place you can get close to?" However, just as his voice fell, a silver needle pierced through the void, and before the machine gunner could react, his head was pierced. Seeing someone fall, the others pulled the trigger at Johnson without hesitation. "Shoot! Shoot! Bang! Bang! Bang!" In an instant, countless bullets poured down like a storm. Johnson was not afraid at all. Powerful internal force surged out from his dantian. In an instant, an invisible barrier enveloped his body. Those bullets couldn't get close to Johnson at all. In the blink of an eye, Johnson's body had rushed to the gate of Zhang's house. Hearing the gunshot, Zhang, whose face turned furious. "Damn it! What's going on? Didn't I say not to shoot unless it's absolutely necessary? Which bastard fired the shot?" Boss! That guy broke in." A younger brother fell down from the courtyard wall in panic. At the same time, countless people looked towards the door. There was a loud bang, and the half-meter-thick solid wooden door was smashed into pieces by the huge force. Johnson looked coldly at Zhang Hu in the hall with overwhelming hatred. "Zhang Hu, the 3 days are up. I'm here to kill you." Johnson took one step at a time. When Zhang Chong saw that face, his mind went blank and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Chong said in horror, "Dad, it's Johnson. This kid is Johnson. He's the one who ruined me." Johnson again. Zhang Chong was still scared to death, but with his father and so many martial arts masters in charge, Zhang Chong immediately calmed down. Johnson fiercely, "Johnson, you are such a fool. How dare you come to my door in person? Today, I will definitely torture you. I will make you endure 1,000 times more pain." Johnson made him inhumane. How could Zhang Chong not be angry? Zhang, who looked at Johnson in shock. This kid was able to rush in under so many guns. His strength can be imagined. But he was really the only one there. Zhang, who showed a sinister smile on his face. "Boy, you dare to break in alone. You are really tired of living. You were the one who destroyed my son's lower body, right?" Johnson walked straight toward Zhang Hu, his face calm and without any sign of panic. "I was the one who crippled him. Zhang Hu, today is the day your Zhang family will die." Hearing this, not only Zhang Chong, but many people in the hall couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha! Arrogant. Boy, you are so arrogant. Who gave you the courage to say this to me? Zhang Hu. Who do you think you are? If the Tianjun group hadn't threatened to kill me, Zhang Hu, I would have killed you in a minute." However, Johnson had a smile on his face. "I'm the young master of Tianjun group." Chapter 29, Black Dragon Head Coach. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. After a moment, everyone seemed to have heard something incredible. Zhang Longting laughed to the sky. "Why don't you say you are the Jade Emperor and the young master of Tianjun group? If you are the young master of Tianjun group, then I am the young master's biological father." At the same time, Zhang Chong looked at Johnson with a dumbfounded look. Did Johnson take the wrong medicine? "Boy, you killed those men of mine, didn't you? I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and kowtow to me, Zhang Hu, 100 times, and I'll spare your life. From now on, you can follow me, Zhang Hu, and I will give you the position of Hallmaster. How about that?" Zhang, who was at the peak of body tempering, and he could tell that the boy in front of him was not ordinary. At this moment, the 20 or so warriors surrounded Johnson, and with the firepower coverage on the roof, even if this kid had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would have to die here today. "Hu, 3 years ago, you wiped out my entire Yi family. Today, I will use your blood to pay tribute to the lives of hundreds of people in the Yi family." After hearing this, Zhang, who was stunned at first, and then an indescribable fear burst out in his eyes. Zhang, who stepped back repeatedly, startled, Are you the kid from the Yi family? You are not dead yet. Zhang Hu looked at Johnson carefully. Yes, this model was 70% similar to that person. After hearing his words, everyone in the Zhang family was extremely shocked and trembled all over. Back then, there was a member of the Yi family who escaped alive. Unexpectedly, he returned after only 3 years. Moreover, to what extent has this kid's strength grown? Johnson locked his cold eyes on Zhang Hu, then took a step forward, his body like a ferocious beast. Damn it, Johnson, it turns out it's you, you bastard. I didn't kill you back then, but today I'm going to kill you again. 3 years ago, Zhang Hu sent people to hunt down Johnson, but unexpectedly, Johnson was sent to prison in the end, so the guy was not killed. I thought the only living person of the Yi family would stay in prison for the rest of his life and would never be able to get out, but I didn't expect that this guy was so lucky and actually came back alive. Humph, you really think you're capable? At such a close distance, I don't believe you can dodge the bullet. Although martial arts masters are powerful, they're still mortal after all. Even if Zhang Hu is a master at the peak of his body tempering stage, he cannot dodge so many bullets. This kid dared to come in and seek death, so I will beat him into a sieve today. If you dare to take another step forward, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Zhang Hu waved his hand. Click, click, click. More than a dozen gunmen opened the safety latch. However, Johnson seemed not to have heard anything and continued to move toward Zhang Hu step by step. Zhang Chong panicked. Is this guy really crazy? He's not even afraid of bullets? Even a warrior at the peak of body tempering would not be able to withstand so many bullets at such a close distance. Johnson smiled coldly. Today was the anniversary of his parents' death. Today, he wanted to let Zhang Hu experience what real fear was. Seeing Johnson approaching, Zhang Hu could no longer hold back. With a murderous look on his face, he gave an order. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Shoot me. Bang, bang, bang. With the order, countless bullets were fired again, and Zhang Hu didn't even see the horrifying scene of Johnson easily taking the bullets. If he had seen it, he would never have let anyone shoot. However, dozens of bullets were heading straight for Johnson, and a shocking scene occurred. Johnson raised his hand, and dozens of bullets floated in the air. Ding, ding, ding. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, all the bullets fell to the ground. Not only Zhang Hu, but everyone present was dumbfounded. The 20 warriors even gasped and stared at Johnson as if they had seen a ghost. God, how is this possible? Everyone stared at Johnson in horror, unable to utter a word for a long time. This had overturned their cognition. Zhang Hu had lived for most of his life and had never seen such a situation. Zhang Hu looked horrified. Without giving him time to speak, Johnson rushed towards him like lightning. Zhang Hu panicked. Quick, stop this guy. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten to fight. 20 warriors rushed towards Johnson together, and dozens of powerful internal forces erupted towards Johnson like a volcano. An ordinary person would be blown to pieces if he got even a little bit touched by it. But Johnson's body shook, and his two fists punched out at the same time, colliding with the internal force. The next second, 20 warriors vomited blood and flew backwards together. Is this kid still a human being? Zhang Chong was terrified. He even began to regret it. Zhang Hu raised his head and stared at Johnson, standing there in horror. Johnson waved at him and said, Zhang Hu, I heard you are also a warrior. I'll give you 3 moves. Johnson's playful smile drove Zhang Hu crazy. I'm going to kill you. He mobilized all his internal strength and rushed towards Johnson. Zhang Hu is now a martial artist at the peak of body tempering, and he has only cultivated his physical body to the extreme, and his internal energy cannot even be released like Johnson. Zhang Hu in front of him, Johnson finally vented his anger, and Zhang Hu finally felt fear. If Johnson had not been lucky enough to find a master in prison, how could he have escaped Zhang Hu's pursuit? Zhang Hu's moves were ferocious, but he couldn't touch Johnson's body at all. Johnson didn't even move a finger. He made Zhang Hu run around in circles, and after a while, 3 moves were enough. I've already given you 3 moves. It's my turn now. Johnson's face turned cold. He stared into Zhang Hu's eyes and grabbed Zhang Hu's arm with his hands like tiger claws. Rip! His 2 arms were torn off. This horrifying scene frightened the entire Zhang family out of their wits, and the faces of the 20 or so warriors turned extremely pale. Zhang Hu, who was at the peak of body tempering, was crippled. Zhang Hu was the strongest among them all. Just as Johnson was about to step forward and pick up Zhang Hu for interrogation, an old figure walked over from the side. The figure looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Johnson frowned when he saw him and asked, "What's wrong?" "I am Li Song, the patriarch of the Li family in Longqing. I am here to visit Patriarch Zhang on the orders of Wang Wu, the chief instructor of the Black Dragon, who is under the command of the king of Jinan. Little brother, you have already crippled Zhang Hu and his son. Please spare them for the sake of Prince Jinan." The old man said coldly, "Who the hell is the king of Jinan? Even if he comes here in person, I can kill him if I want. It's not his turn to intervene. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Johnson sneered, "You damned king of Jinan, Zhang who destroyed my Yi family, and you still want to live? What a joke." Chapter 30, Let him come talk to me in person. Everyone in the hall gasped and felt them all over as they looked at that figure. This kid is so arrogant, he's really crazy. The king of Jinan is the leader of Nanjiang province. The entire Nanjiang is under his control, and he has tens of thousands of soldiers under his command. Among them, the Black Dragon Guards are the elite troops under the command of King Jinan, with a total of 10,000 troops. Li Song came to the Zhang family to visit Zhang, who on the orders of Black Dragon head coach Wang Wu, but Johnson refused to give him face. Is he really not afraid of death? What a big tone. The king of Jinan is the king of Nanjiang, and the chief coach Wang Wu is in charge of 10,000 Black Dragon Guards. If you want to kill Zhang Hu, you have to get the king of Jinan's consent. Where do you get the qualifications? Li Song sneered. This Johnson is really asking for his own death. He doesn't even take the king of Jinan seriously. He came here on the orders of Wang Wu. Zhang Hu had secretly provided Wang Wu with a lot of good things, so how could he just watch his cash cow die? Roll. Pa! Johnson slapped Li Song, and Li Song's body flew backwards like a dead dog. Blood spurted out of him in the air. It fell to the ground and rolled a few times before rolling under Zhang Chang's feet, completely motionless. Zhang Chang didn't expect that Johnson dared to kill anyone, even slapping Li Song, the ancestor of the Li family, to death. Zhang Hu specially invited Li Song over, just to have the support of King Jinan. He was not afraid even of the Tianjun group. But now, not only the Zhang family, but many big guys and powerful people who came here today will be in trouble. Ha, you're so brave. You actually dare to kill my people. I have never seen such an arrogant guy in Nanjiang province. If you dare to touch him, I will make your Yi family extinct. Suddenly, outside the Zhang family's door, a domineering figure rushed in. He was wearing heavy armor. His face revealed a sense of vicissitudes, but he was reeking of alcohol and was drunk. Seeing the person coming, Zhang Hu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. "Master Wang, you must save me." "Who are you?" Johnson looked at the man coldly. "Who am I? I am Wang Wu, the chief coach of the Black Dragon, a subordinate of the king of Jinan. I don't care what hatred or grudge you have against Zhang Hu. Now get out of my sight." As soon as Wang Wu spoke, the Zhang family was shocked because they had all heard of Wang Wu before. "I heard that the king of Jinan has 4 great masters under his command, and this Wang Wu is the chief coach of Black Dragon, who is in charge of more than 10,000 people. Even if Johnson had great abilities, he would never be able to fight against Wang Wu in front of him. Wang Wu is extremely powerful, and no one in Nanjiang province dares to provoke him, just like no one in Longchang dares to provoke Zhang Hu. Master Zhang, don't worry. With me here, no one can kill you. If he dares to do it, he will be against the king of Jinan." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope for life was rekindled in Zhang Hu's heart. Johnson looked at Wang Wu and said coldly, "You want to die too?" After these words were spoken, even Wang Wu looked at Johnson as if he were a fool. It was the first time he had seen such a cocky young man, whose tone was even louder than his, and who even looked down on the Prince of Jinan. Wang Wu gave an order, "Black Dragon Guards, capture this guy." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of elite troops suddenly rushed in from outside the Zhang family's door. Like Wang Wu, this group of people were wearing heavy armor and holding steel knives in their hands. The aura emanating from those hundreds of people made the entire Zhang family breathless, and even the warriors were shocked. This is the Black Dragon Guard. Just this aura alone is terrifying enough. These 100 people are probably all warriors. No matter how powerful this kid is, it will be useless facing so many people. The first few Black Dragon Guards punched Johnson in the face. This also completely infuriated Johnson. He suddenly gathered his energy, clenched his palms, and when a dozen Black Dragon Guards came up to him, he suddenly struck out with 2 palms. The 2 terrifying palm winds were like a tidal wave, and the dozens of Black Dragon Guards in the front were all sent flying in unison. Then, Johnson rushed into the crowd like a flash of lightning. A moment later, the team of 100 people was thrown to the ground, leaving their weapons and armor behind. When Johnson walked in front of Wong Wu was completely stunned. Even if he faced 100 Black Dragon guards, he could not withstand more than 30 moves. But unfortunately, when he came today, Wong Wu only brought 100 Black Dragon guards. Sir Wong, this kid caught dozens of bullets with his bare hands. Moreover, the 20 warriors of my Wong family are no match for him in a single move. Zhang Chong said tremblingly beside him. After hearing this, Wong Wu was completely dumbfounded. Damn it! Why didn't he say it just now? Before Wong Wu could finish his words, Johnson slapped Wong Wu and sent him flying. Head coach, that's all. Indeed, Wong Wu's cultivation is slightly stronger than Zhang Hu's, but he is also hovering in the body tempering stage, while Johnson has already entered the peak of Kaiyuan. Johnson would not be afraid even if there were 1,000 Black Dragon guards, let alone 100. But it might take some time to clean up. Zhang Hu lost both arms, and his breath was already extremely weak. Only then did he feel death. You, take your Black Dragon guards and get out of the Zhang family, otherwise I will kill you. Johnson glared coldly at Wong Wu, who was lying on the ground. Wong Wu had never been humiliated like this before. As the head coach of Black Dragon, he had never been afraid of anyone. Wong Wu got up from the ground in a panic and said, "You want our Black Dragon guards to get out? You are just dreaming. You're looking for death." Before Wong Wu could call for help, Johnson grabbed his neck, and with a crack, Wong Wu died completely in front of the horrified eyes of Zhang Hu and Zhang Chong. He never thought until his death that this kid would actually dare to kill him. Until the moment of his death, Wong Wu's eyes were still fixed on Johnson. A cold chill swept over Zhang Hu and Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong could no longer hold on after seeing Johnson's thunderous methods. "Johnson, please spare my life. I don't want to die." Zhang Chong knelt on the ground and cowed out. Zhang Hu hated it. He couldn't stop it. Johnson grabbed Zhang Hu's neck and lifted him up. "Tell me, were you the one who destroyed my Yi family back then? Tell me everything, otherwise I will destroy everyone in your Zhang family." The feeling of suffocation in his throat completely broke down Zhang Hu's last psychological defense. He knew that Johnson had the ability to make the Zhang family extinct, and he finally believed the first sentence Johnson said at the beginning, that he was the young master behind the Tianjin group. I'll tell you everything." Zhang Hu struggled in fear. Chapter 31. Ashes in a Flick. "If I tell you, please spare the lives of my wife and children," Zhang Hu said tremblingly. "Now, are you qualified to negotiate with me?" Johnson let go of Zhang Hu and kicked him in both knees, breaking his bones and completely crippling his limbs. The Zhang family was in a miserable state. When the armed guards saw Johnson, their scalps went numb and they dropped their weapons one after another. Some were even so frightened by Johnson's look that they collapsed all over and fell off the roof. "You killed the Black Dragon head coach." Below, hundreds of Black Dragon guards roared loudly. The sound was like rolling thunder, echoing in the hall. Their eyes were filled with desire to tear Johnson to pieces. "If you don't want to die, get out of here. If you dare to take a step forward, Wong Wu will be your fate." Johnson's voice was extremely cold. "This is a blood feud between the Yi family and the Zhang family, and no one is allowed to interfere." With just one word from Johnson, hundreds of Black Dragon guards suddenly stopped in their tracks. No one dared to move. "Didn't you hear me? Get out!" A loud shout, mixed with surging internal energy, actually made the hundreds of Black Dragon guards spit blood and fall to the ground. In a moment, hundreds of Black Dragon guards fled like stray dogs, tumbling and crawling, without looking back. Zhang Hu's trembling son were left on the field. Johnson looked down at Zhang Hu, high above him like a god. "It was me who massacred your Yi family, but I was only following orders. This matter was instigated by the Azure Dragon God of War. I'm just a small chess piece like them. Please spare my life." Zhang Hu knew that he could not escape the death penalty today, but if he could use his life to exchange for a spark of Zhang family, he would be satisfied. Hearing his words, Johnson's eyes turned red as blood. Sure enough, things were far from as simple as he had imagined. "Tell me, who else?" Johnson said coldly. "There are 2 other top masters. They are no longer in Dragon City. I only know that they are Jiangnan masters. Killing me is as easy as killing a chicken." "Grandmaster." Johnson frowned. "Grandmasters of Nanjiang are extremely rare and can be counted on one hand. The Dragon Kingdom advocates martial arts and once had countless hidden wealthy families and ancient martial arts families. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, if one can enter the Kaiyuan realm, one can walk across Dragon City with ease. Above the Kaiyuan realm, one is also called a Grandmaster. Back then, when the Yi family was at its peak, there were martial artists and masters in the family. Johnson had long known that with Zhang Hu's strength alone, it was impossible for the Yi family to disappear overnight. It turned out that the Azure Dragon God of War and the ancient martial arts master were involved. You can go die now. Johnson brought down his palm with powerful force, carrying irresistible murderous aura, smashing Zhang Hu's head into pieces. Whether you are the Azure Dragon God of War or the ancient martial arts master, I will find you even if you run away to the ends of the earth. Everyone in the Zhang family was stunned and terrified. The Emperor of Longsheng, the famous Zhang Hu, was killed by a single slap. Dad! Zhang Chang's teeth were gnashing, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. You kill my father. I will fight you. Zhang Chang was overwhelmed by anger. Even though he was a coward, he still rushed towards Johnson. You will die too. Johnson punched Zhang Chang in the chest. Zhang Chang flew out and fell heavily to the ground, killed by Johnson's punch. With a thump, the remaining hundreds of people in the field knelt on the ground in unison, their eyes filled with fear and tears. Grandpa, spare me. Don't worry about us. Please let us go. The Zhang family's family guards, including the 20 warriors, all prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to look directly into the eyes of Johnson, the god of death. Don't worry. I can let go of anyone who didn't get stained with the blood of my Yi family. Leave no one behind. Johnson glanced coldly at the entire place, and in the blink of an eye, several warriors kneeling at Johnson's feet began to point fingers, and it took less than half a minute. More than a dozen warriors and dozens of guards were identified. Go and bury my parents and sister. A moment later, the Zhang family was filled with wailing and screams. On that day, blood flowed like a river. The wealthy family of Longsheng, the underground Emperor Zhang Hu, and the Zhang family no longer exist. On this day, the entire sky of Longsheng seemed to be stained with a layer of red blood. And a bloody man left Zhang's house alone. After going out, Johnson changed his clothes and left Zhang's house without looking back. The Azure Dragon God of War, ranked 8th on the Dragon Kingdom's list of gods of war, has reached the peak of Kaiyuan. He once led a team of 100 people and killed 10,000 suicide squad assassins from outside the territory, and became famous throughout the world. Among the 8 generations of war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, although the Azure Dragon War God ranks 8th, he has the support of the ancient martial arts family and is extremely powerful. Longsheng, the headquarters of Tianjun Group, Johnson stood in front of the French window on the top floor with his hands behind his back, and a figure walked in hurriedly from outside the door. Johnson, the person who came was Zhao Fu. Just now, Zhao Fu received news that the Zhang family was destroyed, and there was no doubt that it was Johnson who did it. Help me find out the relationship between Grandmaster Nanjiang and the Azure Dragon God of War. After hearing this, Zhao Fu was shocked. He didn't expect that the Zhang family was so deep that they even traced back to Grandmaster Nanjiang and the Azure Dragon God of War. Zhao Fu received the order and rushed in from outside the office 10 minutes later. Johnson, there are 4 Nanjiang Grandmasters in total. Southern Fist Wu Shui, Northern Hongmen Zhang Yongshan, Haiqing Zhao family Zhao Wuji, and Cloud City Grandmaster Chen Shouan. 2 of them came to Dragon City a few years ago, and then disappeared inexplicably. As Zhao Fu finished speaking, Johnson turned his head sharply, his eyes as cold as ice. Who are those 2 people? It's Zhang Yongshan and Zhao Wuji. Got it. Johnson secretly engraved the 2 names in his heart. Zhang, whose demise spread throughout Longsheng like a thunderclap. Zhang, who had his limbs disabled and died with his eyes open. He was known as the most arrogant second-generation rich man in Longsheng. Zhang Chang died tragically at home, and dozens of people in the Zhang family all died in grief. This news spread rapidly throughout Longsheng like a tsunami. The wealthy families in Longsheng were all shocked. In the lobby of the Li family, Li Zihong's pupils widened. With a sound of crack, the teacup in his hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. You said my father is dead? Li Zihong looked at his younger brother in horror. Master, it is absolutely true. Johnson broke into the Li family alone. Even the head coach Wang Wu died in his hands. After listening to the report, Li Zihong slumped in his chair. An hour ago, his father Li Song was ordered to go to Zhang's house in order to save Zhang, who from the Tianjun group. Now, not only was the person not saved, but even his own father died. Johnson. Johnson is back for revenge. Li Zihong's eyes were filled with horror. Chapter 32. Dragon City Changes. The information that the Li family guards obtained from the Zhang family at the risk of their lives could not be wrong. Behind Li Zihong, a pale figure in his 20s with a feminine appearance frowned. Dad. Who is this Johnson? After being shocked for a moment, Li Zihong finally came back to his senses. It's the evil offspring left behind by the Yi family 3 years ago. The fish that slipped through the net of the Yi family. He is not dead. Now he is back and has killed Zhang Hu and Zhang Chong. Li Zihong said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Li Xiaodian was shocked. The reason why their Li family had been able to reach this point today was because of the division of the Yi family's property. As for the demise of the Yi family, no one in Longxing knew about it, and no one dared to discuss it. Li Xiaodian had never heard Li Song mention it. Could it be that what happened back then was also related to the Li family? Without caring about anything else, Li Zihong immediately dialed a phone number. Master Lin, please ask Elder Lu to come over for a talk. Johnson is back. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and then he replied, I know. Soon, 2 men in elegant attire came to the Li family villa. One of them looked to be in his 50s, with a slick back hair, a gold necklace, yellow teeth, and a deep scar on his face. The other person, leaning on a dragon-headed cane and wearing a black Zhongshan suit, had a calm and steady demeanor, a dignified expression, gray hair, but was full of energy. From time to time, a domineering internal force came from his body, and it was obvious that this person was a warrior. This person is Lu Qishan, the ancestor of the Lu family, and the other person is Lin Jun, the head of the Lin family. As soon as he entered the door, Li Zihong waved his hand, and all the guards and maids retreated. The atmosphere in the hall became a little solemn. Li Zihong then revealed a deep sadness. Dad, I hope your spirit in heaven will protect my Li family and keep them safe. Humph. If this guy dares to come to our door, we will kill him. Lin Jun said gloomily. Kill him. Even Zhang, who was killed by this kid. Wang Wudu died in his hands. The 100 black dragon guards were frightened and fled in panic by his shout. How could our 3 families be his opponent? Li Zihong said nervously. So what you mean is that we should just wait to be killed by this guy? Lin Jun's eyes were full of anger. The scar on his face was left at the Yi family 3 years ago. Next to him, only Lu Qishan, the old man of the Lu family, had a cold expression with a calm look in his eyes. Who are the Black Dragon Guards? They are the elite troops under the command of the king of Jinan, including dozens of warriors from the Zhang family, as well as the chief martial arts coach Wang Wu and the Black Dragon Guards under the command of the king of Jinan. With such powerful strength, he could sweep the entire Dragon City, but he still died at the hands of that kid. Li Zihong didn't dare to imagine how powerful he was now. That Johnson is now a martial arts master. There is not even a master in Dragon City. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we will only have one fate of destruction. If it really doesn't work, I am willing to donate half of the Li family's wealth, as long as it can calm Johnson's anger and keep my Li family safe. Hearing Li Zihong's words, Lin Jun immediately shouted angrily, I don't agree. Does the Lin family have to give half of their assets to Johnson? Our 3 families had no involvement in what happened back then. We only shared a portion of the Yi family's assets, but now you want me to give away half of them. By then, will my Lin family become a third-rate family? Besides, even if we offer our property to him, will this guy let us go? He even dared to kill Wang Wu and Zhang Hu. Who else in Longsheng would he not dare to kill? Lin Jun refused outright. We said made sense. If it really came to that, they would be like fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of Johnson. If they unite to resist now, they may not have a chance of survival. Besides, they have the powerful king of Jinan behind them. With the protection of the 2 Nanjiang masters, they're now all grasshoppers in the same boat. Dad, that's impossible? How old is the Johnson you were talking about? He must be younger than me, right? Li Xiaotian Fronat. That's right. If it was really Johnson who did it, he is only 24 years old this year. Impossible. A grandmaster at the age of 24? The Shura god of war, who is the first among the 8 great gods of Dragon Country, is only at the grandmaster level. Back then, the war god Shura guarded the northern border and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. When he was in his 20s, he was still a small warrior in the body-tempering realm. He is known as the most talented person in Dragon Country. Who is Johnson? Lin Jun didn't believe that Johnson was a master at all. If you are not a master, how can you destroy the Zhang family? Li Xiong Adaga. I don't believe that he did this alone. Did you see it? It's hard to say that there is a master behind this Johnson. Lin Jun said with disdain. The Liu family ancestor glared at the two of them and scolded, "Stop arguing. Someone come here. Go and find out this kid's origins right now. Also, I want to meet the king of Jinan in person. How dare a little lost dog like you kill the Black Dragon Guard's chief instructor in broad daylight? How audacious." Liu Qishan's eyes narrowed into slits, and an alarming chill emanated from his entire body. Lin Jun and Li Zihong looked at him and stopped talking. Liu Qishan was very important in their eyes because Liu Qishan had once studied martial arts with a master. Although he was dull in talent, decades of practice had allowed him to successfully reach the peak of body tempering. He was only one step away from reaching the level of Kaiyuan Grandmaster, which was respected by everyone. In the past 30 years, there has not been a Grandmaster in Longqing. It's all up to Elder Liu to decide. Since this kid dared to kill someone in Dragon City, let him never return. Cut the grass at its roots to prevent future troubles. Lin Jun was excited. Johnson left Tianjun Group and returned to the Sun family immediately. At the Sun family villa, Sun Hao and Chun Li were extremely worried. Just now, the two of them got the news from Sun Li. When Sun Hao heard that Zhang, who had sent killers, he was frightened and panicked. Chun Li looked at the time on the watch. Johnson had been out for half a day. Why hadn't he come back yet? Did something happen? She had promised Johnson's parents that she would take good care of him. If something happened to Johnson, how could she live on? Just then, the door was pushed open and Johnson walked in. Chun Li saw Johnson. She finally felt relieved. "Johnson, where have you been? You worried me to death. Zhang, who didn't do anything to you, did he?" Chun Li pulled Johnson's arm and looked him up and down. "Godmother, I'm fine. From now on, there will be no Zhang family in Longqing anymore." Sun Li and Sun Hao widened their eyes in shock when these words were spoken. Now, Johnson had killed his first enemy with his own hands. There will probably be more dangers in the future, and he doesn't want to drag down his godmother's family, so he came here to say goodbye. Chapter 33, King of Jinan. Back then, I watched with my own eyes as my enemies killed hundreds of people from my Yi family, and my sister died tragically in my mother's arms. I escaped for 3 days and 3 nights and was seriously injured. Later, I was sent to prison and escaped. Zhang Hu's hands are stained with the blood of my parents. Today, I finally got my revenge. Godmother, I want to burn some incense for my parents. Johnson told his godmother about the killing of Zhang Hu. Such a thing could not be kept secret. Sun Hao heard the news. He was stunned and trembling all over. Johnson, after a moment of silence, Chun Li did not choose to refuse, but smiled slightly. "Okay, I'll go with you." Chun Li immediately took Johnson's hand and was about to go out. When the Yi family was destroyed, Chun Li set up a tablet for Johnson's parents. Their cemetery is only a few kilometers away from here. At this moment, Sun Hao suddenly stood up. His expression became extremely serious. "You are not allowed to go. If he wants to go, let him go alone." Sun Hao, Chun Li's face was full of anger. "Wife, do you know who Zhang Hu is? Do you know how many wealthy bosses and Nanjiang strongmen are behind him? How could Sun Hao not know what happened in the Yi family that year? Even if he heard it from others, he knew something or two. But over the years, everyone in Longchang kept this matter to themselves, and no one dared to speak for the Yi family. It is because there is a mysterious and powerful person behind Zhang who that no one dares to say anything nonsense." Back then, Chun Li had a big fight with Sun Hao over the issue of erecting a monument for the Johnson family, fearing that it would bring fatal disaster to the Sun family. Now, Johnson came back and even said that he would kill Zhang Hu's family. This made Sun Hao unable to bear it any longer. "Godfather, today I am here to say goodbye to you. Here is some money, as a gift to you two elders. The affairs of the Yi family have nothing to do with you. Thank you, Godmother, for setting up a monument for my parents and sister." Having said that, Johnson turned and left without looking back. Chun Li couldn't bear it any longer and yelled at Sun Hao, "Sun Hao, even if this family breaks up, I'm going to go today. Johnson is my godson. His business is my business. If you have any objections, then we will get divorced." Chun Li also walked out of the door angrily, and then she drove Johnson away from the villa. Sun Li looked at her mother's back as she left, feeling mixed emotions. But what shocked her even more was what Johnson had just said. Did something really happen to the Zhang family? Sun Li was extremely shocked, but soon, the news reached her ears like a volcanic eruption. In a cemetery several kilometers away from Longcheng, Johnson knelt on the ground with deep sadness on his face. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Your son has avenged you today. But it's not over yet. I must let your souls in heaven rest in peace. Sister, I brought your favorite fruit. Johnson arranged the offerings one by one. A man doesn't shed tears easily, but now his eyes could no longer be controlled and tears flowed down his face. Chun-Li watched from the side and waited for a few minutes before Johnson kowtowed 3 times towards the tombstone. Godmother, I'm leaving. Where are you going? Johnson. Chun-Li also had a sad look on her face. But Johnson didn't say anything. His eyes became deep and cold, and he left the cemetery without looking back. This time, he was going to find the 2 masters. At the same time, Lu Qishan, the ancestor of the Lu family, had personally driven to the gate of an extremely huge manor. From a distance, the manor looked magnificent, so large that one could not see the end of it. 2 rows of armored guards stood around the manor. These are none other than the most elite Black Dragon Guards under the command of Jinan King Sutsong. At this moment, in the hall, a middle-aged man wearing a battle robe and 8 feet tall was staring at the captain of the Black Dragon Guard who was kneeling in the hall with anger. My lord, that kid killed Coach Wang and hundreds of people in the Zhang family. We can't stop them at all. The captain of the Black Dragon Guard crawled on the ground with a look of horror on his face. Report. My lord, the ancestor of the Lu family in Longcheng, Lu Qishan, wants to see you. Suddenly, another person rushed in from outside the hall door. Sutsong's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Let him in. Soon, Lu Qishan hurriedly stepped into the hall from the courtyard. Lord Jinan, I am Lu Qishan. Johnson destroyed the Zhang family in broad daylight, killing people and setting fires. He even killed the ancestor of the Li family and your subordinate Wang Wu. Please make the decision for us. Get rid of the remnants of the Yi family and restore peace to Dragon City. Lu Qishan had known the king of Jinan for a long time. When the Yi family was divided up, the Lu, Li, and Lin families in Zhang who promised to pay tribute of gold, silver, and treasures to the king of Jinan every year. Now that the Zhang family has been destroyed and even his own subordinates have been killed, the king of Jinan had long expected that the 3 of them would come to ask for a meeting. How dare you, a bastard, run wild in my territory? Someone come here. Pass my order. Have Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan come quickly. Among the 4 Nanjiang masters, Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan were the guests of honor of King Jinan. Moreover, it was the war god Qinglong who asked King Jinan to destroy the Yi family. And it was the prince of Jinan who ordered the 2 of them to do it. What he didn't expect was that the evildoer who escaped from the Yi family actually came back alive, destroyed the Zhang family, and killed one of his generals. What a courageous dog. Kill my men. I want this kid to be able to stay alive and never leave Dragon City. Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Lu Qishan's face. With the intervention of the 2 great masters of Nanjiang, this kid is considered to have survived. His mistake was that he provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Johnson had no idea about this. At this moment, he was driving to Haicheng. The Zhao family in Haicheng was bustling with the sound of gongs and drums. Because today is Zhao Wuji's happy day. 5 years ago, Zhao Wuji stepped into the Kaiyuan realm and became a master. He made a vow that he would not get married until he became a master. Today is his 50th birthday and also his big day. At the gate of the Zhao family, rows of guards were receiving gifts from the wealthy families in Haicheng. At this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz rushed over from a distance and stopped in front of the Zhao family's door. Countless guests looked at Johnson. Johnson got out of the car and stared at the 2 big characters on the Zhao family's plaque, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhao Wuji, get out here and die. The sound was like a thunder, causing everyone nearby to step back one after another. Inside the courtyard, countless guests saw Johnson at the main entrance. Who is this fool who dares to tell Master Zhao to get out? The wealthy families in Haicheng looked at the young figure in shock, and the people rushing towards this side, not far away, also had expressions of surprise on their faces. This is the Zhao family of Haicheng. Where did this bastard come from? How dare you act wild in front of Grandmaster Lai? A dandy, rich second-generation guy looked Johnson up and down, but as soon as he finished speaking, Johnson slapped him in the face. The rich second generation flew straight into the Zhao family and fell heavily to the ground, dead beyond death. Chapter 34. Nanjiang Grandmaster Shit. This sudden change instantly shocked all the wealthy families in Haicheng present. Today is Grandmaster Zhao's big day, and someone is here to cause trouble. Where did this kid come from? How dare he kill someone in front of Master Zhao? Countless figures stare at that face in shock, but soon they burst into laughter. It seems that someone is here to challenge the Grandmaster's authority. I have seen many such people. I'm afraid I'll become Master Zhao's ghost again. In the competition among warriors, there were injuries and deaths. Zhao Wuji's name was well known not only in Haicheng, but also in the whole Nanjiang. In the past, countless challengers had died at the hands of Zhao Wuji. They just thought that Johnson was here to challenge them, and they all looked disdainful. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and with a sallow face walked out from the Zhao family hall. Looking closely, he was emanating a domineering aura, and his powerful inner strength was inadvertently revealed. Just standing there, he gave people a suffocating feeling of oppression. The man saw Johnson at the door from a distance and said, "Boy, today is my big day. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after today. If you don't come out, I will kill your entire Zhao family today." A cold voice entered Zhao Wuji's ears. As soon as these words came out, countless guests were terrified. This kid was so arrogant, he even threatened to slaughter the entire Zhao family? Ha ha! I, Zhao, have no children, no parents or relatives. I'm the only one. If you want to slaughter someone, then come and slaughter me. What a big tone. If it wasn't for the happy occasion today, Zhao Wuji would have rushed out and killed this guy long ago. But today, he really didn't want to spoil the fun. The dozen or so guards at the door all smiled coldly. What does this kid really think this is? You dare to come and seek death? Today, I will destroy you on behalf of the master. These people are all Zhao Wuji's disciples. Since Zhao Wuji has entered the realm of a grandmaster, the threshold of the Zhao family is almost being trampled down by others. Every day, countless people come to him, wanting to become Zhao Wuji's disciples. They were all of the same age, and naturally no one took Johnson, a kid who hadn't even fully grown, seriously. The dozen or so warriors rushed towards Johnson like a tide. They all wanted to capture Johnson and show off in front of Zhao Wuji. However, Johnson raised his hand slightly, and more than a dozen steel needles flew out. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen warriors fell to the ground like wheat being cut by a knife. The blood dyed the ground red, and the hearts of the wealthy families in Haicheng seemed to be tightly grasped by something. He killed more than a dozen people without even making a move. This kid is truly a killing god. If you don't want to die, get out of here. With a loud shout, dozens of people were scared away in an instant. Johnson stepped into the Zhao family's courtyard. The Zhao family courtyard was decorated with lights and colors, but in Johnson's eyes, the silks and satins looked as if they were stained with blood. Some people refused to give up and rushed towards Johnson, but they fell one by one. Finally, Johnson was standing 10 meters away from Zhao Wuji. Behind him, there were corpses lying on the ground, and the atmosphere of horror completely enveloped the entire Zhao family. Until this moment, Zhao Wuji finally realized that something was wrong. "Boy, what on earth do you want to do?" Johnson's face looked unfamiliar. Zhao Wuji was confident that he had never seen this guy before. But Johnson's terrifying aura suppressed Zhao Wuji, and even the protective energy in his body couldn't help but flow out. The strong feeling of oppression made Zhao Wuji's heart tremble violently. "Launching Yi family, Johnson," Johnson said coldly. In an instant, Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank. "Are you from the Yi family?" "Impossible. The Yi family has all died long ago." Zhao Wuji took several steps back. As the Grandmaster of Haicheng, he was now being forced to retreat again and again by a young man. Countless young men from wealthy families and dignitaries in Haicheng were all terrified. They thought Johnson was looking for death. At this moment, she was frightened by his bloodshot eyes and trembled all over, not daring to speak. "All dead. I am an orphan of the Yi family who was not killed by you guys back then." "It was you who killed my parents," Johnson demanded. From Zhao Wuji's tone, Johnson finally confirmed that he was also the murderer back then. He didn't expect that the killer who was stained with the blood of the Yi family was still living so happily. Letting them live a few more years is already a bargain for them. Just as Johnson was about to take action, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. The figure looked to be about 30 years old, wearing a long robe and holding a sword in his hand. The young man stared at Johnson and said coldly, "Boy, you dare to act wildly on my uncle's wedding day. You are tired of living. Kneel down now and cut off your hands, and I will ask my uncle to spare your life." Johnson as if he were a dead person. He was Zhao Wuji's nephew and had just cultivated sword energy not long ago. Zhao Yuanshuang practiced ancient martial arts and was the most gifted disciple in the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji even predicted that in a few decades, Zhao Yuanshuang's achievements would surpass his own. Just this one sentence attracted countless wealthy second generations from Haicheng to show their goodwill to Zhao Yuanshuang. Zhao Yuanshuang had already claimed to be the best among the younger generation, and Johnson didn't even bother to look at her. This bastard has no qualifications for me to take action on. Seeing that Johnson ignored him, Zhao Yuanshuang became furious. He raised the sword in his hand and stabbed at Johnson. Yuanshuang, stop it! Zhao Wuji wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Just now, he had carefully examined Johnson. The internal force in Johnson's body was as terrifying as the abyss. In ancient martial arts practice, even at the same level, different techniques can lead to huge differences. But now, Zhao Wuji's strength in the middle stage of Kaiyuan has surpassed others, but he can't see through Johnson at all. Since you want to die, I'll give you a ride. Johnson stretched out his fingers and easily clamped the tip of Zhao Yuanshuang's sword with 2 fingers, and there was a crisp bang sound. The sword blade, made of fine iron, was broken by Johnson, and Zhao Yuanshuang was shocked. Johnson waved his hand, and the sword blade pierced through the void, cutting Zhao Yuanshuang's throat in the blink of an eye. Blood splashed all over Zhao Wuji like a fountain. With one move, Haicheng's #1 prodigy is dead. You killed Yuanshuang. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Wuji couldn't bear it anymore and roared hysterically. Countless disciples from aristocratic families were all horrified when they saw this horrifying scene, and they retreated back in fear. This kid is also a master. In the panic, someone said something, and everyone's eyes were focused on Johnson again. You go to hell too. Johnson punched out. Zhao Wuji's body was like an inflated balloon. With a loud bang, it exploded into pieces, and blood fell all over the sky. There were screams of fear throughout the Zhao family. The figure left the Zhao family, and no one dared to stop him. From then on, there was no more Grandmaster Zhao Wuji in Haicheng. On the other side, Lu Qishan had just come out of Prince Jinnan's mansion when Prince Jinnan received a message. What did you say? Zhao Wuji is dead. Prince Jinnan listened to the voice on the phone in shock. Chapter 35, I am very optimistic about Tianqi. How'd he die? Prince Jinnan widened his eyes, unable to believe the news. He had just sent someone to inform Zhao Wuji, and only an hour had passed, and the person was already dead? I don't know. The voice on the other end of the phone trembled. Damn it. Why don't you check it out for me quickly? It's crazy, really crazy. In such a short period of time, not only the Zhang family of Longsheng and his most capable subordinates were destroyed. Even Nanjiang Grandmaster Zhao Wuji died in just one day. Could it really be that evil creature from the Yi family who did this? Impossible. He was a master. Even the king of Jinan couldn't believe that Johnson could kill Zhao Wuji. Within a few minutes, another of the Jinan king's men came to report. My lord, we have investigated thoroughly. The man who killed Zhao Wuji is named Johnson. Boom! After the words fell, Prince Jinan stood there in a daze. Grandmaster Nanjiang, a distinguished guest of the Jinan palace, was actually killed by Johnson. So, that guy's strength is not inferior to that of the Grandmaster? The Prince of Jinan was so shocked that he couldn't speak, but after a moment, an indescribable rage engulfed him. Someone come. Quickly summon the 3 commanders to report back. If this child is not eliminated, he will become a great trouble in the future. Pass my order. I will strangle this kid with all my strength. There was tension throughout the Jinan palace, and the news of the death of Zhao Wuji, the master of the Haicheng Zhao family, was like a flash of lightning and instantly reached Zhang Yongshan's mouth. At the main entrance of the Northern Hongmen, a middle-aged man in a robe saw the news and stood up suddenly from his chair. Zhao Wuji is dead. How is this possible? Master, the Prince of Jinan asked you to go to the Prince of Jinnan's mansion as soon as possible to discuss this matter. A young man in his 20s beside the man whispered. Zhang Yongshan's face became extremely gloomy. Zhao Wuji had a very good relationship with him. Although the 4 great masters of Nanjiang each formed their own faction. Each of them is powerful and dominates one side. But the Southern Fist Grandmaster Wu Shui and the Yunqing Grandmaster Chen Shouan have always been at odds with him, and it can even be said that they are in dire straits. Only Haicheng Zhao Wao Qi and Zhang Yongshan have a good relationship, and can even be called brothers. It is precisely because of this that a long-standing stalemate that is difficult to break has formed between the four great masters of Nanjiang. The death of Zhao Wuji meant that from now on, the four great masters of Nanjiang no longer existed, and Zhang Yongshan became just one person. If Wu Shuai and Chen Xiuan joined forces to fight him, he would not be a match for the two with his strength alone. This news was like a bolt from the blue for the entire northern Hongmen. Without caring about anything else, Zhang Yongshan immediately handed over all matters to his direct disciple, Shi Yong. He drove his own Rolls-Royce and quickly used the northern Hongmen Hall. Here, Johnson left Haiqing and immediately called Zhao Fu. Zhao Wuji is dead. Johnson. Zhao Fu was waiting for news from Johnson at Tianjin Group. Such a thundering move left Zhao Fu speechless. As expected of the young master of Tianjin Group, Zhao Fu was extremely respectful to Johnson. Johnson also told the truth at this time. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan killed my family. They were also instructed by someone. And now, Zhao Wuji is dead, and only Zhang Yongshan is left. I heard that the water of the North Hongmen in Nanjiang is very deep. Johnson asked. Yes. Johnson, the Northern Hongmen is a long-established force in Nanjiang. Their warriors are spread all over the entire Nanjiang province, and they have branches everywhere. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Yongshan have a very good relationship. Everyone in Nanjiang knows that the two of them chose to join forces to fight against the other two masters. In addition, these two people are guests of honor at the Jinan Palace. In other words, so, if I kill them both, King Jinan will cause trouble for me. Johnson sneered. Zhao Fu did not comment, but Johnson was not afraid at all. He even dared to kill Wang Wu. So why was he afraid that the king of Jinan would come to him? Now that Zhao Wuji is dead, Zhang Yongshan will definitely receive the news. Just let them come to me in person. I, Johnson, am waiting in Dragon City. After saying this, Johnson hung up the phone and let Zhang Yongshan live a few more days. At this moment, in Longqing family, Yin Tianqi was ecstatic. He just received news that the Zhang family was actually destroyed by the mysterious boss behind the Tianjin Group. The worry in his heart suddenly disappeared without a trace, and he immediately called Sun Li. Sun Li, do you know that Zhang Hu is dead? Now I'm safe. Ha ha ha. Yin Tianqi said secretly. On the other end of the phone, Sun Li didn't know how to answer. He now knew from Johnson that he had killed the Zhang family. He also knew that the Zhang family was the one who destroyed the Yi family decades ago. Johnson did all this for revenge. But Johnson saved her from that group of warriors last time, so Sun Li still felt a little grateful. Although she didn't like Johnson and thought he was pretentious, now that Johnson suddenly left, Sun Li suddenly felt a sense of loss. It's Tianqi. I've often heard Sun Li talk about you. Come to my house for dinner when you have time. Sun Hao quickly showed his enthusiasm when he heard Yin Xiaoping's voice. Uncle. Okay, I'll be there right away. Yin Xiaoping became even more excited when he heard Sun Hao's voice. He immediately changed into a suit, took 2 boxes of fine wine and tea, and drove to the Sun family. How could Yin Tianqi give up such a good opportunity? Dad, why did you let him come to our house? Sun Li Dai frowned slightly. What is often mentioned, it is obvious that her father is talking nonsense. Whenever Yin Tianqi wanted to come to her house in the past, Sun Li always made excuses. What else are you doing? Young Master Yin is so enthusiastic about you. What's wrong with coming to his house for a meal? Besides, now that Johnson is not here, it's a good opportunity for you two to develop a good relationship. I'm very optimistic about Tianqi. The Yin family is a second-rate family in Longsheng, and its strength is not inferior to our Sun family. I'm looking for a good home for you, Sun Hao said bluntly. Hearing his words, Sun Li blushed, and then she got a little angry. I don't have any feelings for Yin Tianqi. He saved me, and I'm just grateful to him. Sun Li glared at Sun Hao fiercely. Hurry up and call Mom. She hasn't been home since noon. Chun-Li didn't come home for a day, and Sun Li was very worried. However, Sun Hao said sarcastically with a wronged look on his face, it's all because of Johnson. It's because of him that your mother is upset with me. Sun Li, don't mention the Yi family's affairs again. He thinks that he can make a name for himself now, that he has grown strong enough. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, someone will hold Johnson responsible for the trouble he caused. Sun Hao warned. He didn't know where Johnson learned Kung Fu, nor did he know how Johnson got out of the dangerous situation of the Zhang family. However, he was becoming increasingly dissatisfied with this godson. The Sun family could not keep him, Otherwise, Johnson would definitely bring fatal disaster to the Sun family. Chapter 36: Rebuilding the Yi Family. In Tianchi drove his luxury car to the door of Sun's house. As soon as he arrived, Sun Hao saw In Tianchi's figure through the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Without saying a word, Sun Hao rushed out in a hurry. Tianchi, oh, you came here and brought so many things. How embarrassing. Sun Hao hurriedly took the thing from In Tianchi's hand. In Tianchi kept looking into the villa, looking for some figure. Sun Hao frowned and said, Sun Li, the guests are here. Why don't you go out and greet them? Helplessly, Sun Li came out of the villa and smiled at In Tianchi. Sun Li, where's Johnson? In Tianchi was confused when he saw that there was no one around. He's out. Don't bring anything next time you come. Sun Li didn't want to owe In Tianchi any favors. She wanted to slowly repay the favors she owed in the past. It's all his dad's fault for matching them up. Otherwise, he would definitely not let In Tianchi come to his house. All right, Tianchi, come in quickly. Sun Li heard that you were coming and prepared a large table of food for you. You haven't tried her cooking yet, have you? My daughter's cooking is delicious. Sun Hao looked at the precious tea that In Tianchi brought and recalled the cheap goods that Johnson brought, and his favorable impression of him increased a lot. A Johnson compare with a big family like the In family? He's the head of the Sun family, so everything he does must be considered for the Sun family. Now, Sun Li is not young anymore, and it is time to find a boyfriend for her daughter so that someone can take care of her. In Tianchi looked like a good fit. After entering the room, Sun Hao took In Tianchi's arm and had a great chat with him. Come on. Sun Li, give a toast to Tianchi. You two should interact more in the future and stop hanging out with that Johnson kid. Sun Hao's words made In Tianchi overjoyed. He quickly raised his glass and toasted Sun Hao. Mr. In, I'll toast you too. Sun Li also picked up the glass and drank twice as much. The three of them drank like this until late at night, and In Tianchi then whistled and went back reluctantly. Just as In Tianchi was coming out of the Sun family, he saw a figure walking towards him from a distance. When their eyes met, In Tianchi was startled at first, but the next second, he laughed at the person who came. Hey, isn't this young Master Yi? Why are you here again? This is the Sun family, not your Yi family. My future father-in-law said that he would marry Sun Li to me in the future, and that we should have more contact and never get involved with you again. What are you talking about? Just because you are an orphan of a Yi family, you are not worthy of carrying shoes for my In family. Well, what do you have to compare me to, Johnson? Resources, connections, money, financial strength. You will never be worthy of Sun Li in this life. She can only be mine. In Tianchi was drunk and kept exaggerating and mocking Johnson. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun-Li walked out from behind Johnson with a gloomy and angry face. Chun-Li took a step forward and slapped In Tianchi in the face with a slap sound without saying a word. In Tianchi, right? I'm telling you, no matter who you are or how strong you are, as long as I'm alive, you can never step foot into our Sun family. I will never marry my daughter to a jerk like you. Get out of here right now. Chun-Li had a very loud voice, and her yelling woke In Tianchi up from his drunkenness. Only then did he see Chun-Li's face clearly. In Tianchi suddenly felt his face turn green, as if he had eaten a few flies. But this person is Sun Li's mother and his future mother-in-law. In Tianchi suddenly didn't know how to refute. The words were stuck in his throat. Looking at Johnson's murderous face, In Tianchi ran away in shame. After In Tianchi left, Johnson said with some worry, Godmother, this In Tianchi is not a good guy. At the class reunion that day, I suspected that this guy had drugged Sun Li's wine. I'm worried that Sun Li and Godfather will be deceived by him. Logically speaking, this is not Johnson's family affair, and no one can say anything to him even if Johnson doesn't care, but her godmother is so good to her. No matter what, I must protect the safety of my godmother and her family. Hearing this, Chun-Li's face darkened instantly. Sun Hao is such a coward. If he dares to marry his daughter to this bastard, I will never forgive him. Johnson, thanks for protecting Sun Li. You'd better not leave. Stay home. You've done such a big thing. I'm worried. Chun-Li held Johnson's hand, her eyes full of worry. But Johnson didn't want to bother him anymore. Right now, he had more important things to do. Godmother, don't worry. There's a place for my Yi family in Longsheng. During this period of time, I will be in Longsheng and will not go anywhere. If you have any problems, just call me. Johnson gave a few instructions and then left in a hurry. On this side, In Tianchi returned home and kicked the coffee table in the living room to pieces. This Johnson, you ruined my business. I will never let you go. Suddenly, you are mine. You can't escape from my grasp. However, just as Yin Tianchi finished speaking, under the dark light, a pair of cold skeleton fingers grabbed his neck. In the darkness, Yin Tianchi saw a figure covered in a black robe and looking like a skeleton staring at him. A breath of death rushed straight to Yin Tianchi's crown. Ghost! There's a ghost! Hee hee hee. If you scream again, I will turn you into a pool of blood. The skeleton man let out bursts of creepy laughter. Are you a human or a ghost? Yin Tianchi was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Aren't you going to kill that guy and marry Miss Sun? I can help you. The skeleton man threw Yin Tianchi to the ground. Then, he took out a piece of talisman paper from his arms. It was stained with blood and was glowing with blood from time to time. Put this thing on Sun Li, and what you want will naturally come true. The man in black laughed sinisterly. Hearing this, Yin Tianchi was shocked. Who are you? Why should I believe you? It's simple. If you don't do it, I will kill you. Do you want to die or live? Gurgle. Yin Tianchi swallowed his saliva. The Yin family was full of bodyguards. The man in front of him was able to sneak into the Yin family without being discovered, so he must have extremely terrifying strength. Yin Tianchi nodded in panic. Okay, I promise you. The next morning, in Longsheng, at the former site of the Yi family, Johnson stared at the abandoned ancestral home in front of him. This was the former Yi family, but now it is in ruins. Today, Johnson wants to rebuild the Yi family here. Longsheng, Ye's family, Johnson am back. Dozens of luxury cars lined up in a long queue and parked in front of the Ye's family's gate. Zhao Fu came here with a group of people. Johnson turned around with a determined look in his eyes. Tell everyone that from today on, the Longsheng Yi family will take over all the Zhang family's businesses. Chapter 37 Banquet Invitation. As orders were issued one after another, all media rushed to report this shocking news. Johnson wanted to restore the glory of the Yi family in Longsheng spread to all the families in Longsheng like a bolt from the blue. What shocked them even more was that the Yi family actually announced that they would take over all of Zhang Hua's businesses. You know, Zhang Hu has accumulated countless assets over the years. Adding together the open and hidden assets, it is an astonishing fortune. Among the first-rate families in Longsheng, no one can compete with it. Now, the Yi family is actually going to take over Zhang Hua's assets. In the Zhang family hall, the Zhang family patriarch and all the Zhang family members were filled with anger. Zhang Tao looked at the news and slammed his fist on the table. Humph! Grandpa, who the hell is this Johnson? A bastard of the Yi family, a labor camp inmate who just got out of prison, is actually clamoring to take over the assets of the Zhang family? Is he tired of living? Olivia was also in the hall. After hearing the news, she was shocked at first, and then showed a look of strong sarcasm. This Johnson is such an idiot. He's jumping out to get himself killed at this time. Does he think he's grown strong enough? Zhang Xiang, the ancestor of the Zhang family, said coldly, the major families in Longsheng have conflicts of interest with Zhang Hu, and so does my Zhang family. This kid actually dared to threaten to take over the Zhang family's power. This shows that you don't take the other families in Dragon City seriously. Zhang Xiang was furious, and Zhang Tao next to him immediately jumped up and said angrily, Grandpa, I don't know how this Johnson got on the Chun family's good side. 2 days ago, the Chun family agreed to sell us a piece of land. I suspect it was this guy who interfered. Chun sold it to Sun Li and beat me up. And because of him, the Chun family severed all ties with our Zhang family. Bang! Zhang Xiang threw the teacup on the table to the ground, breaking it into pieces. This is too much. If he offends my Zhang family, I will make him disappear from Dragon City. Many people in Longsheng have the same idea as the Zhang family. No one wants Johnson to suddenly appear and take away this big piece of cake from them. It is even less likely that they will give up their own interests. Just when the Zhang family patriarch was about to discuss with other families to go together to put an end to Johnson's arrogance, the Zhang family guard rushed in with a red invitation in his hand. Report. Ancestor, this is an invitation sent by Johnson, asking us to attend the banquet. The guard delivered the invitation to Zhang family's ancestor Zhang Xiang. Looking at the invitation, the Zhang family members' faces became even gloomier. Then I'll go meet this kid. Let him know his own weight. Soon, lines of convoys came out of the Zhang family and headed towards the Yi family's ancestral land. At the same time, almost all families in Longsheng received invitation letters from the Yi family. Inside the Chun family manor, Chun Xiang and Chun looked at the golden invitation in their hands, with unspeakable excitement in their eyes. So, God help me. Quickly gather all the people. We need to prepare the most expensive gifts and go to the Yi family in person. Chunin wore the most formal clothes and combed his hair into a shiny finish. After a moment, Chunin sneered, Zhang, who is courting death. I have long suspected that he was the one who did that thing. Son, do you believe me now? Chen Xiang was also very excited, and he admired his own father very much. If it weren't for him, I would have ruined the future of the Chen family. Even the arrogant Zhang, who was destroyed overnight. Apart from the Tianjun group, which is feared by the Dragon Kingdom, and Johnson, who else can do it? I'll go inform my uncle, aunt, and other members right away. Chen Xiang ran out in a hurry. At the Sun family, Sun Liha received an invitation. Looking at the word Johnson on it, Sun Li had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Sun Li, go quickly and put on your clothes. We are going to find Johnson now. Why are you going? Stay still. Do you want to die? Johnson is making such a big fuss. He is obviously looking for death. Let him show off, we won't go. Sun Hao said in a tough attitude. Sun Hao, you are so ungrateful. Back then, the Yi family helped you with all they had. Now, Johnson wants to rebuild the Yi family in launching. It would be fine if you didn't congratulate them, but you are still making sarcastic remarks here. Chun-Li was very disappointed with this man, and Sun-Li was also in a dilemma. On one side was her biological mother, and on the other was her biological father. Who should she listen to? At this moment, outside the door, a sports car slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of the Sun family's door, and Yin Tianqi got out of the car. Seeing him, Chun-Li grabbed Sun Li's hand and went into the bedroom. Uncle Sun, Tianqi, come in quickly. Yin Tianqi was nervous, but he took a deep breath and walked in. After Sun Li changed her clothes and came out, Yin Tianqi quickly got up. Sun Li, you want to go to his house? I'll go with you. Get out of here. Chun-Li wanted to slap Yin Tianqi in the face. Yin Tianqi's face was extremely embarrassed, but he had to bite the bullet. Chun-Li took Sun Li's hand and walked out the door. Come back. Ouch. Uncle Sun, don't worry, I'm here. I will definitely protect Sun Li. Yin Tianqi said hypocritically. Hearing this, Sun Hao hurriedly pushed him and said, Go, follow Sun Li. Yin Tianqi was quick-witted and quick-handed, and hurriedly chased after him. When Chun-Li saw Yin Tianqi chasing her, she was about to turn around. Yin Tianqi hid behind Sun Li. Auntie, there's a little conflict between Johnson and I. Please don't be angry with me. Look, Johnson even sent me an invitation. He asked me to attend the party. I'm warning you. Stay away from my daughter. Chun-Li pointed at Yin Tianqi and shouted angrily. Seeing this, Sun Li also stood up and spoke to Yin Tianqi. Mom, actually, young Master Yin is a very good person. While Sun Li was speaking for her, Yin Tianqi quickly took the opportunity to stuff the talisman paper into Sun Li's bag. After doing all this, Yin Tianqi pretended nothing had happened. Okay, you can't judge a person by his appearance. If you get involved with him in the future, don't recognize me as your mother. Chun-Li pulled Sun Li into the car, then drove away without looking back. Seeing this, Yin Tianqi could only hurriedly follow. On the other side, dozens of servants cleaned the Yi family's house thoroughly. There was a bustling scene inside and outside the Yi family. 3 years ago, the Yi family was destroyed, but the Yi family compound was preserved. Because so many people died here, the house could not be sold at all. No one was willing to buy such a haunted house, and many people also rumored that it was haunted at night. As a result, even fewer people bought the store. Now that Johnson is back, it is natural for him to take over the place. The Chun family is here. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded. Everyone looked back and saw more than a dozen luxury Rolls-Royces driving towards the Yi family in the distance. Soon, the Chun family convoy stopped, and then Chun-En and Chun Xiang got out of the car. Seeing Johnson, Chun-En couldn't suppress his excitement and ran over as if he had seen his own father. Johnson, congratulations on returning to the Yi family. This is a gift from my Chun family. Please accept it. Chapter 38. Insulting the Yi family, seeking death. Chun-En just waved his hand, and 2 men in black came slowly over carrying a huge box. The box was covered with a red cloth. Chun-En pulled it open, and everyone's attention was instantly attracted to the things underneath. It was a jade thousand-armed Guanyin statue that was completely green. Under the sunlight, it emitted a breathtaking green light. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, including Johnson. Johnson, this is the Guanyin statue that was enshrined in your family's ancestral hall. It is also your mother's favorite thing. Not long ago, I redeemed it from an old friend, and today I'm returning it to its original owner. Just consider it as a gift to you. It's a pity that the two elders are no longer here. If they saw you back, they would be very happy. This Buddha's statue cost Chun an 80 million yuan, but he didn't feel sorry at all. He knew what this thing meant to Johnson. Everyone present looked at Chun and with envy, secretly thinking that this old man was very smart. Knowing that Johnson would be happy to see this thing, he spent a lot of money to buy it back. Sure enough, when Johnson saw the jade Buddha statue, his eyes moistened. Master Chun is thoughtful. I will definitely keep this kindness in mind. This sentence made Chun ecstatic. He was like a child who had received candy and couldn't stop smiling. Johnson is so polite. Batle, Kumain. With Johnson's order, the Chun family showed the invitations, and the butler welcomed everyone from the Chun family in. Not long after, another row of convoys drove towards the Yi family, and soon, Johnson saw a familiar figure. Yin Tianqi, Sun Li, the Zhang family, and the head of a first-rate family in Longcheng. The ancestor of the Zhang family in Longcheng has arrived. There was another voice, and the Zhang family got out of the car in a mighty procession and walked straight toward Johnson. Olivia held Zhang Tao's arm. Johnson, the Zhang family's ancestor has arrived. Why don't you welcome him quickly? Johnson with gloomy eyes. Just as Chun Xiang was about to enter the door, he heard some noise behind him and hurriedly pulled Chun An's arm. Chun An frowned when he saw the ancestor of the Zhang family coming. But seeing that a small bodyguard of the Zhang family was disrespectful to Johnson, Chun An rushed forward and slapped the bodyguard in the face. Who the hell dared to talk to Johnson like that? Zhang family, who do you think you are? Chun An put his hands behind his back. His action instantly ignited the anger of the Zhang family. The Zhang family's ancestor knew that Johnson had clung to the Chun family, but he didn't expect that their relationship was so good. Chun An actually beat up his personal bodyguard without saying a word. Chun An, don't be so presumptuous. The Zhang family's ancestor glared at Chun An. Chun An sneered. Zhang Xiang, I see that you are old and your brain is not working well. How dare you let your people speak nonsense here? No matter what the Zhang family said, it's not your turn to teach them a lesson. You beat up my grandson, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. The Zhang family's ancestors didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Chun family, but now, the Chun family has bullied them again and again. Oof. If I see that rebellious son of yours again next time, it's up to me whether I beat him or not. Chun An sneered. When Mr. Liu comes, I'll make you suffer. Zhang Xiang said this, and Chun An was stunned where he stood. The old Liu he mentioned was naturally Liu Qishan, the ancestor of the Liu family. Liu Qishan was a man of high moral character and prestige, and now, with Zhang Hu's death, the Liu family remains the most powerful and influential. Moreover, Liu Qishan is a true martial arts master, who is only one kick away from entering the Kaiyuan realm. At that time, the Liu family's reputation will probably be even better than Zhang Hu's before. After all, once you reach the Grandmaster level, you can almost walk sideways in Nanjiang. Then we'll just have to wait and see. After Chun An finished speaking, he ignored the Zhang family's ancestor and walked into the door without looking back. And everyone in the Zhang family once again focused their attention on Johnson. Afterwards, the ancestor of the Zhang family walked in with his head held high and his chest puffed out, and the housekeeper took a look at the invitation letter from the Zhang family. The smile on his face suddenly changed, and then he led them to a corner in the compound. What's going on? Damn it. Why are we, the Zhang family, placed in such a corner? Zhang Tao looked at Chun and others sitting in the hall, and his face suddenly became angry. Ordinary invitation letter. You can only sit here. If you don't like it, you can leave. The invitation is in gold in the front hall, and the main hall is purple gold. This is Johnson's order. You just sit here, the butler said coldly. The Zhang family members were all furious. Olivia felt extremely ashamed, and the Zhang family's ancestor was so angry that his chest heaved. They naturally didn't know that the invitation letters were divided into different levels. To those who didn't have a good relationship with Johnson, Johnson sent ordinary invitation letters. Soon, more people came to the Yi family. Even the Liu, Li, and Lin families came reluctantly. Of course, they were afraid that Johnson would come looking for them, and in the entire Dragon City, only a few families could receive the purple gold invitation letter. Among them was Chun An. Seeing that group of people being humiliated, Chun An felt extremely happy. Soon, the banquet began, and Johnson's eyes swept coldly across the audience, finally stopping on Liu Qishan's face. Today, my Yi family takes over the Zhang family's assets. In addition, I will take back everything my Yi family lost back then. Lin Jun, Li Zihong, and Lu Qishan all trembled in fear. They did not dare to speak because they were the only ones who knew that the man in front of them was a killing god. Humph! Johnson, do you really think we are here for a banquet today? You don't have the final say on the Zhang family's assets. Suddenly, Zhang Tao jumped out. He pointed at Johnson's nose, his eyes full of disdain, and the Zhang family ancestor mocked. The Longqing Yi family is nothing but a joke. Johnson, you are not qualified to take over Zhang, who has sphere of influence. As a descendant of the Yi family, even if your biological father and mother are still alive, you have no right to say such things. You, who do you think you are? That's right. What a piece of shit. How dare you claim to revive the glory of the Yi family? Ha ha. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? A series of mocking looks were cast at Johnson. These people had no idea where Johnson got such an arrogant tone from, and they didn't know that Johnson was crushing the Zhang family to death like an ant. Seeing Zhang's ancestors say this, Johnson frowned. I am informing you, not asking you. Also, you insulted my Yi family and my parents. Damn it. Johnson's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He jumped high and slapped the Zhang family ancestor on the head with his palm in the air. A terrifying gust of wind rose from the ground, and the Zhang family's ancestor was horrified, but what was waiting for him was only endless death. Bang! With a slap, Zhang Xiang started bleeding from all 7 orifices, his eyes fixed on Johnson. The sudden scene completely scared the Zhang family to death. Chapter 39. Challenging Johnson. Grandpa, you killed my grandpa. Zhang Tao's teeth were gnashing, his eyes glaring at Johnson. He insulted my Yi family and my parents, so he deserves to die. Johnson said coldly. Dozens of people from the Zhang family were present today. Seeing their ancestor die at the hands of Johnson because of a single sentence, they were all glaring with anger, wishing they could tear Johnson to pieces. The Yi family is going too far. There are so many of us. If you have the guts, kill us all. Zhang Tao pointed at Johnson's nose. The 3 heads of the Lin, Li, and Lu families were shocked and angry, but they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction at all. Even Lu Qishan, who was always highly respected, did not dare to speak, and the entire Yi family was filled with a tense atmosphere. Who could have thought that Johnson, this unknown kid, would jump out and kill the ancestor of the Zhang family? This kind of thundering method is even comparable to that of Zhang Hu back then. The heads of the second and third-rate families were all terrified. Zhang Hu was dead, but a man even more brutal than Zhang Hu appeared in Longqing. Seeing that no one spoke for him, Zhang Tao was immediately furious and said, Johnson, from today on, my Zhang family will fight you to the death. Zhang Tao's father Zhang Jinhua also jumped out, wishing to cut Johnson into pieces. Everyone, take a look at what this evil creature from the Yi family looks like. From now on, if anyone dares to disobey him, he will kill them to silence them. Do you all want to be bullied by this little bastard? Is there no one in my Dragon City who dares to stand up? These words immediately aroused the excitement of many families. They whispered to each other and looked at Johnson as if he were Jackal. That's right. He killed someone, call the police, and send this guy to jail. He killed a little bastard whenever he wanted. Do you really think that everyone in our Dragon City is afraid of him? For a time, the families below joined together to attack Johnson. The Dragon Kingdom advocates martial arts, and martial artists are admired wherever they go. Grandmaster Nanjiang's hands are never stained with blood. Among these families, there are many people who are domineering and bully the weak. If a warrior doesn't have the strength, who can send him to jail? Johnson looked down at the group, imprinting their faces into his mind. Seeing that this group of bastards dared to speak to Johnson like that, Chunin sneered. 3 years ago, Dragon City changed, and the Yi family was destroyed overnight. At that time, why didn't we see you stand up and send the murderer to jail? Now everyone is standing up and being a good person? What a damn hypocrite. These people are so hypocritical. Chunin has never seen such shameless people. Speaking of these people, I'm afraid more than half of them have coveted the Yi family's property. However, after that incident happened, Zhang Hu secretly teamed up with several other people to divide up the Yi family cleanly, so that they did not get any benefit at all. Now that Zhang Hu is dead, these people seem to have seen an opportunity and are taking the opportunity to attack Johnson. They are really shameless to the extreme. However, Chunin was not worried at all that this group of people might cause any trouble. Since they are looking for death, there is no need to stop them. Zhang Jinhua saw someone attacking Johnson and hurriedly looked at Lu Qishan, who was not far away. Mr. Liu, please help our Zhang family. These words made Liu Qishan's eyelids twitch in shock. These damn bastards from the Zhang family want to die. So why did they drag him along with them? Liu Qishan said calmly. Master Zhang, I think what Mr. Yi said makes sense. This is the Yi family. Please pay attention to etiquette. Johnson calmly. Johnson, I agree that you can take over all of Zhang Hu's assets. I've been annoyed with Zhang Hu for a long time. He has done so many evil things that he deserves to die. Hearing this, Lin Jun and the head of the Li family were shocked, but they seemed to realize something and nodded repeatedly. Yes, what Mr. Liu said is right. We also agree with this matter. Lin Jun said with an awkward smile. Johnson sneered. What if they agree? What if they disagree? These three people are really ridiculous. At this moment, two figures hurriedly walked in from outside the Yi family's door. They were Chun-Li and Sun-Li. Johnson, godmother. When Johnson saw Chun-Li, the coldness on his face disappeared. He hurried forward to welcome Chun-Li and Sun-Li into the main hall of the Yi family. Just at this moment, two figures rushed in hurriedly from outside the door. They were Sun Hao and Yin Tianqi. At this moment, almost all the dignitaries in Longchang had arrived here. Looking at this scene, Sun Hao and Yin Tianqi were both shocked. But Sun Hao's expression quickly turned cold. Is this Johnson crazy? Godfather. Johnson stepped forward to greet him, but Sun Hao didn't want to pay attention to him. Master Sun, you have a funding invitation letter. Please take a seat in the main hall. The housekeeper hurriedly stepped forward and motioned Sun Hao to go inside. Forget it, I'll just sit here and I won't go inside. Sun Hao didn't want to go in, so he found a corner and sat down with Yin Tianqi. Seeing him like this, Johnson didn't know what to say. He knew that Sun Hao didn't think highly of him, but fortunately his godmother was here. How could she be absent from such a grand occasion today? Master Sun, you have really raised a good son. Liu Qishan stepped forward hypocritically. Things are different now. In the past, he would not have taken the Sun family seriously at all. But now, with Johnson here, they naturally have to be more respectful to the Sun family. When the Prince of Jinan and the two masters arrive and kill Johnson, who will care about the Sun family then? Today, in addition to taking over Zhang Hu's assets, there is another account that needs to be settled today. Johnson was seen with his hands behind his back, his eyes only directed at Liu Qishan, Lin, and Li. Back then, my Yi family was destroyed. Liu Qishan, it was you three together with Zhang Hu divided up my Yi family's assets. Johnson went straight to the point and frowned. Misunderstanding. Johnson, we were just bewitched by Zhang Hu back then, and that's why we took over the Yi family's business. Johnson sneered. Really? Since this is a misunderstanding, why don't you three get it back with interest? No more, no less, 2 billion per person. When these words came out, everyone present took a breath of cold air. 2 billion. Although Liu Qishan is rich now, but he simply couldn't take out 2 billion in cash at once. And how could he be willing to take out the money? Not to mention Lin Jun and Li Zihong, they are not as rich as the Liu family, and at most they can take out 1 billion. If the Lin family's assets were sold for money, it would be hard to say whether 2 billion could be raised in a short period of time. But if they were sold, the Lin and Li families would probably find it difficult to gain a foothold in Longcheng in the future. Impossible. Lin Jun was already feeling very angry and immediately refused. Liu Qishan also gritted his teeth. He thought Johnson would ask for a huge amount, at most a few hundred million, but he didn't expect it to be 2 billion. Isn't this going to cost them their lives? Chapter 40, pay the money and get out. It is simply impossible for my Lin family to come up with 2 billion at once. Mr. Yi, why don't you go and rob? Most of the Yi family's assets fell into Zhang Hu's hands back then, and we just got a small share of the profits. You're asking for 2 billion, which is really too much. How can we agree to that? Lin Jun said with an unhappy look on his face. Liu Qishan and Li Zihong did not say anything, but kept observing Johnson's expression. When the Zhang family saw Lin Jun and Johnson quarreling, they immediately added fuel to the fire and said, I think this Johnson is here to rob us. Don't think that just because you learn some kung fu, you can run rampant in Dragon City and do whatever you want. There are always people who are better than you. If we all unite, I wonder what Johnson can do. That's right. You want to take all the Zhang family's assets for yourself? Impossible. Zhang Hu still has 100 million from my Wang family. Yes, the Zhang family, and we have conflicts of interest. How can you just take over? For a moment, countless people angrily vented their dissatisfaction toward Johnson. Yin Tianqi, who was far away, was grinning so hard that his mouth was crooked. The reason he came to this banquet today was to see Johnson get humiliated. Sure enough, this kid really thinks he is powerful enough and doesn't take them seriously. Johnson ignored the shouting of those people and stared at Lu Qishan and the other two. Pay the money and get out. Johnson, don't go too far, Lin Jin shouted. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Lu Qishan hurriedly grabbed Lin Jin's arm and said, Master Lin, calm down. Johnson, I agree to this, but I don't have the ability to come up with 2 billion right now. Even if it's cash, I have to wait until I go back to clean up the assets. Give me a few days to raise the money. Hearing this, Johnson did not embarrass them. Okay, I'll give you 3 days. Send the money over after 3 days. Otherwise, I'll have to come and ask for it myself. Johnson had murderous intent in his eyes. He had already given these 3 people a lot of face. Otherwise, don't blame him for being rude. If they went to their house, 2 billion would not be the solution. Okay, I'll go back and collect the money. Having said that, Lu Qishan did not stay at the Yi family anymore. He waved his hand and hurried out of the Yi family. Seeing this, Lin Jun and Li Zihong had no choice but to leave in anger. After the 3 of them walked away, a cold look flashed in Lu Qishan's eyes. Here, when the Zhang family saw Lu and his companions leave, they immediately lost their confidence. Johnson, just wait. Let's go. Zhang Jinyue led the Zhang family away without looking back. They believed that even if they were all added together, they would still not be a match for Johnson. Olivia looked at the domineering figure. There is both regret and endless frustration in my heart. But soon, this emotion disappeared without a trace. Humph, you have offended so many forces in Dragon City. Johnson, you just wait for your demise. I wonder how long you can still jump around. Soon, many people left the Yi family. In the end, there are only a few families left in the Yi family. Some people are still taking a wait-and-see attitude, while others who stay are from the Chun, Su, and Sun families. Sophie pulled Sun Li to sit together. Sun Li, this Johnson is too arrogant. It's understandable that young people are a little hot-blooded, but relying on their passion to try to gain a foothold by stepping on the heads of the major families in Dragon City is a bit overestimating their own capabilities. Mr. Yin, come, let's have 2 drinks. Sophie pulled Sun Li and started drinking with Yin Tianqi. Sun Hao also sat next to Yin Tianqi, and the few of them completely ignored Johnson and started drinking. Johnson, congratulations. You will be the head of the family from now on. As your mother, I'm really happy for you. This is the amulet I got for you from the temple. Please keep it. Chun-Li took Johnson's hand and then stuffed a golden amulet into Johnson's hand. Johnson felt a little warm in his heart and accepted it. Godmother, thank you. Congratulations from Zhao Fu of Tianjun Group. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard, and Zhao Fu led dozens of people into the Yi family. Seeing Zhao Fu, Yin Tianqi's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Tianjun Group was here too. Sun Li also looked at the team of dozens of people in shock, and the group of people who stayed behind were all shocked. No wonder Johnson is so arrogant. Could it be that he has the support of Tianjun Group behind him? The reason why Zhao Fu appeared now was to let the remaining people know how to stand on the side and make a choice. As long as they don't go against the Yi family, no one will make things difficult for them. If you want to have any bad intentions towards the Yi family at this critical juncture, you have to try to see if you can withstand the wrath of the Tianjun Group. Seeing that the Tianjun Group had come, Sun Hao was shocked. When did he get to know the chairman of the Tianjun Group? If it was the Tianjun Group that backed Johnson, then all of this would make sense. No wonder. So that's why Sun Hao couldn't help but change his attitude towards Johnson. In the hall, Chun-Li looked at Zhao Fu with doubt in her heart, and then looked at Johnson. Johnson, you, godmother, Mr. Zhao, and I have some relationship. In the future, if you have any difficulties, you can find him. Hearing this, the Chun family father and son looked at him with envy. The Sun family was so lucky, but they didn't know how lucky they were. Especially that Sun Hao, who actually hung out with a young master from a second-rate family and didn't give Johnson any face. However, Chun Eng didn't dare to tell Sun Hao what to do. He just had to do his own job well. Soon, as the banquet began, the entire Yi family became bustling with activity. Only Yin Tianqi was worried, and the skeleton man gave him a talisman. It was just to target Johnson. It seemed that this kid had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Yin Tianqi was sure that the skeleton man possessed extremely terrifying strength, and they were targeting Johnson. Sun Li was drinking by herself and didn't notice anything was wrong. Wisps of red mist emerged from the shoulder bag behind Sun Li and penetrated into Sun Li's 7 orifices without anyone noticing. Sun Li's pupils seemed to be covered with a layer of red blood mist, and her red lips also became bright. And only Yin Tianqi knew all this. Looking at Sun Li's condition, Yin Tianqi knew very well that the red talisman had worked. At the same time, in a manner more than 10 kilometers away from Longshan, an old man in a gray robe suddenly opened his eyes. The soul-controlling spell is complete. He immediately sat down cross-legged, making incomprehensible hand gestures with his hands and muttering to himself. Behind him, a woman with an extremely charming figure was standing quietly. After a moment, the skeleton man stood up. He looked excited, as if he had encountered some great joy. He exclaimed, "What a wonderful soul!" Suddenly, the gray-robed man took a few steps back. "Is this the 5E mysterious body?" "Brother, what did you say?" The woman looked at him in surprise. Chapter 41, I Can Save Her. At the Yi family, after 3 rounds of drinking, it was already late at night. Chun and his son said goodbye to Johnson. They left with the Chun family. Said hello to Chun Li before leaving. Sun Li reluctantly. "Sun Li, send young Master Yin off." Sun Hao pushed Sun Li twice. Sun Li's eyes were empty. She nodded, stood up, and pulled Yin Tianqi toward the door. This sudden scene made Yin Tianqi a little confused. Looking at the slightly red eyes, Yin Tianqi spat. Sun Li exuded an indescribable coldness and murderous aura. Yin Tianqi felt that Sun Li had become a different person. After leaving the Yi family's gate, Sun Li's expression suddenly changed. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Yin Tianqi's neck. Yin Tianqi was so scared that he was sweating profusely. "Sun Li, what are you doing? Let me go." Yin Tianqi struggled for a while, and Sun Li threw him to the ground. "Yin Tianqi, remember, from now on, you are just a dog by my side." Yes, I am your dog." Yin Tianqi kowtowed repeatedly. Cold sweat soaked Yin Tianqi's back. He clearly felt the breath of death just now, and even felt that if Sun Li pinched him, he would become a corpse. That mysterious man, due to Sun Li? More than 10 kilometers away, the gray-robed man showed a cold smile and controlled Sun Li to turn around and enter the Yi family. "Brother, the 5E mysterious body is a matter of great importance. Should we tell the head of the main altar about this matter?" "Junior sister, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as I can put this body into the medicine cauldron and make a magic pill, I can get rid of this horrible appearance now. Her soul is the purest I have ever seen. This damned Yin Tianqi wants to pollute this body and soul. It's just courting death." When the charming woman heard this, a look of doubt appeared in her eyes, but soon it turned into a relieved smile. "I didn't expect that this girl actually has the 1 in a million 5E mysterious body. This body is full of treasures. Brother, if you swallow her, you will definitely be able to achieve great power. By then, even the head of the main altar may not be your opponent." 2 sinister laughs echoed throughout the villa. Meanwhile, Sun Li entered the Yi family's home. As soon as she entered the house, Chun Li hurriedly pulled her arm and walked forward. "Sun Li, you didn't congratulate Johnson today. People have always been concerned about your safety. That Yin Tianqi has bad intentions, so why did you go to see him off?" "Mom, I never liked that Yin Tianqi." "Brother Johnson, congratulations." Sun Li smiled and shook hands with Johnson. The moment their palms touched, a strange feeling surged into Johnson's mind, and Johnson frowned. Sun Li's body was filled with an evil spirit, giving him an unprecedented feeling of coldness. Besides, Sun Li never called herself that. Johnson gently pinched Sun Li's wrist with his right hand and took the opportunity to feel her pulse. This time, the evil spirit was even clearer, and Sun Li quickly pulled her hand back. "Soul-controlling goo curse." Johnson was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such an evil spell. It is rumored that the soul-controlling curse is a kind of evil magic from Southeast Asia. Once a person is infected with it, his mind will be forcibly controlled by the person, and the poison can penetrate deep into the soul. This spell is extremely difficult to break. If it is broken by force, it will damage the soul and make the person fall into eternal sleep. How is it possible? Someone secretly cast such a vicious spell on Sun Li? Johnson was more and more shocked. It seemed that someone had already set his sights on the Sun family. "Who are you?" Johnson grabbed Sun Li's arm. This sudden scene left both Chun Li and Sun Hao dumbfounded. Brother Johnson, what are you doing? You never call me brother? He cast a soul-controlling spell on Sun Lee without my noticing. If I find you, I will make sure you are dead. Johnson's hands were squeezing tighter and tighter as he interrogated the Sun Lee in front of him, while on the other side, the man in gray robe had a look of shock on his face. This person can actually see through my soul-controlling goo spell. Hee. However, under the spell, no one can break this spell without me. If you dare to break the curse by force, you will only die. The man was not worried at all that Johnson could break the soul-controlling curse. Sun Hao saw Johnson grabbing Sun Lee. He instantly became furious. Johnson, what are you doing? Let my daughter go. Godmother, godfather, someone has cast a curse on Sun Lee. Johnson's face was extremely cold. Sun Hao and Chun Li couldn't understand what he said. Sun Lee was in so much pain that she struggled. Let me go. Johnson, you hurt me. No matter how Sun Lee struggled, Johnson would not let go. Now, the other party knew that she had seen through a spell. Sun Lee is released. The other party will definitely control Sun Lee. It can be said that even the secret of the Five-Yin body has been known to others. Sun Lee saw the... Johnson pulled out 3 silver needles. Chi. The silver needles pierced through the void and hit Sun Lee's chest. Then, another 2 silver needles flew out and pierced into Sun Lee's spy acupoint. Sun Lee's eyes went dark, and she fell into Johnson's arms. Johnson, what did you do to my daughter? You bastard. Sun Hao's face turned red from drinking. He rushed forward, snatched Sun Lee from Johnson's arms, and glared at Johnson fiercely. Godmother, godfather, don't worry. I just sealed a few acupuncture points on Sun Lee to make her unconscious temporarily. You must believe me. Sun Lee is in a very dangerous situation now. Johnson looked at Sun Lee worriedly. The soul-controlling curse must be lifted as soon as possible. If it lasts too long, it will affect Sun Lee's nerves and soul. But now, Johnson is still missing an important ingredient. Sun Hao is extremely angry. Get out of here and don't touch my daughter again. How can my daughter get sick out of nowhere? You're talking nonsense here. Seeing Sun Hao going crazy, Chun-Li walked up to him and slapped him in the face. Calm down. I believe Johnson won't harm Sun Lee. Sun Hao was awakened by the slap. He finally calmed down quickly and quickly checked Sun Lee's breathing. Fortunately, Sun Lee's breathing was stable. Then he looked at Johnson coldly. If anything happens to my daughter, I won't forgive you. Chun Li quickly supported Sun Lee, and the two of them put Sun Lee on the bed. Johnson did not blame Sun Hao, but his face became gloomy. If anyone dared to hurt the Sun family, he would go to the ends of the earth to find him. If you dare to touch your relatives, you deserve to die. Johnson quickly called Zhao Fu and asked him to send someone to guard the Yi family. Soon, a team of dozens of people surrounded the Yi family. Chapter 42. Piyuryang Metot. After one night, the Yi family was still relatively safe. Johnson knew that the man would not show up easily. Now, the other party has controlled Sun Lee's life, and they are sure that they cannot break the soul-controlling curse. Sun Lee, don't worry, I will definitely cure you. Johnson made a phone call, hurried out the door, and drove away. Where's the pharmacy in Nanjiang? I need to find someone who sells precious medicinal materials. Johnson called Zhao Fu directly. Johnson, there are many famous doctors in Nanjiang, but if you want to say which family is the most famous, it must be the Yunqing family, the Chun family. Chun family. Johnson frowned slightly. Yes, the Chun family has been practicing medicine for generations, and their head is the current Nanjiang Grandmaster Chun Shouan. This person is not only the most famous doctor in Nanjiang, but also the leader of the Nanjiang Divine Doctor sect. The Chun family has all kinds of medicinal herbs, but ordinary people can't even get in. I think they must have what you're looking for. Hearing this, Johnson was overjoyed. Then I must go see this miracle doctor. Johnson hung up the phone and drove quickly towards Cloud City. Yunqing is backed by a mountain. So many families in Yunqing have made a living by growing herbs for generations. A long time ago, it was said that there was an ancient medical family in Yunqing. But up to now, those ancient medical families have long disappeared, and only the Chun family has survived. Some people also say that the Chun family is an ancient martial arts family with the heritage of an ancient martial arts family, which is why it has been passed down to this day. But everyone in Nanjiang admired Qin Shouan very much, because Qin Shouan was an upright person and hated evil. Johnson received Zhao Fu's address. He went directly to a pharmacy with a Chinese architectural style. Shenongtang? What a big mouth. Johnson looked at the plaque and couldn't help laughing. The Chin family must be very capable to dare to use this title. Johnson pushed the door open and walked in. The pharmacy was very large and filled with people. The whole pharmacy was filled with a strong aroma of medicine. On the shelves not far away, there were hundreds of kinds of medicinal materials. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know that you need to make an appointment to see a doctor at Shinong Hall? A young man in his 20s stopped Johnson. I'm looking for Chin Shoan. Johnson with strange eyes. Soon, everyone started laughing at the same time. I say, you don't have a fever, do you? Who is Divine Dr. Chun? Is that what you can see when you meet? How many wealthy families in Yunqing lined up, but couldn't even see Divine Dr. Chun? Did you take the wrong medicine? I think this kid is seriously ill. Many people laughed at Johnson. A kid who hasn't even fully grown his hair came in and said he wanted to see Grandmaster Chin Shoan. This was simply a blasphemy to Grandmaster Chin's dignity. The noisy sound also attracted the attention of a middle-aged man in the inner hall. The man looked Johnson up and down, frowned, and said, "This is Shinong Hall, a place for medical treatment. My father is not seeing patients. If you have any problem, please come to me." The man was wearing a pair of glasses and looked to be about 40 years old. He was holding a few silver needles in his hands. A gray-haired old man was lying on the hospital bed. Johnson could tell at a glance that the old man had a hidden injury. Johnson did not speak, but looked at Chun Huayan. He saw Chun Huayan guiding the needle with both hands and pressing his middle finger lightly on the old man's back. Then, 2 silver needles fell, and the needles pierced deeply into the old man's back. Puff! The next second, the old man spat out a mouthful of dark blood. After the acupuncture was completed, Chun Huayan helped the old man up. "Mr. Huang, you can take out the silver needle in half an hour. Do it once a week for 49 days, and you'll be back to health. Also, I'll prescribe some medicine for you. You can take it for a few days." Cough, cough. The old man coughed a few times, clasped his hands together, and thanked Chun Huayan. "I'm afraid my body won't last long, but it's worth my trip to have you come and treat me personally." "Mrs. Huang, you are too polite. My father is busy with something, so he asked me to treat you personally. Don't worry, I will definitely cure your illness," Chun Huayan said with a smile. Johnson could tell at a glance that this man had superb medical skills. Judging from a needle-moving technique and posture he had just used, this man was using the 12-way pure yang acupuncture method. No wonder the Chun family is known as the Nanjiang medical family. This acupuncture method has long been lost, and now only 8 needles are passed down. As luck would have it, Johnson had already mastered the 12-needle technique. Pure yang acupuncture can heal internal injuries and promote blood circulation and smooth the flow of qi. However, your internal injuries are extremely serious. If you continue with this treatment, it will only prolong your life. Just as the old man was about to leave, Johnson suddenly laughed. Shin Huayan was shocked when he heard it. "Boy, how do you know I'm using the pure yang needle technique?" Johnson did not answer, but waved his hand, and 3 golden needles emitting coldness shot out and steadily penetrated the old man's chest. Shin Huayan was shocked again. Even he didn't dare to use his internal energy to guide the needle through the air. Which sect is this kid from? Before the old man could react, Johnson stretched out his hand, and a forceful force shot directly into the old man's internal organs from his back. Puff! Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and the old man's breath changed again. The violent internal force almost made him lose his balance. The old man was shocked. He just felt a surging internal force like the sea. How old is this young man in front of me? His internal strength must have reached the level of a grandmaster, right? Then, Johnson pulled out the 3 gold needles, only to see that the gold needles had dimmed. These 3 golden needles were passed down to him by his master, and are called the 9-turn divine needles. Every time he uses them, he would soak them in medicine for 3 days and 3 nights in advance to allow the golden needles to fully absorb the medicinal power. The old man immediately bowed deeply to Johnson and said, "Thank you for your help, Master. May I ask your name?" "Johnson. My name is Huang Yen. If Master Yi has time, please come to the Huang family as a guest. I will personally entertain you." Johnson waved his hand. He didn't have time to visit other people's homes right now. Just take a good rest for 2 days, and your injury will heal naturally. Chun Huayan changed his previous attitude and hurriedly invited Johnson to the inner hall. Had just mocked Johnson were speechless and only felt a burning pain on their faces. Johnson followed Chun Huayan through a courtyard and then entered a guest room. Only then did Chun Huayan turn around. "Sir, You just said you want to find my father. My father is now in the Chun family compound. I will take you there later. However, the acupuncture technique you used just now was extremely exquisite. Can you tell me a little bit about it? Huh, didn't you just use it? I used the pure yang acupuncture method. However, they're the last four of the 12 pure yang needles. Johnson did not hide it. After he finished speaking, Chan Huayan's eyes widened even more, with turbulent waves in his heart. The 12 pure yang needles had long been lost, and these 8 needles were the Chun family's most valuable asset, passed down from their ancestors. This person actually knew the 12 pure yang needles technique. Chun Huayan was about to kneel down to Johnson, but Johnson held him back. All right, stop being polite. I came to your place to look for a medicinal herb. Chapter 43. Yunqing Family. Master, if you want any medicinal herbs, just tell me. As long as I have them, I will definitely give them to you. The 12-way pure yang formation is of great importance. Let alone a single medicinal ingredient. Even if it cost half of his life, Chun Huayan would not hesitate. Hearing this, Johnson also smiled and said, "This medicinal material is too rare. I'm afraid your Chun family doesn't have it. I need a goblin that's over 100 years old." Hearing this, Chun Huayan was shocked for a moment. Goblins that are over 100 years old live in deep mountains and forests, places where few people go. This herb is the pharmacist's favorite thing. It has the effects of nourishing the soul and calming the mind, nourishing the body and replenishing essence. A 50-year-old goblin is already the best of the best and is too rare. Not to mention the century-old goblins. The Qin family is the #1 medical family in Nanjiang, and the Divine Doctor sect is a holy place for famous doctors in Nanjiang to worship. Even so, the Qin family was only lucky enough to receive 200-year-old goblins. The remaining one had been used when Qin Shouan broke through. Now there's only that one plant left, which is treasured in the Chun family, and ordinary people can't even see it. Master Yi, you've come to the right place. My Qin family happens to have this thing, but I still need to report it to my father. This thing is not usually placed in Shenong Hall. Sir, please follow me to the Chun family now. Chun Huayan said respectfully. Johnson was overjoyed. He had come to the right place. He had never expected that the Chun family had such a valuable item. As long as he has this thing, Johnson can cure Sun Li and break the soul-controlling curse on Sun Li. Good. Afterwards, under the leadership of Chan Huayan, the two came out of the pharmacy and drove to Chen's house. About 20 minutes later, a luxurious manner appeared in Johnson's eyes, and Chen Huan excitedly got out of the car and opened the door for Johnson. Sir, please follow me. After entering the Chun family compound, passing through a front yard with mountains and water, and then passing through a bamboo forest, we arrived at the Chun family lobby. From a distance, Johnson saw an energetic old man sitting in the lobby, and opposite him sat an old man in black robe. Brother Gu, it's your turn. Chen Shouan smiled slightly. The situation in Nanjiang is just like the black piece on the chessboard, unpredictable and difficult to predict. The old man in black robe grabbed a black piece and placed it steadily on the chessboard. In an instant, a large group of black pieces surrounded the white pieces and strangled most of them. In your opinion, is my Chun family the black piece or the white piece? Chen Shouan frowned slightly. Black and white pieces are not important. The person playing chess is important. The situation of the Chun family depends on how Brother Chen responds. Yesterday, I observed the sky and saw a blue dragon rising in the east. I'm afraid something big is going to happen in Nanjiang. The Chen family is like a lone boat in the ocean. It all depends on your decision. The old man in black robe sighed slightly, and Chen Shouan's expression became a little solemn. It looks like a guest is coming. Chen Shouan did not make another move. Instead, he stood up slightly, turned around, and looked into Johnson's eyes. Johnson saw Chen Shouan. He couldn't help but be amazed. Chen Shouan was almost 70 years old, but his spirit was very good, and there was a strong inner strength in his body. With just one glance, Johnson had already sensed his strength. There seemed to be a surging wave hidden in his eyes. This person is much stronger than Zhao Wuji. Chen Shouan was even more shocked. 30 years ago, he had already reached the level of a grandmaster. At this level, he could see through people with just a glance. The cultivation level of ordinary warriors could never escape his eyes, but now he couldn't see through Johnson at all. Johnson's body was very steady. He had already mastered the breathing technique to perfection. Unless one's emotions are fluctuating, Others will never be able to see one's strength in cultivation. This little brother really surprises me. He is so calm and reserved at such a young age. Huayan, who is this? Chun Shoan asked with a smile. Chun Huayan hurriedly said, Dad, this is Master Yi. You don't know that Master Yi just used 3 needles to cure Mr. Huang's injury. And he used the 8-way pure yang needle technique of our Chun family. After hearing this, Chun Shoan was even more shocked. The pure yang acupuncture method was the Chun family secret. 4 generations in the Chun family. Only the head of the family could learn it. How could this young man know the pure yang acupuncture method? Oh, little brother, do you know the Chun yang acupuncture method? Chun Shoan was skeptical. Hearing this, Johnson smiled faintly. Old man, how come you have completely forgotten all the things of your ancestors? Of the 12 pure yang acupuncture techniques, your Chun family only knows 8? This question left Chun Shoan speechless, and he was so shocked that his body was shaking. What did you say? You used the 12-way pure yang acupuncture method. Chun Shoan asked anxiously. Dad, didn't you say before that my Chun family's pure yang acupuncture method only has 8 needles? Before Johnson could answer, Chun Huayan asked first. Seeing this, Chun Shoan tried his best to calm himself down and sighed. Huayan, my Chun family really only has 8 needles. This pure yang acupuncture method originally had 12 routes, but it has long been lost. Chun Shoan had searched the entire Dragon Kingdom decades ago, hoping to find the remaining 4 lost needles during his lifetime. But after so many years, Chun Shoan still has no clue at all. Therefore, the Chun family still used the 8 needles, and he passed the 8 needles to his son, Chun Huayan. He never imagined that the 12-move pure yang acupuncture method, which had been lost for hundreds of years, would reappear now. Moreover, it appeared on such a kid, so there was no time to think about it. Chun Shoan hurriedly said humbly, My little brother, this pure yang acupuncture method was passed down by my Chun family's ancestors. Can you teach it to our Chun family? From now on, as long as you can use me, our Chun family will definitely help you. Johnson smiled and shook his head. Ha ha, I can also teach you this needle technique. All you need is for your Chun family to exchange it for a 100-year-old goblin. Johnson also knew Chun Shoan's character, which was why he was willing to teach him the remaining 4 needles. To be honest, the Chun family got a great deal by exchanging a 100-year-old goblin for the remaining 4 needles. Not to mention a 100-year-old goblin. Even if Johnson exchanged all the precious medicinal herbs of the Chun family for it, Mr. Chun would never refuse. Once all 12 needles are gathered, their Chun family will be the most powerful family in Nanjiang with this set of acupuncture techniques. In the entire Long Kingdom, no medical family can surpass them. Hurry, Huayan, go get it, Chun Shoan urged. Soon, Chun Huayan came out with a box. When he opened the box, a rhizome as thick as his arm came into view. It's indeed a 100-year-old goblin. It's so big, this thing grows extremely slowly, and it only takes 100 years to grow to this size. Master Yi, Chun Huayan handed the box to Johnson with both hands. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Then I will pass the last 4 needles to you. Remember, I will only play it once. Chapter 44 Master Chun. Johnson suddenly took out 12 silver needles from his hands, and then his hands kept changing, and the silver needles were mixed with powerful internal force. Although the first 8 of the pure yang 12 needle techniques are simple and can be mastered by most people if they practice for a long time, the last 4 needles require strong internal strength to control. When changing the acupuncture techniques, you need to continuously inject internal energy, allowing the internal energy and the silver needles to be injected into the body together. Chun Huayan was dazzled by what he saw, but when he saw Johnson's precise needle technique again, he became even more excited. On the other side, Chun Shoan stared at Johnson's wrist closely, afraid of missing any technique. With a loud bang, 12 silver needles wrapped in domineering energy suddenly pierced into the pillar next to them. This acupuncture method can be used on the run and do meridians and all acupuncture points. For each acupuncture point, add 1 needle in turn. Once you learn it, you can perform 12 needles at the same time. But if you want to accurately control the 12 needles at the same time without missing a single one, and to make sure they hit the right acupuncture points, it depends on how well you can control your internal strength. Johnson finished a set of tricks. Chun Shoan was already so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He asked himself, even with his master's strength, He was not sure he could control these 12 silver needles so exquisitely. The two men looked at Johnson as if he were a monster, and it took them a long time to recover. Weon, why don't you thank the master for his teachings? Sir, may I ask if you have any apprentices? I would like my son to become your disciple. Chen Shoan asked respectfully. Johnson was stunned when he heard this. Chen Huayan was already 40 years old, and if he asked him to become his disciple, how would others view it if this got out? Forget it. I believe Mr. Chun will teach your son well. This set of acupuncture techniques is my thank you to you. Johnson refused repeatedly. Chen Shoan felt a little disappointed. Based on the strength Johnson had shown, he was more than qualified to be his teacher. He was embarrassed to say this, so he thought of asking Johnson to accept Chen Huayan as his apprentice. But Johnson refused, so he couldn't say anything more, because Chen Huayan would be the head of the Chen family in the future. How many people in Yunqing have been trying their best to curry favor with the Chen family? And now the future head of the Chen family wants to become Johnson's disciple, but Johnson has refused. I wonder what others would think if they knew about this. Heroes emerge young. Although you may not look very old, you are quite capable. From now on, the world will belong to you guys. The old man in black robe looked at Johnson with great admiration. Johnson suddenly realized that he had been focusing on Chen Shoan and hadn't noticed the old man. This old man gave him an unpredictable feeling, and Johnson was immediately surprised. As expected, the Chen family was able to gain a foothold in Nanjiang because there were many masters behind them, not only Chen Shoan. Johnson estimated that the old man in black robe was at least a master. However, this kind of people never show off their abilities and will never display their strength unless they have to. Huayan, why don't you make tea for the master? Chen Shoan hurriedly ordered Chen Huayan to make tea for Johnson. Johnson declined politely. I have something important to attend to. I will visit you another day when I have time. Johnson collected the century-old goblin, and now he had to go back quickly to treat Sun Li. There was no time to waste, and Chen Shoan, seeing this, stopped asking. Master, if you're still alive, come to the Chun family often, and I will definitely treat you well. Huayan, how much have you understood from the master's teachings just now? Chen Shoan asked with his hands behind his back. Chen Huayan was a little embarrassed. Johnson's hands were too fast just now, and he couldn't see many of the moves and techniques, as well as the details of the needle control. He scratched his head and said, Forgive my ignorance. I only understood 3 or 4 points of the master's technique just now. Well, forget it. I'll teach you later. Remember what the master said. Only those with strong internal strength can learn these 12 needles. The most important thing for you now is to improve your internal strength. Chen Shoan was a little helpless. His son's talent was indeed not that good. The Chen family has not had an outstanding son for decades. If someone like Johnson had appeared, Chen Shoan would have been thankful. However, as long as they have these 12 pure yang acupuncture methods, there's no need to worry about the prosperity of the Chen family. Soon, Chen Shoan sent Johnson to the door of Chen's house. Johnson did not stay and left Chen's house directly and went straight to Longsheng. Now, he was very worried about Sun Li's physical condition. Although he used silver needles to seal several of Sun Li's major acupuncture points, causing her to fall into a coma. But if the silver needle is not removed from Sun Li's body for a long time, Sun Li may never wake up in her lifetime. Johnson entered the room. He saw that the main hall of the Yi family was full of people. Sun Hao and Chun Li were staring at the bed, not far away with worried expressions. Sun Li lay motionless on the hospital bed, her face pale, like an iceberg beauty. Next to the bed, a middle-aged man in a white coat was trying to force out the silver needles in Sun Li's heart veins. Stop! A loud shout stopped the man. Who are you? Johnson frowned and looked deeply at the man in front of him. Hearing the voice, Sun Hao turned around and saw Johnson coming back. Sun Hao immediately said angrily, Johnson, you still have a nerve to come back? It's been a whole day and a whole night, and my daughter hasn't woken up yet. I asked Master Chintong to treat my daughter. Why are you yelling at me? Sun Hao glared at Johnson with hostility. Master, where did this quack come from? How dare you call yourself a master? Johnson said coldly. Fortunately, I came back quickly. If I had been a few minutes later, this quack doctor would have forced the silver needle out of Sun Li's body, and Sun Li would have died without a doubt. Johnson needs to use his deep inner strength to force out the silver needles one by one. But before that, Johnson has to give Sun Li the medicine first. Suddenly being interrupted, Chun Tong frowned. Seeing that it was a boy, Chun Tong immediately said disdainfully, Miss Sun's heart meridian acupoint. Was it you who sealed it? It's me or you? Johnson waved his hand and handed the 100-year-old polygonatum to the butler next to him. Grind this polygonatum into powder, boil it together with these herbs, and bring it over. The butler nodded, then took Johnson's herbs and left the hall without looking back. Where did you come from, kid? Why are you so arrogant? Do you know that if this acupoint of the heart meridian is blocked for a long time, it will be fatal? I just took Miss Sun's pulse. There is turbid air in her body that needs to be expelled quickly. How can it be expelled if you seal the acupuncture points? Chen Tong scolded in a condescending manner. Johnson didn't want to talk to this quack doctor at all. He stepped forward, ignored Chen Tong, and then pinched Sun Li's wrist. Seeing that Sun Li was stable, she was relieved. Godmother, I told you a long time ago that Sun Li was under a curse. How could you just find someone to treat her? If we had been a step later, no one would have been able to save Sun Li. You said Miss Sun was under a curse. Upon hearing this, Chen Tong's disdain grew even stronger. It's complete nonsense. Where does such a thing as spell come from in today's society? Chen Tong had never heard of any spell. Indeed, very few people in Long Country had seen the soul-controlling Gu curse, a South Asian evil magic, so Chen Tong naturally could not recognize it. Chapter 45. Famous doctor? Or a quack? Hurry up and get her here, kid. If you delay my treatment, Miss Sun might not wake up. Chen Tong did know a little about medicine, but his skills were not very good. A few years ago, after he killed a wealthy man in Yunqing, Chen Tong's reputation became ruined. Therefore, he was forced to leave Yunqing and come to Longqing. Just now, he sensed an indescribable strange aura in Sun Li's body, but it was blocked by Johnson's silver needle. That's why he just thought of taking out the silver needle from Sun Li's body and expelling the turbid air. But what he didn't know was that it was not foul air at all, but evil energy nurtured by the soul-controlling Gu curse. These evil spirits not only destroyed Sun Li's body, but also destroyed her mind all the time. Johnson has sealed Sun Li's heart meridian acupoint with 3 needles to protect her heart from being eroded by evil spirits. Just now, Chen Tong almost ruined my plan. Johnson, what are you doing? Get out of my way. I invited Dr. Chen personally. He is a famous doctor in Longqing, and he will definitely be able to cure Sun Li. Sun Hao stopped him. Johnson sneered, Humph. A famous doctor. I think he's a quack, right? Godfather, you cannot believe me, but you can't just find someone to treat Sun Li, right? I told you. Only I can break this spell. Johnson turned around and glared at Chen Tong coldly. You. Get out of here right now. Such a mediocre doctor is out to harm people. Not teaching him a lesson is already giving him face. You. Chen Tong felt extremely ashamed when being taught a lesson by someone who was more than 20 years younger than him, and his face turned red with anger. Master Sun, all right. You asked me to treat you, and now you let a kid like this humiliate me. I won't treat you anymore. Let your daughter die on her own. I don't think this guy can save her. I'll tell you the truth. I've just checked. Miss Sun's soul is damaged. Even if she wakes up, she will become a fool and lose all her memories. Just wait and see. Chen Tong waved his hand and was about to leave. He just promised Sun Hao that he would save Sun Li. Moreover, Sun Hao promised that as long as Sun Li woke up, he would reward himself 10 million yuan. I didn't expect that such a good business deal would be ruined by a kid. This kid is simply here to destroy my job. Since he wants to destroy my job, I can't let him off easily. Seeing Chen Tong was about to leave, Sun Hao was so anxious that he almost jumped up. He hurriedly went up and grabbed Chen Tong's arm. Master Chen, you can't leave. Only you can heal my daughter now. I'll give you 20 million. Please save my daughter. Johnson, you bastard, get out of here. Sun Hao gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. But Johnson didn't want to care. If he really left, maybe as Chen Tong said, even if Sun Li woke up, she would become a fool. Or maybe Sun Li would never wake up in her life. What kind of medical skills do you have, you bastard? Are you trying to piss me off to death? All right, Sun Hao, stop yelling here and let Johnson treat him. Chun Li said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Sun Hao was so angry that he was speechless. Do you really believe that he has medical skills? Johnson has been in prison for 3 years and has only been out for less than a month. Who is he studying medicine with? Sun Hao didn't believe that Johnson had any medical skills at all and just thought he was talking nonsense. Chun Tong on the side sat down in the chair slowly. He wanted to see how Johnson treated it. If Johnson couldn't cure it, he would take action himself. As long as Sun Li wakes up, he will take the money and leave. At that time, all the responsibility will be put on this kid, and he will have to bear the consequences. Chun Li pulled Sun Hao over and said, I believe Johnson. He wouldn't say such a thing if he wasn't sure. Okay, okay. You believe him, not Master Chun. Johnson, if you can't cure my daughter, you'll pay with your life. Sun Hao left the hall after saying some harsh words. He didn't dare to look now and could only pray silently in his heart that his daughter was safe. Johnson took a deep breath, and about 10 minutes later, the housekeeper came in from outside with a bowl of medicine. Johnson took the bowl of medicine, then helped Sun Li up. He gently pried open Sun Li's lips with one hand and slowly poured the bowl of medicine in her. As the medicine went down her throat, Sun Li's pale face turned rosy in an instant. As expected of a century-old goblin, the medicine is really powerful. Relying on the powerful effect of the goblins, Sun Li's soul can be protected from being polluted by evil spirits, which is something that ordinary people cannot get. When Qin Shuan made a breakthrough, he was able to stay safe and sound thanks to that other goblin. It is conceivable how powerful the effect of this thing is. Qin Tong, who was watching the show on the side, was suddenly filled with shock when he heard Johnson's words. 100-year-old goblin. Isn't that the treasure of the Chun family? In the entire Nanjiang, only the Chun family has this thing, and Qin Tong is originally from Yunqing. I've known about this for a long time. Where did this kid get this 100-year-old goblin? Before he could be surprised, he saw Johnson use his luck. A terrifying internal force roared, and he slapped Sun Li on the back. A silver needle flew out from Sun Li's chest, and Qin Tong was extremely shocked. Where does this kid get such powerful internal strength? Cold sweat broke out on Qin Tong's forehead. This was not an ordinary palm strike. Qin Tong was a warrior at the early stage of the body tempering realm. If that palm strike had hit him, he would definitely not have been able to block it. Johnson pressed his finger 2 inches below Sun Li's back, and blood spurted out of her, staining the ground red. Then, the next silver needle was taken out by Johnson, and Sun Li's expression changed little by little. Finally, when the last silver needle was taken out, Sun Li slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes regained their former clarity. Only wisps of red, evil energy came out from Sun Li's 7 orifices. The evil energy dissipated into the void. Johnson investigated again and found that all the evil energy in Sun Li's body had finally dissipated. The silver needles also turned black, and Chun Li saw her daughter wake up. Tears immediately flowed out of her eyes. Sun Li, how are you? Johnson, godmother, don't worry. Sun Li is fine now. Johnson smiled. Mom, what are you doing? Sun Li felt warm all over. The medicinal power poured into Sun Li's body, and she felt extremely comfortable every part of her body. When all the medicinal power was absorbed, Sun Li's complexion completely recovered. He was even more lively than before. Outside the door, Sun Hao heard the noise in the house and rushed in, crawling forward. Sun Li, you're awake. Really awake. Oh, you worried me to death. Sun Hao was excited. Looking at Johnson, he suddenly felt that what he had just said was too much and lowered his head in embarrassment. Sun Hao, if you dare to doubt Johnson again, I will never go back to that house again. Chun-Li glared at him angrily. Yes. Wife, I made a mistake this time. I shouldn't have said that about Johnson. Sun Hao apologized hurriedly. Chapter 46, You are looking for death. Johnson, it's my fault. Don't take it personally. Sun Li, how do you feel? Sun Hao asked nervously, holding Sun Li's hand. Sun Li didn't know what had happened yet. She only knew that she was drinking. As she drank, she seemed to be possessed. After that, she could not remember anything. When Chun Tong saw that Johnson had really cured Sun Li, he suddenly felt hot on his face. He just looked down on this guy. I didn't expect that he was actually a hidden master. His skills and internal strength might be even better than that of Chun family's ancestor Qin Shuan. It's my fault that I'm short-sighted. This gentleman is truly a miracle doctor. You are so magnanimous, and you don't care about my mistakes. You just treat me like a fart. Qin Tong hurriedly bowed to Johnson to apologize. Johnson was not angry either. There was no point in getting angry with someone like Qin Tong. Qin Tong was tactful. After apologizing to Johnson, he did not stay any longer and quickly left the Yi family. Dad, I'm fine. Sun Li, you don't know yet? It was Johnson who saved you. You should thank Johnson quickly. Chun Li held Sun Li's hand. Sun Li gave Johnson a sweet smile. Thank you, Brother Feng. Seeing that she was finally well, Johnson felt relieved. At this moment, in the manor more than 10 kilometers away, the gray-robed man's face suddenly changed drastically, and he covered his chest. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? The woman suddenly frowned. Puff! The man in gray robe suddenly spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. He covered his head with his hands and looked ferocious. Ah, that kid broke my soul-controlling spell. Once the spell was broken, the powerful backlash caused severe damage to the gray-robed man, both physically and mentally. This soul-controlling spell was made by him using his own blood and essence, as well as a poisonous insect. Once forced, there'll be backlash. He never dreamed that a boy in his 20s could break the spell he had worked so hard to cast in less than a day. At the Yi family, Sun Hao and Chun-Li finally felt relieved after Sun Li got out of bed. Sun Hao knew that he had just wronged Johnson, but at the same time he was surprised. When did Johnson learn medical skills? Johnson, Sun Li is usually heartless, simple, and kind. If she makes you unhappy, don't take it to heart. Daughter, Johnson is now able to protect you. I feel relieved to have him accompany you in the future. On the contrary, since you got into trouble, we haven't seen even the shadow of Yin Tianqi. Chun-Li always felt that Yin Tianqi was a sinister villain, and Johnson had reminded her to be careful. Yin Tianqi? Oh, by the way, Godmother, the curse that hit Sun Li this time must have been cast by someone she knows. And if this person hadn't gotten close to Sun Li, he would never have been able to put this thing on Sun Li. A hint of cold, murderous intent flashed across Johnson's face. Huh? You mean it was someone around Sun Li who did it? Chun-Li was shocked, because Sun Hao was the only one who was with her and Sun Li these 2 days. Plus, there is Yin Tianqi. So, could it be that the curse Johnson mentioned was cast by Yin Tianqi? I suspect he did it. Johnson nodded. When Sun Hao heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Apart from the two of them, only Yin Tianqi has the chance to get close to Sun Li. Who else could it be if not him? Great, Yin Tianqi. It turns out that this bastard is the one who is harming my daughter. I must cut him into pieces. Sun Hao gnashed his teeth in hatred. It's a pity that he was still concerned about Yin Tianqi a few days ago and even wanted to marry his daughter to Yin Tianqi. If I really marry my daughter to him, the consequences will be disastrous. Whether it is true or not, I will find out once I catch him and ask him. Johnson walked out of the door directly and drove straight to Yin's house. At this time, Yin Tianqi was still waiting for good news from the gray-robed old man. Yin Tianqi paced back and forth in the living room anxiously. Suddenly, the door of the Yi family was kicked open by someone. Then, he saw Johnson rushing towards him with murderous intent on his face. Knight, Johnson, what are you doing here? Yin Tianqi was so frightened that his anus tightened. Johnson said nothing and slapped him in the face. What did you say I did? Tell me, was it you who cast the curse on Sun Li? Johnson didn't give him any chance to resist. The loud noise woke Yin Jiangwo up, and he staggered out. Seeing his son being beaten, Yin Jiangwo immediately waved his hand, and the dozen or so guards of the Yin family rushed toward Johnson. Yin Tianqi, I advise you to speak quickly, otherwise I will destroy you. What do you want me to say? I know nothing. Johnson, let me go. This is the Yin family. Don't think that just because you know a little kung fu, you can. Before he could finish his words, Johnson kicked Yin Tianqi on the knee, and his screams resounded throughout the Yi family. Yin Tianqi's knee was kicked to pieces. Say it or not. Dad, save me. Yin Tianqi still didn't give up. He knew that if he confessed now, Johnson would never forgive him. Yin Jiangwo was an alcoholic and usually didn't bother to care about Yin Tianqi. But seeing how Johnson treated his son, Yin Jiangwo sobered up from last night's drunkenness. Kill him for me, he said viciously. The dozen younger brothers rushed over, and Johnson hit them with 3 punches and 2 kicks. The dozen younger brothers flew out straight and fell to the ground, wailing. If you don't want to tell me, then come with me. Johnson picked up Yin Tianqi from the ground. Soon, Johnson drove Yin Tianqi back to Ye's house. Yin Tianqi saw that something was wrong and immediately begged for mercy. Please spare me. I really didn't do anything. This matter has nothing to do with me. Yin Tianqi begged for mercy again and again. After getting out of the car, Johnson threw him into the yard, and Sun Li, Sun Hao, and others walked out. Seeing Sun Li, Yin Tianqi hurriedly crawled over and hugged her legs and begged. Sun Li, save me. Father-in-law, save me. Johnson wants to kill me. Bah, don't call me father-in-law, Yin Tianqi. I trusted you so much, you bastard. You actually cursed my daughter. Johnson's eyes were full of murderous intent. He pinched Yin Tianqi's neck and said, 3 counts. If you don't tell me, then you can die. A moment later, a strong smell of urine came over, and Yin Tianqi was actually scared to pee. I told you everything. It was a mysterious person who asked me to put the spell on Sun Li. If I don't let go, he'll kill me. Woo woo, please spare me. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, especially Sun Li. She thought Tianchi was a good person and didn't expect that he would actually harm her. Johnson added, "Can you also explain what happened that night?" "That night, I also drugged Sun Li's wine. I did everything. I only ask you to spare my life. From now on, I will get out of Longcheng." Tianchi kept struggling. Hearing his words, Sun Li's face turned pale and her whole body trembled. It was all Tianchi's fault. She had been blaming Johnson wrongly for so long. Chapter 47. Long time no see. How are you? Sun Li looked up at Johnson, remembered what she had said to him before, and lowered her head in guilt. It turned out that it was Johnson who had been protecting her all along, and it was he who saved her and Sophie from Zhangchang. It was he who sent himself back home, and Zhang who came for Johnson, so everything made sense. Tianchi, a dog will always eat shit. I almost got tricked by a scumbag like you. Tianchi's legs were broken, and he could only kneel on the ground in a miserable state, his eyes full of fear and regret. Johnson glanced at Tianchi calmly. "Sun Li, what do we do with this guy?" Hearing this, Tianchi hugged Sun Li's thighs and begged, "Sun Li, please, spare my life. I know I was wrong. Considering that we have known each other for so many years, please let me go." With just one word from Sun Li, Johnson could turn Tianchi into ashes in an instant. Sun Li waved her hand in disgust. "Go away. From now on, don't appear in front of me." Hearing this, Tianchi felt as if he had been pardoned, and he crawled out of the Yi family's gate. Sun Hao was silent. He had misunderstood Johnson before, but Johnson never took it to heart and saved his daughter's life twice. It's such a great favor. The Sun family may never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Your mother is right. Sun Li, I think Johnson is a good guy. Let's find a good day and go get the certificate. Johnson's medical skills are so strong. If he chooses to be a doctor in the future, his achievements will be limitless. You know, those miracle doctors can earn hundreds of millions just by doing a little bit of their work. Nanjiang, famous doctor, he is very famous. These words made Sun Li blush. "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is talking nonsense to you? Your mother and I got the marriage certificate first, and then we started dating. Relationships can be cultivated slowly," Sun Hao said with a smile. Sun Li's face turned as red as an apple. She glared at Sun Hao and ran away in a panic. "This girl," Sun Hao shook his head helplessly. "Johnson, go and catch up with her. Don't let her run away." Chun Li pushed Johnson, and Johnson had to scratch his head and chased after her in embarrassment. After going out, Sun Li called Sophie and wanted her to come out and go shopping with her. So many things had happened recently that her mind was a little confused. Johnson was following not far behind Sun Li. The breeze ruffled Sun Li's hair, revealing her sculptured profile. Johnson was suddenly mesmerized by her. He hurriedly shook his head to wake himself up. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a white miniskirt turned out from the shopping mall next door. As soon as she went out, the beauty's eyes noticed Johnson and Sun Li here. Xiao Xiao, look who that is. Is it him?" Cheng Zhao's eyes were attracted by the handsome face. "I haven't seen him for 3 years. I wonder how he is doing now." Cheng Xiao stared blankly for a long time until Li Xiaoqin beside him pulled his arm, and the latter finally came to his senses. "Xiao Xiao, look at how infatuated you are. What's so good about Johnson that you like him so much?" "Yes, I just like him. I like his kindness, his naturalness, and his handsome face. But since she was born in poverty, how could he possibly look down on her?" Johnson and Sun Li were walking beside each other, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and they looked a perfect match. When she saw Sun Li, Cheng Xiao lowered her head subconsciously, but Johnson and Sun Li also noticed them. "Cheng Xiao, Li Xiaoqin, why are you here?" Sun Li was startled. Cheng Xiao and Li Xiaoqin were classmates in high school. Later, Cheng Xiao was admitted to Longjiang University with excellent grades, but for some reasons, Cheng Xiao dropped out after only 1 year. That year, something big happened to the Yi family, and Johnson was sent to prison. Longjiang University is the only aristocratic school in Longcheng. Almost all rich kids like Sun Li study in this university. As long as they are not bad at studying and donate a huge sum of money to Longjiang University, those rich second generations can enter the school. Cheng Xiao was admitted to Longjiang University entirely on the basis of her excellent academic performance. Due to family reasons, Cheng Xiao could not even afford the 50,000 yuan tuition fee when she was in school. When Cheng Xiao was in high school, Johnson often helped him, and later Johnson paid his first year's tuition. All the past events suddenly came to mind, and Chung Xiao walked towards Johnson and Sun Li with a smile. Sister Sun Li, what a coincidence. I'm here to go shopping. Her eyes were still on Johnson. Chung Xiao never hid her love for Johnson. Long time no see. How have you been these years? While Johnson was in prison, Chung Xiao wanted to visit him, but the prison security was too strict and she couldn't get in at all. Fiancée, how about you? Johnson smiled at her as well. As for me, I've been working everywhere since I dropped out of school. My mother is in poor health, so I'm the only one who can take care of her. Johnson, I've also heard about what happened in the Yi family. How is it going? Have those criminals been brought to justice? Chung Xiao asked with concern. Bring her to justice? This girl is still as innocent as she was back then. If the laws of Dragon Country were effective, how could such a thing have happened in the Yi family? In this world, the strong have always had the final say, and people who practice martial arts are not bound by the law. Even if one wants to bring those people to justice, it is extremely difficult. Johnson did not have much emotional fluctuation, and he would definitely solve the problem of that year in his own way. While the two were talking, not far away, a luxury Ferrari raised a cloud of dust and suddenly stopped in front of Johnson. Then, a young man wearing a black shirt and sunglasses got out of the car. When Chung Xiao saw him, her expression suddenly changed. Xiao Xiao, how are you thinking about it? I've been waiting for you for a whole day. If you agree to be my girlfriend, you will be the general manager of Brilliance Group in the future. Mr. Shun, I really appreciate your help. I'm sorry, I can't promise you this. Johnson, see you another day. There was a hint of panic in Chung Xiao's eyes, and she was about to pull Li Xiaoqin away. Shen Zichen took off his sunglasses and pinned them on his shirt. He looked Johnson up and down and said, Boy, I'm warning you. Stay away from Xiao Xiao. If you dare to bother her in the future, I will break your legs. Shen Zichen looked angry. After saying that, he immediately turned around and was about to pull Chung Xiao's shoulder. Oh, you said you were going to break my legs. Then I also advise you, if you dare to bother Chung Xiao again, I will destroy you. Johnson's eyes emanated coldness. Hearing this, Shen Zichen was stunned and turned around abruptly. Do you know who you were talking to? Chapter 48, The Richest Young Master. I don't know. Johnson stared at Shen Zichen, which made him feel scared. What's going on? This kid looked at me twice, and I felt an indescribable fear. How could I be scared by such a loser? Shen Zichen immediately became angry. I am the chairman of Brilliance Group. Shun Hanyuan is my biological father. Do you believe that with just one word from me, I can make you disappear from Longcheng? Shen Zichen grabbed Johnson by the collar. Shen Zichen, what are you doing? Let him go. Chung Xiao rushed over and grabbed Shen Zichen's wrist. Johnson felt warm in her heart. It seemed that she was still the little girl she was before, and she was never afraid of these powerful and wealthy people. Xiao Xiao, tell me, is it because of this boy that you didn't agree to my request? I paid for your mother's medical expenses. You work in my company, and you flirted with this pretty boy behind my back. Just now, Chung Xiao was flirting with this boy, and he felt that Chung Xiao was interested in this boy. Shen Zichen showed anger, and Chung Xiao did not refute him, which made him more certain of what he was thinking. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. No one had ever dared to snatch things from him. Shen Zichen. Johnson couldn't help but sneer. This Shen Zichen was really weird. It was clearly him who was harassing Chung Xiao, but he turned the tables and blamed her instead. He also realized that Chung Xiao had not had a good life in recent years, as she had to work and take care of her seriously ill mother at the same time. Xiao Xiao, let's go. Don't worry about it. Li Xiaoqin on the side anxiously tugged at Chung Xiao's clothes. Sun Li was shocked. She had heard of Brilliance Group, which was an asset owned by Shan Hanyuan, the richest man in Yunqing. The Brilliance Group controls 30% of the real estate business in Longcheng, and the Shen family's influence in Longcheng is unmatched. Unexpectedly, I met the eldest son of the Shen family here, and it seemed that Shen Zichen was obviously pursuing Chung Xiao. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Miss Sun Li from the Sun family, and Chung Xiao is my classmate. For the sake of my Sun family, please let them go. Sun Li spoke bluntly, but this sentence made Shen Zichen smile. Sun family? Who the hell are the Sun family? How dare they talk to me? Get out of here now, or I'll deal with you too. Shen Zichen said sarcastically. Is your Shun family very powerful? Johnson grabbed Shen Zichen's wrist. A huge force came from his wrist, and Shen Zichen grimaced in pain instantly. What's going on? This bastard. Where does he get so much strength? Johnson shook his hand away. Shun Zichen stamped his feet in pain. And when he looked carefully, he saw that his arm had been pinched bruises all over by Johnson. You, get out. Otherwise, I'll make you go back on your stomach. Johnson glared at Shun Zichen coldly. This sentence completely ignited Shun Zichen's anger. In his more than 20 years of life, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Boy, what's your name? Shun Zichen suppressed his anger. Johnson said calmly. Shun Zichen, remember this. We'll see. Just as Shun Zichen was about to leave, Johnson stopped him. From now on, Chung Xiao doesn't have to go to work in your company, and I'll pay for her mother's medical expenses. Johnson continued. Chung Xiao and Li Shaoqin were both stunned. Shun Zichen's face turned pale. He turned his head and looked at Chung Xiao deeply. What do I think happened? So, she's hooking up with a rich guy. She doesn't need me, Shun Zichen, anymore. Chung Xiao wanted to explain. Boss Shun, it's not like that. I will definitely pay you back the money I owe you. I just ask you not to cause trouble for Johnson in the future. Who is Shun Zichen? She knows very well how powerful the Shun family is. If he wants to cause trouble for Johnson, who can save him? Shun Zichen said nothing, but drove away in his sports car with a gloomy face. 10 minutes later, at Brilliance Group, Shun Zichen kicked open the door of his office with anger on his face. This Johnson dared to pick up my girl. I will make him disappear from Dragon City. Inside the office, a middle-aged man was smoking an imported cigar and crossing his legs. Seeing Shun Zichen so angry, the man frowned. What's wrong, Song? This person was none other than the richest man in Yunqing, Shun Zichen's biological father, Shun Hanyuan. Today, he had just come from Yunqing to deal with a few contracts when he saw Shun Zichen rushing in from outside the door like a lit barrel of explosives. Dad, that Johnson actually dared to tell me to get out. And he even flirted with Xiao Xiao in front of me. Hurry up and send someone to kill this guy for me. There was a hint of murderous intent in Shun Zichen's eyes. What's his name? Shun Hanyuan was shocked when he heard these two words. Johnson, what's wrong? Dad, do you know this guy? Shun Hanyuan was stunned for a long time, and suddenly sneered, haha. This Johnson is the young master of the Yi family who was destroyed that year. I heard that this guy has been very popular recently, and he even threatened that Lu, Li, and Lin would give him 2 billion each. What did you say? The eldest son of the Yi family? Shun Zichen was shocked, but the next moment he laughed out loud. Ha ha, who did I think it was? It turned out to be that evil creature from the Yi family. Longcheng is now leaderless. If our Brilliance Group wants to grow, we must first establish our authority. This kid dares to go against so many people. Let's deal with him first. Okay, son, there's no need to be angry with a down-and-out young master. Shun Hanyuan patted Shun Zichen on the shoulder and comforted him. Then he made a phone call and explained something to the person on the other end of the phone. Soon, several figures in black suits walked in from outside the door. Their arms were all covered with tattoos. The man in the lead wore an eye patch and exuded a powerful aura. Go, break that kid's legs. I obey your command. Dad, I want to go too. I want to humiliate this kid in front of Chung Xiao. Shun Zichen followed the group of men in blackout with a smile on his face. Here, Johnson watched Shun Zichen leave and then asked, Xiao Xiao, how is her mother's health? Oh, I've been bedridden for 2 years. The doctor said that apart from talking, I can't move any other part of my body. My mother worked so hard to raise me, and now she has this rare disease. All I can do is to alleviate her pain. Chung Xiao's eyes were filled with sadness. All right, you guys should leave now. Shun Zichen will definitely come and cause trouble. I know him. Chung Xiao was afraid that she would bring trouble to Johnson. Such a big thing had happened in the Yi family, and she must not cause trouble for Johnson again. As she was about to leave, Johnson hurriedly grabbed her and said, Xiao Xiao, here are 5 million, take it. Wait until I have dealt with the things around me, and then I will go to see Auntie in person. Johnson has long regarded Chung Xiao as his own sister, because her personality is very similar to his sister. Every time he sees Chung Xiao, he will think of his sister Yiling Yan. Looking at the bank card in Johnson's hand, Chung Xiao was surprised. Brother Johnson, where did you get so much money? Never mind. Keep it. Yes. Sister Chung Xiao, please keep it. That Shun Zichen is not a good person. Come to work in our company. Sun Li also smiled and took her hand. Chapter 49. Deputy Leader of Northern Hongmen. Chung Xiao looked at the two of them with great gratitude. At this moment, A black van rushed over from the distance. Johnson frowned, and then a dozen men in black rushed out of the van. The next second, the red Ferrari sports car appeared in front of everyone again. Shen Zichen is here. Brother Johnson, you should leave now. He won't do anything to me. I can't take this money. Ching Xiao stuffed the bank card into Johnson's hand and pushed him. Suddenly he also turned pale. Suddenly, a hearty laugh interrupted the conversation. Haha, go. Let's see where you go. Are you able to leave? Shen Zichen was holding a cigarette in his mouth, his expression extremely arrogant. He pointed at Johnson and said, break this kid's legs for me. Brother Johnson, go away. Go quickly. Cheng Xiao stopped Johnson and suddenly behind her. They won't let you go. Seeing Cheng Xiao protecting Johnson like a child, Shen Zichen became even more furious. Xiao. What? This kid is just a poor young master. Why are you protecting him? How am I not better than him? As long as you follow me, I will let you have endless wealth and glory in the future. With Shen Zichen's identity and status, every woman would try her best to get into the Shen family. Johnson is in her heart. But for so many years, I could only hide my thoughts deep in my heart. What are you standing there for? Come on. At Shen Zichen's command, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen sticks fell towards Johnson's head. People in the distance screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Johnson's eyes were cold and murderous, and his whole body was like a volcanic eruption. Shen Zichen, you're looking for death. Chi. Johnson's body disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning. At the same time, the baseball bats in the hands of several men in black were broken by a powerful internal force. Huh? So you're a warrior? No wonder you're so arrogant. The one-eyed man was shocked. In just a few breaths, the arms of the dozen or so men were broken by the younger brother, and blood splattered all over the ground. A country bumpkin. How dare you attack me? Shen Zichen never expected Johnson to be so powerful. In less than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, he and the one-eyed man were the only ones left on the field. Without thinking, Shen Zichen immediately called his father and asked for reinforcements. Dad, this kid knows martial arts. Send someone to rescue me. Crack. As soon as the words fell, Johnson slapped Shen Zichen and sent him flying, and the phone in his hand was smashed to pieces by Johnson. You just said you want to break my legs. Johnson walked up to Shen Zichen and looked down at him. Boy, if you dare to touch him, we from the Northern Hongmen will not let you go. Hearing this, Johnson was stunned. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Northern Hongmen here. He immediately turned his gaze to the man in black. Oh, are you from the Northern Hongmen? Ah, good to know. Young Master Shen, I, the Northern Hongmen, will protect you. I'll give you 3 seconds to count out to Master Shen 100 times and then cut off your hands. Otherwise, even if you travel to the ends of the earth, I, the Northern Hongmen, will kill you. The one-eyed man had sharp eyes. Johnson could tell that this man's cultivation level was at the peak of the body tempering stage. With this kind of strength, they can really walk around in Longsheng, but unfortunately, they met me today. Moreover, the Northern Hongmen, Zhang Yongshan, and the Yi family have an irreconcilable feud. So how could he possibly forgive them? Uncle Li, kill this guy for me. Johnson, you dare to kill people from the Northern Hongmen. Just wait for your death. Shen Zichen continued to shout. Shut up. Johnson stepped down and broke Shen Zichen's legs. Ah, a shrill scream was heard, and Shen Zichen rolled on the ground in pain. The one-eyed man's face was as cold as ice, terribly cold. He could not have imagined that Johnson was so bold as to directly break Shen Zichen's legs. Moreover, they ignored his warnings and did not even take the Northern Hongmen seriously. Boy, you're looking for death. Zhang Li punched Johnson in the face, a punch that was enough to smash a stone pillar into pieces. But when the powerful punch hit Johnson, it was like hitting a ball of cotton. Johnson caught the punch with one hand. Zhang Li panicked. You? Crack. With a crisp sound, Zhang Li's wrist was twisted off by Johnson. The horrified scene made Cheng Xiao, who was standing next to him, cover her mouth. Who are you from the Northern Hongmen? I am the deputy leader of the Dragon Hall. Why don't you let me go quickly? Otherwise, my eldest brother will find out and will definitely. Bang. Johnson slapped Zhang Li on the head. Zhang Li flew more than 10 meters away like a dead dog, with his brains all over the ground. How dare the deputy leader of the Northern Hongmen sect yell at me? You're courting death. The remaining group of North Hongmen brothers were so scared that they collapsed on the ground. Johnson said coldly, Go back and tell Zhang Yongshan that I will take his life another day. After doing all this, Johnson looked at Shen Zichen. Shen Zichen was extremely terrified and rolled and crawled, try to escape from here. Get lost. From now on, if you dare to harass Xiao Xiao again, I will make your Shun family extinct." Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce rushed over from a distance, followed by a convoy of cars. In a moment, more than a dozen cars surrounded Johnson. "So, son, what's wrong with you?" "Dad, my legs." Shen Zichen looked at Shun Hanyuan crying. Shen Hanyuan was furious. "You hurt my son? He wants to break my legs, so can I break his legs?" Johnson said with a cold expression. From childhood to adulthood, this precious son didn't even dare to move a finger, but was ruined by Johnson. Without saying a word, Shun Hanyuan took out a pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger at Johnson. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Sun Li and Chung Xiao were so scared that they closed their eyes, not daring to look at the scene in front of them. The gunfire subsided, and a figure stood in front of Shun Hanyuan unharmed. Johnson didn't even move. He just opened his mouth and a bullet appeared in his hand. As his internal force surged out, the bullet was crushed into powder by Johnson, and Shun Hanyuan was horrified. Is this kid still a human? Bah! Johnson slapped Shun Hanyuan in the face. Dozens of men in black were so scared that they didn't dare to move forward. All they could do was watch the richest man in Yunqing get slapped in the face and spit out blood. How does the Shun family of Yunqing compare to Zhao Wuji? Johnson's eyes were like an eagle. Shen Hanyuan got up from the ground in fear. Zhao Wuji is highly respected and powerful. He is one of the 4 great masters of Nanjiang. Who can compare to him? I can kill him. So tell me, can I kill you? This sentence frightened Shen Hanyuan so much that his soul flew out of his body and his body trembled. Chapter 50, Longhu Manor. Shen Hanyuan seemed to realize something. He didn't care whether Shen Zichen lived or died, and hurriedly crawled to Johnson's feet. "Grandpa, I was wrong. It's my fault that I was blind and offended the master. I deserve to die." Shen Hanyuan could never have imagined that the famous Zhao Wuji would die at the hands of Johnson. And he actually wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, and wanted to step on Johnson in order to make the Brilliance Group bigger and stronger and stand above the wealthy families in Longqing. "Roll." Johnson uttered a word, and Shen Hanyuan dragged his son and fled the scene in a panic. Only Chung Xiao and a few others were left staring blankly at the departing figure. It wasn't until they walked away that Chung Xiao came to her senses. "Brother Johnson, I'm Fine. Sorry for scaring you." "Xiao Xiao, you keep this card. I have plenty of money." Johnson stuffed the bank card into Chung Xiao's hand again, and Chung Xiao had tears in her eyes. I didn't expect that after 3 years, the boy has grown to this point. He was not afraid of the richest man in Yunqing. Even Shen Zichen had his legs crippled by him. Looking at Johnson's domineering attitude, Chung Xiao also realized that Johnson must have gone through a lot in the past 3 years. After they said goodbye, Johnson took Sun Li away. "Sister Xiao Xiao seems to like you." Halfway through the journey, Sun Li suddenly turned her head and looked into Johnson's eyes. "Are you like me?" Johnson was stunned. Of course. Women understand women best. I noticed something was wrong with her eyes just now. She must have been very worried about your safety these past few years. Sun Li said these words. She suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart. She was also wondering why she suddenly became like this. I've always treated her as my sister. She hasn't had an easy life over the years. Johnson and Sun Li were walking when Sun Hao suddenly called Sun Li. When Sun Li picked up the phone, she heard Sun Hao's hearty laughter. "Sun Li, where's Johnson? Bring him home for dinner tonight. Your mom is cooking for you. You two must get along well with each other. Young people should talk more when they are together. Hurry back after playing. We two are going to have a good drink today." "Dad, I got it. My dad is really unpredictable. Sometimes he doesn't like Johnson, and sometimes he tries to match me up with him. Just now, Chun-Li took the bank card given by Johnson and wanted to check the balance in the card. It would have been fine if she didn't check it, but when she did, she was shocked. There was a full 1 billion in cash in that bank card. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao jumped up from the sofa. Chun-Li insisted on returning the card to Johnson, and Sun Hao regretted his attitude towards Johnson even more. They didn't expect that Johnson would leave such a huge sum of money to them after leaving home. Chun-Li hid the card and planned to return it to Johnson when he came back tonight. At this moment, in Longhu Manor, a figure was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed to heal his wounds. Suddenly, the gray-robed man opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a sinister look. "This kid has ruined my plan. I must throw this kid into the furnace and refine him into a dried corpse." He stood up suddenly and walked towards the gate of Longhu Manor. At this moment, dozens of figures looked at the man in front of them respectfully, not daring to disturb him at all. Report. Kumain. The gray-robed man waved his hand, and a younger brother hurried forward. Sir, that boy is taking Miss Sun for a walk not far away. The gray-robed man was overjoyed. Now my injuries have almost healed. This time, I will make sure that this guy dies without a burial place. Send the message, gather all the troops. At the command from the gray-robed man, several black shadows rushed out from the dark corner, carrying a strong smell of blood. A foul and gloomy aura permeated the entire manor. The dozen or so people below broke out in cold sweats and trembled with fear. If Johnson were here, he would notice that not far from the gray-robed man, the heads of the Liu, Li, and Lin families were standing prominently. Mr. Liu, this time, Johnson won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Let me see who can save him. Huh. Who told him to provoke the king of Jinan? Now this kid's life has been listed on the Dragon Country's bounty list. It's worth 500 million. Lin Jun and Li Zihong looked at each other. Only after the gray-robed man took his men away did they dare to speak loudly. Lu Qishan looked very proud. Once this guy dies, we can show off in front of the king of Jinan. As long as the prince of Jinan intervenes, all of Zhang Hu's assets will be ours. We just need to pay tribute as usual. Johnson, in front of the king of Jinan, is nothing but a tiny bug. Lin Jun and Li Zihong smiled and nodded. At this moment, Johnson was taking Sun Li for a walk in the park. Suddenly, Johnson's hair stood on end. For the first time in such a long time, Johnson felt danger. Chirp, chirp. More than a dozen hidden weapons pierced through the void and hit Johnson's vital points. What shocked Johnson was that he didn't feel anything just now. He quickly circulated his internal energy and used his protective chi to block those hidden weapons. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Sun Li's body flew backwards. Kid, stop now if you don't want to die. Behind a big tree in the distance, a skeleton figure grabbed Sun Li's neck. Wisps of gray mist rushed into Johnson's internal organs, and Johnson suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous. Poisonous. That's right. Boy, you've been poisoned by me. Without an antidote, you'll turn into a pool of poisonous water within 7 days. Ha ha. The gray-robed man's eyes were filled with a wild and sinister grin. I accept this body. The man knocked Sun Li unconscious with a slap. Johnson hurriedly used his internal energy to force the poison out of his body. At the same time, more than a dozen dark shadows stabbed at him with weapons in hand. Looking for death. Johnson's speed was so fast that those attacks couldn't even touch the corners of Johnson's clothes. The gray-robed man in front of him gave Johnson a sense of danger, especially the disgusting evil aura that filled his entire body. Johnson slapped the two black-clad assassins to death with one palm and rushed towards the gray-robed man not far away. I advise you not to move, otherwise, I will kill her with my own hands. Who are you? Johnson frowned. Don't you know that your head is worth 500 million? Someone wants to kill you. I'm just doing it for the money. But what surprised me was that I didn't expect this woman to have the 5-in mysterious body. Ha ha ha. The man in gray robe stared at Sun Li's flawless white body, his eyes full of greed. You evil heretic. If you dare to touch her, I will kill you all. Johnson pointed a finger at his chest, sealed several of his major acupuncture points, and then swallowed a black pill. Chapter 51, Is He Still a Human Being? The pill entered his body. All the evil spirits were expelled from his body. After a few breaths, Johnson stood up unharmed. Back then, in the Black Abyss prison, the fifth master used his own body as medicine day and night, and Johnson's body had long been immune to all poisons. This pill was given to him by his fifth master. As long as Johnson takes it, his cultivation level will greatly increase in a short period of time. 5 poison powder? Does this kind of thing still exist in today's society? But it's not good enough to use this kind of thing against me. Johnson had a smile on his face, and the gray-robed man's eyes widened in shock. The 5 poison powder is made from 5 extremely poisonous substances. In today's world, no one can neutralize this poison. This kid not only broke his soul-controlling spell, but also instantly neutralized the strongest poison he had prepared. Is he still a human being? Before he could think too much, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Johnson gathered all his internal strength and a silver needle, carrying an indescribable, terrifying aura, instantly pierced through the void. A bloody hole was instantly pierced through the gray-robed man's right arm by the silver needle in Johnson's hand. The severe pain made the gray-robed man look painful, and in the blink of an eye, Johnson had jumped in front of him. Blood demon handprint. The gray-robed man slapped Johnson, and a large blood-red handprint appeared in the air. At that moment, it was like hell had descended. Johnson frowned. This palm print successfully slowed down Johnson's attack. The man in gray robe took the opportunity to hold Sun Li hostage and turned and ran away. This kid is so strong. He had used this blood demon's hand seal to slaughter countless masters. But now, facing Johnson, this blood demon's hand seal had no effect at all. Johnson took the blow head-on and rushed towards him again like a ghost. It's really a magic technique. Johnson couldn't help but be surprised. The blood demon's handprint just now revealed a monstrous evil spirit. This was a real magic technique. In today's world, even ancient martial arts families are rare, let alone this kind of evil martial arts that everyone would kill on sight. I never thought that there was such a demonic sect in Dragon Country. I don't care whether you're a demon or a human. If you provoke me, Johnson, I will turn you into ashes. Sun Li is a 5e mysterious body, and Johnson is not afraid that this man will attack Sun Li. He had just been injured by himself and believed that he would not be able to hold on for long, while looking at Johnson, who was chasing him relentlessly. The gray-robed man's expression finally became serious. Damn it, this kid's strength is not inferior to that of a grandmaster. The intelligence is wrong. Since you want to kill me, I will drag this woman down with me. After chasing for more than 10 miles, the man in gray robe finally couldn't bear it anymore and stopped, dragging his injured body. Slashed at Sun Li's neck with a palm knife. It's a pity for this 5e mysterious body. If I can't get it, no one can get it. Just when my palm was about to fall, a sonic boom sounded, and the next second, Johnson firmly caught the attack from the gray-robed man. What kind of terrifying speed is this? The gray-robed man was shocked. In his life, he had never seen such a terrifying speed. At that moment, he didn't even see Johnson's shadow. The gray-robed man tried to pull his hand away, but Johnson's big hand held his wrist tightly like an iron clamp. You are truly not an ordinary boy because you can break my soul-controlling spell. But are you trying to save her now, or do you want to save that unfortunate couple? A playful smile appeared on the face of the gray-robed man, and the next second, his arms suddenly exploded into countless pieces. Oh no, the tiger has been lured away from the mountain. Johnson suddenly came to his senses. He grabbed Sun Li's slender waist and avoided the powerful shockwave. Johnson didn't expect that the man in gray robe would cut off his left arm and choose to escape in this way. Looking at that embarrassed figure, a surge of anger rushed straight to the top of my head. He hurriedly called Zhao Fu. A few days ago, Johnson had arranged people to protect the safety of Sun Hao's family day and night. Sun Li goes so easily, but he didn't expect to fall into the other party's trap so soon. Soon, the call was connected, and an anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Johnson, oh no, something happened to the Sun family. Hearing Zhao Fu's voice, Johnson crushed the phone in his hand. A few minutes later, a helicopter quickly flew over to the suburbs of Longcheng and landed steadily next to Johnson. Zhao Fu jumped out of the plane with 2 bodyguards. Johnson's face was terribly cold. He helped Sun Li onto the plane and turned to look at Zhao Fu. Have you checked it out? What is the origin of this group of people? Johnson, check it out. 3 days ago, someone posted a black gold bounty on the dark web. I commissioned a top hacker to infiltrate the other party's address. I discovered that this message was sent from Cloud City. Someone in Yunqing is targeting you. They want to take your life. Zhao Fu said with his head down. Who is it? Johnson's eyes flashed red. King of Jinan. As Zhao Fu finished speaking, a chill ran straight to the top of his head. Hearing this name, Johnson's 5 fingers sank deeply into his flesh. It turned out to be this bastard. If it weren't for me, how could Sun Li's family encounter such danger? There is no doubt that the man in gray must be a killer sent by the dark web. 3 years ago, the Yi family disappeared from Longcheng overnight. After Johnson was released from prison, he swore that he would never let his family members get hurt again. Go to the Jinan Palace. Johnson, just a few of us. Zhao Fu was frightened. Johnson didn't answer, but Zhao Fu immediately understood, and the helicopter rushed towards Yunqing at a high speed. In the Jinan Palace, several figures stood side by side in the magnificent hall. On the first seat in the middle, Su Tsang was leisurely holding a teacup, tasting the precious tea brought by his men. Suddenly, more than a dozen figures rushed in from outside the gate. They pressed down 2 figures and walked in hurriedly. Su Tsang glanced at him and put down the teacup in his hand. Where's the boy's head? Someone from the Blood Demon priesthood will bring that kid's head to us later. What should we do with these two people? The man in black pulled off the hoods of the two men. The figures were none other than Sun, Hao, and Chun-Li. They were covered in wounds and looked weak. It was obvious that they had suffered a lot of abuse. Don't leave anyone behind. The corners of King Jinnan's mouth rose slightly. Boom! Just as the two men in black were about to deal with Sun Hao in person, a helicopter swooped down at a low altitude and flew over the head of Prince Jinnan. Johnson was not afraid of the void hundreds of meters high, and he jumped directly from the plane. Alert! Alert! At the same time, the alarm was sounded in the Jinnan Palace. Thousands of black dragon guards raised their heads at the same time, staring at the figure in shock. If an ordinary person jumped from this height, he would probably be smashed into a pool of meat paste in an instant. However, the imagined scene did not happen, and the concrete floor below was shattered into pieces by a huge force. The dust settled, and a figure walked out from it, with murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 52. Get out or die. At this moment, several luxury cars stopped in front of the gate of Jinnan Palace. Hong Anghua, who had just got out of the car, had a look of horror on his face. Then, he saw hundreds of black dragon guards pouring into the Prince of Jinnan's palace like a tide. Who is so bold as to fly a helicopter and break into the Prince of Jinnan's palace? Hong Anghua came to the Prince of Jinnan's palace today at the invitation of the Prince of Jinnan. As soon as they arrived, they saw this eye-popping scene. Two men in military uniforms hurriedly walked to Hong Anghua and protected him. Hong Anghua didn't care about anything else and hurriedly followed the Black Dragon Guard in. Outside the Jinnan Palace, Johnson walked towards the Jinnan King step by step. You bastard. It was you who spent 500 million to take my life. In the hall, everyone's eyes were fixed on Johnson. This boy is so bold. He broke into the Prince of Jinnan's mansion without permission and even dared to insult the Prince of Jinnan as a dog thief. You bastard. Do you know where this place is? On the left side of King Jinnan, a man wearing armor and carrying a big sword was staring straight at Johnson. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a stocky body, several deep scars all over his face, and a murderous aura in his dark eyes. This person was none other than the left guard of the Prince of Jinnan, General Shui Kai, who commanded 10,000 troops. A few days ago, after receiving the order from the Prince of Jinnan, Shui Kai came here from the Nanjiang border without stopping. The Prince of Jinnan never expected that Johnson would dare to come to his house alone. He was indeed an ignorant boy. Johnson, I didn't expect you to dare to come. That's right. I sent someone to kill you. But it's a pity that these useless bastards didn't kill you. I didn't expect you to actually come here. What do you think my Jinnan Palace is? Since you're here, you'll have to leave your life behind today. King Jinnan waved his hand, and densely packed black dragon guards surrounded Johnson. Surrounded by so many people, not even a fly could fly out, let alone Johnson. In order to kill this kid, Prince Jinnan did not hesitate to call back his 3 guards. Not only that, the Grand Master of Nanjiang, the leader of Beihongmen Zhang Yongshan, and many Nanjiang strongmen and wealthy families were present. The Azure Dragon God of War promised him that if he killed this guy, he would give him his 1,000 guards. The fighting power of those 1,000 soldiers was enough to match that of his 50,000 troops, and all of these people were generals with outstanding military achievements. With these 1,000 guards, his strength will surely reach a new level. And those 1,000 guards once had a deafening name, Dragon's Soul Army. Johnson's eyes swept across the entire audience, and countless people looked at this arrogant boy curiously. The next second, a middle-aged man in a long robe walked out of the hall. Are you Johnson? The man looked at Johnson coldly. Who are you? Master Nanjiang, Zhang Yongshan. Zhang Yongshan and Johnson looked at each other. The Black Dragon Guards and Hong Anghua, who had just entered, were all shocked. Everyone knows the names of the 4 great masters of Nanjiang. Zhang Yongshan is even more famous for his domineering Thunder Fist. Back then, it was you who killed 138 members of my Yi family. Johnson stared at Zhang Yongshan coldly. Ha! I didn't expect that Yi Qingtian, a loser, would actually give birth to a son as brave as you. Back then, he knelt in front of me and begged me not to kill you. That's why you are still alive today. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for 3 years, you would have grown to this point. Master Zhang, kill him. Prince Jinnan just wanted to kill Johnson as soon as possible. Only when this kid is really dead can he live in peace. Okay, Today, I will settle all the old and new grudges together. Johnson took a step forward, releasing all his inner strength without reservation, and the concrete slabs under his feet broke into pieces. Feeling this indescribable sense of terror and oppression, everyone was forced to take a step back. You bastard, today I will use your blood to commemorate my parents. Hong Ongwa and his two men stared at the scene in amazement. This kid is actually a master. By the time Hong Ongwa and hundreds of Black Dragon guards reacted, Johnson had already rushed out. Zhang Yongshan did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He used powerful internal force from his palms and raised his hand to strike out in front of him. Just like the explosion of thunder, this thunder fist technique is like thousands of thunders rushing forward when it is launched with an incredibly fast speed that makes it impossible to defend against. However, as soon as Zhang Yongshan swung his fist, it was dispersed by a terrifying internal force like a raging storm. Johnson's momentum was so overwhelming that he couldn't breathe. Boom! A terrifying heat wave exploded in the void, and countless people were knocked off their feet by the wave of air. What's going on? This kid actually dares to take a head-on attack from a master? Shui Kai and the other two generals in the distance were so shocked by this momentum that they stood there in a daze. Jinnan was horrified. This was the first time he saw Johnson exert his full strength. Not long ago, Johnson had just taken a pill, and his internal strength broke through the Kaiyuan realm in a short period of time and reached the Qidong realm. It is more than twice that of Johnson in his heyday. A scream spread throughout everyone's ears. Zhang Yongshan's arms completely disappeared. His mouth was vomiting blood, and his aura was even weaker than that of a warrior in the middle stage of body tempering. Kneel down. Johnson took a step forward, and Zhang Yongshan, oppressed by the surrounding internal force, lost his balance and fell to the ground. No one could have imagined that Grandmaster Nanjiang couldn't even block Johnson's move. No wonder this guy dared to take a helicopter and break into the Prince of Jinnan's mansion in broad daylight. It turned out that he had become this strong in just 3 years. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Prince Jinnan no longer dared to be careless. With a command, hundreds of people followed him behind him. The Black Dragon guards had never encountered such a scene before. Many of them were shaking in the hands holding their weapons. Tell me, are you a dog? Johnson kicked Zhang Yongshan in the chest. Ha ha, Johnson, if I die, you'll be buried with me. The mistake is that you shouldn't have been born in the Yi family. Zhang Yongshan's face showed madness, and after a moment, blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. He actually bit his tongue and committed suicide in front of everyone. In the field, those Nanjiang warriors were swallowing their saliva one by one, and many of them even wanted to retreat and escape from the Jinnan Palace. Johnson, I don't believe you can beat so many of us by yourself. So what even if you were powerful? Black Dragon guards, come on, kill this guy. King Jinnan commanded his Black Dragon guards to launch an attack on Johnson. Either get out or die. Johnson was not afraid at all. Chapter 53, Panlong Ring. Johnson, Zhao Fu, and 2 bodyguards stood there alone. The 3 of them came here with great reluctance. Not to mention helping Johnson, they were thankful not to become a burden to him. Zhao Fu looked at Sun Hao and Chun-Li next to him, and ignoring the dozen or so black-clad killers, he rushed forward and untied the ropes behind the 2. Master Sun, are you okay? I'm Fine. Sun Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the dark crowd with trembling hands. When a disaster happened to the Yi family, could it be that it was Prince Jinnan who was responsible? Zhang Yongshan was the murderer who killed Johnson's father. At this moment, Sun Hao finally understood why the Yi family, once one of the top families in Longcheng, was wiped out in an instant. It turned out that Grandmaster Nanjiang and Prince Jinnan were involved. Johnson, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. Take Sunli away. Chun-Li broke free from the ropes on her body. With the helicopter present, there was no way these people would be able to stop Johnson if he wanted to leave. But with his enemy right in front of him, how could Johnson just give up? Stop talking for now and get on the helicopter. Zhao Fu hurriedly pulled Sun Hao and Chun-Li and tried to retreat. Want to leave? Wishful thinking. Kill them both. The leading black-clad killer gave an order. The dozen killers rushed toward Sun Hao and the other man with sharp knives in their hands. Looking for death, Johnson flashed and stood in front of the group of men in black. He kicked out with a whip-like kick, and the heads of the 2 men in black exploded instantly. The terrifying aura scared the others so much that they stopped in their tracks. Before they could react, a figure appeared in the crowd. In a flash, more than a dozen men in black flew out like dead dogs and fell to the ground, breathless. Let's go together. In the dark crowd, the leading black dragon guard mustered up his courage, raised his tang sword, and chopped at Johnson. In an instant, countless shouts and cries of killing resounded throughout the Prince Jinnan's palace. You want to die? Then you can't blame me. Johnson took one step at a time, and with every step, more than a dozen people fell in a pool of blood. The majestic black dragon guards were like sheep entering a den of wolves. One after another, they kept falling to the ground, and Johnson's body was covered in blood, like a bloody man. Hurry up, come on. Kill this guy for me. Prince Shannon was also panicked. His eyelids were twitching wildly. This kid was not a human being at all. He was a god. His most elite black dragon guards were unable to withstand the attack of one person. A few minutes later, the entire Jinan palace was flooded with blood, and the legs of the wealthy families were trembling. The next second, someone dropped his weapon and rushed out the gate of Jinan Palace. I quit. Hong Ongwa never thought that when he arrived today, he would see a scene that was like hell on earth. Countless black dragon guards' bodies fell to the ground, forming a thick pile. At the other end of the crowd stood the trembling Prince Jinnan and his 3 generals. Stop! Hong Ongwa shouted, and the remaining black dragon guards finally stopped fighting and looked at him. Brother, you have killed so many people. It's time to vent your anger. Why get more innocent blood on your hands? Hong Ongwa stared at Johnson and said. Hearing this, Johnson finally turned around and looked at him. Prince Jinnan killed my entire family. Did you ever think that this day would come? Coronelong, save me. Upon hearing Hong Ongwa's voice, Prince Jinnan seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly hid behind him. I am the colonel of the Southwest Theater and the captain of the Dragon Soul Army's 3rd Squadron, Hong Ongwa. For the sake of the Azura war god, stop it. After hearing this, Johnson frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the person in front of him had such great ability that he could even bring out the Shura god of war. The war god Shura, known as the Dragon Nation's #1 war god, is now the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Soul Army. Hong Ongwa is the captain of the 3rd Squadron of the Dragon Army, and his strength is evident. Although the king of Jinan has 50,000 soldiers and horses, they're nothing compared to the Dragon Soul Army. Hearing Hong Ongwa pleading for him, Prince Jinan's uneasy heart finally calmed down. Even if this kid could go to heaven, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me after hearing the reputation of the Dragon Soul Army. Coronelong, this kid, Prince Jinan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Hong Ongwa. Shut up. I don't care what grudges you have, but if the higher-ups knew that such a big thing happened in Nanjiang, no one would be able to protect you. Hong Ongwa's words frightened the king of Jinan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. If he made a big fuss again, even if the Azure Dragon God of War came forward, the higher-ups would not let him off easily. Johnson glanced at Hong Ongwa indifferently. Even if the Shura God of War is here, I, Johnson, will not give him this face. Kill someone and pay with your life. Debts owed should be paid back. It's only natural. Prince Jinan, he must die. This one sentence left Hong Ongwa speechless, and at this moment, Hong Ongwa's attention was suddenly attracted by Johnson's right hand. Johnson was seen wearing a silver ring on his right hand, which was engraved with a lifelike dragon head. Under the sunlight, the silver dragon ring emits brilliant silver light. A storm surged in Hong Ongwa's heart. Ew, where did you get this ring? Hong Ongwa's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Oh, you recognize this thing? Johnson smiled slightly. Panlong ring. This ring was taught to him by the master. When he was released from prison, the master told him that this ring could mobilize 800,000 troops in the northwest border. Johnson had never thought that someone would know about this thing. How could I not recognize this thing? This is the Panlong ring. Hong Ongwa's expression trembled. The Panlong ring belonged to the master of the Dragon Soul Palace. It was rumored that the terrifying strong man died for his country and disappeared with the Panlong ring. When the 100,000 Dragon Soul Army soldiers see this thing, they must kneel down as if they were seeing the Palace Master. Why is the Palace Master's token in the hands of this kid? The Panlong ring was passed down to me by my master. What? Do you want it? Johnson teased. With a plop, in the horrified eyes of King Jinan, Hong Ongwa knelt on the ground and buried his head deeply at Johnson's feet. Seeing the Panlong ring is like seeing the Palace Master. The 100,000 soldiers of the Dragon Soul Army are waiting for the Lord's orders. Forgive me for being unreasonable. Please calm down, my lord. Seeing this scene, Prince Jinnan staggered and fell to the ground in fear. Get up. Johnson helped Hong Ongwei up. Hong Ongwei's eyes were red, and he was extremely excited. My lord, the Dragon Soul Army soldiers and the Shura God of War commander are looking forward to your return day and night. This Panlong ring is an object of faith for the Dragon Soul Army soldiers. Back then, the palace master personally trained the war god Shura, and everyone thought that the war god Shura was the old palace master's successor. Unexpectedly, the old hall master disappeared along with the Panlong ring until the news came that he had died for his country. And now that this Panlong ring has appeared, it means that the old palace master is still alive and has successfully found successor. How can Hong Ongwei not be happy? You? Prince Jinnan was terrified. His fingers kept shaking as if he had seen a ghost. No hurry, I still have something to ask this bastard. Johnson stepped forward and stepped on the chest of King Jinnan. This kick completely shattered the king of Jinnan's internal organs, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Chapter 54, Nanyang Altar. Prince of Jinnan, let me ask you, was the Azure Dragon God of War instigated by what happened back then? If Johnson just moved his feet, the Prince of Jinnan would be stepped on to death. And the king of Jinnan finally understood what kind of existence he had provoked. The Panlong ring that commanded 100,000 Dragon Soul Army and 700,000 border troops was actually in Johnson's hands. It was the Azure Dragon God of War who ordered me to do this. I was forced to do this. Colonel Hong, please save my life. I don't want to die. Hong Ongwei glanced at the king of Jinnan coldly. Killing the palace master's family, it's a good thing that I don't kill you, and you still want me to plead for you. Those eyes seemed to be telling Prince Jinnan, are you worthy? Johnson sneered and shook his head. Did my parents and relatives want to die back then? Did my sister want to die back then? Did hundreds of people in my Yi family want to die? Blue Dragon God of War. How powerful. You killed my parents. I will make you pay with blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Johnson kicked King Jinnan in the chest, killing him. The rest of the Black Dragon guards threw away their weapons and fled the Jinnan palace in panic, leaving only 3 guards kneeling on the ground, trembling. Johnson brought down his palm, and the entire army of the king of Jinnan was annihilated. From now on, there would be no more king of Jinnan in Nanjiang. After doing all this, Johnson turned around, but Sun Hao and Chun Li had already been injured and fainted in the battle. Johnson stepped forward and gave him 3 consecutive injections, then helped him into the helicopter. Master, you. Hong Ongwei looked at Johnson with hope. The northwest border is now unguarded. 5 years ago, the people outside the territory were defeated by the Dragon Soul Army, led by the Shura God of War, and fled in disarray. But in recent years, it seems that a larger conspiracy has been brewing. If the Palace Master is guarding it, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely be safe. I still have some things to do. I will go back after I finish my work. Don't reveal my information. Johnson gave an instruction, and Hong Ongwei immediately understood, but there was a trace of worry in his heart. Master, the Azure Dragon God of War is the commander of the Southwest. After I return from the Northwest, I am now under his jurisdiction. The Azure Dragon God of War commands hundreds of thousands of troops in the Southwest. He has great power. The 4 provinces in the Southwest are all under his sphere of influence. Now his strength is even more unfathomable. Johnson patted Hong Ongwei on the shoulder and said, don't worry. Even if he is the sky of the Southwest, I will break this sky. After speaking a few words to Hong Ongwei, Johnson took a helicopter and left the Jinnan Palace, leaving behind a messy and empty courtyard. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed at the Sun family villa, and Johnson got off the plane holding Sun Li. Zhao Fu sent Sun Hao and Chun Li to the nearest hospital. Who could have thought that the arrogant king Jinnan died at the hands of Johnson, and that the 2 great masters of Nanjiang turned into wandering ghosts? Destroying the king of Jinnan was a little bit of a wish come true for Johnson. In the bedroom, Johnson quickly took a hot shower and changed into clean clothes. As soon as he changed his clothes, he heard Sun Li calling his name on the bed. Brother Johnson, save me. Don't worry, I'm here. The girl must have been scared. Johnson touched Sun Li's forehead and suddenly found that her forehead was burning hot. Fever. Johnson immediately helped Sun Li up. There was an inch-long wound on her back, from which blood oozed out from time to time. The blood exuded an evil aura. Johnson frowned immediately. It's that skeleton man. I didn't even notice the wound on Sun Li's back. As time went by, Sun Li's complexion became worse and worse. Brother Johnson, don't move. I will heal you now. As he spoke, Johnson hurriedly unbuttoned Sun Li's shirt, exposing her snow-white skin to his sight. Johnson blushed. If he wanted to treat Sun Li's injuries, he would have to take off her clothes. Johnson had never done anything like this before, and suddenly he felt at a loss. Sun Li, I took off your clothes only to heal your wounds. Don't be angry with me when you wake up tomorrow. If you don't say anything, it means you agree. Johnson closed one eye and gently reached out to take off Sun Li's shoulder strap. The shoulder strap slipped off, revealing a flash of white. Johnson was so scared that he quickly turned off the lights. The bright moonlight shone into Sun Li's bedroom through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Johnson touched something soft and accidentally touched something soft. Johnson blushed immediately. He quickly turned Sun Li around, took out 3 silver needles, and gently inserted them into Sun Li's back. Then he took out some medicine powder and applied it on Sun Li's wound. This medicine can heal all external injuries. After today, you will be fine. After applying the medicine, Johnson wrapped Sun Li's wound with white gauze, then tiptoed to close the door and returned to his room. Johnson took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. To be honest, I have never had such close contact with a girl in my life. I hope that when I wake up tomorrow morning, Sun Li won't misunderstand me. Afterwards, Johnson closed the door, sat down cross-legged, and began to concentrate on absorbing the Yuan-Yang earth vein. Strands of warm air swirled above Johnson's head, then flowed into his internal organs through his 7 orifices. It was as if a shackle was loosened, and Johnson frowned. Could it be that he was about to break through at this time? He hurriedly held his breath and concentrated, starting to attack the last barrier in his body. The Yuan-Yang veins washed over Johnson's body again and again, and before he knew it, it was the next morning. The death of Prince Jinan was like a thunderclap that shook the entire Nanjiang River. Countless wealthy families looked in the direction of the Prince of Jinan's palace in horror. At the Liu family in Longcheng, Liu Qishan staggered and fell to the ground. The Liu family had never seen their head of the family in such an embarrassed state. Prince Jinan is dead. Absolutely true. Countless members of the Liu family gasped. In a luxurious manner in Yunqing, 2 old men in long robes stood up at the same time, with fear in their eyes. Prince Jinan is dead, so there is no need for us to hunt down that kid. The 2 old men looked at each other. In the hall behind him, a figure exuded a sinister, murderous aura. Looking closely, his arms were empty. Bang! The man kicked the table next to him and smashed it to pieces. That kid made me become like this. How can I let it go? Hearing this, the 2 gray-robed elders frowned and said, "This matter has nothing to do with our Nanyang holy altar. Blood, evil priest, don't forget your mission here." Chapter 55. Prepare to run away. Humph. Mission. If there is no help from me, can you 2 complete that mission? I didn't expect it. This kid even dared to kill the king of Jinan. His strength is much higher than I thought. The gray-robed man's eyes narrowed dangerously. He didn't want to give up that body easily, but now, with Johnson protecting him, even he couldn't snatch Sun Li from him safely. You 2 go back and report to the chief altar master and tell him that I have run into some trouble in Nanjiang, and I can't go back within 3 months. Shueisha said sternly, I want to stay here to heal my wounds. I want to prepare to break through the last level of my evil skills. The day I break through will be the day when the holy altar lands in Yunqing. When the 2 old men heard this, their faces were shocked. The blood evil priest's strength has now reached the late Kaiyuan period. With the help of his evil skills, ordinary masters are no match for him. If you break through the last level of evil skills, you will be invincible except the Grandmaster. If that's true, who in Nanjiang can be his opponent? The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Blood evil priest, I understand. Then you should stay here and retreat. We will go back and report to the altar master immediately. It is time to publicize the power of our holy altar in Dragon Country. After saying goodbye to Shueisha, the 2 men left the manor without looking back. Early in the morning, Johnson sat up from the bed with his bare chest, after absorbing and refining the energy he had gained the previous night. He felt that he had somehow crossed a door that was unreachable to ordinary people, but that door seemed to be blocking him. Sure enough, the Qidong realm is more difficult to break through than I thought. Now, I have only just stepped 1 foot into pneumatics. Johnson was very calm about his lack of breakthrough. After all, after passing the Kaiyuan realm, each advancement to a higher realm was extremely difficult. In today's society, the Dharma ending age, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exhausted, and the earth veins are even fewer. Ordinary people can only cultivate to the peak of Kaiyuan in their entire lives, and some people cannot even break through the tempering body realm in their entire lives. But now, I am much better than those masters. The Yuan Yang earth vein was about to be completely absorbed by him. Johnson estimated that in less than 15 days, the Yuan Yang earth vein would be exhausted. And by that time, I will be able to break through the last barrier and enter the pneumatic world. 50 years ago, the master was already a top-notch Qigong expert, and the enemies he killed were terrified. Compared to the master, I am still a little bit behind him. Johnson looked at himself in a mirror and smiled. From a distance, his body looked like a gentle and elegant piece of jade, with lean muscles and perfect lines, very charming. Soon, Johnson got dressed and prepared to go out, when a scream was heard from the bedroom opposite. Ah! Johnson pushed open Sun Li's door and rushed in. Then, he saw Sun Li staring blankly at her upper body. There were bloody clothes lying next to him and a white bandage wrapped around his body. Johnson thought something dangerous had happened and accidentally saw Sun Li naked. He turned around quickly and walked out awkwardly. Sun Li, I didn't see anything. I swear. You. Sun Li's pretty face turned as red as an apple. This damn Johnson, this stinky Johnson, he just looked at it and refused to admit that he had taken off all his clothes. He didn't do anything out of line to me, did he? No. Impossible. Johnson is not that kind of person. So does he have no interest in me at all? Or does this Johnson not like women but men? Is my charm so bad? In a split second, Sun Li's mind raced with a scene. After Johnson left, Sun Li finally admired her own figure and thought that she wasn't that bad. Oh, I'm so annoyed. What am I thinking about? Sun Li patted her cheek. What's wrong with me? He is such a good person. He has always protected me and never taken advantage of me. Sun Li carefully recalled what happened yesterday. Yesterday, a skinny man knocked her unconscious. When I woke up again, I was already at home. Could it be that the man was coming for me? It hurt so much. Sun Li turned sideways and looked at her back. She gently removed the white gauze to reveal an inch-long cut, but the wound scabbed and fell off overnight. Just feeling a little pain, Sun Li quickly changed her clothes and went out. Where are my parents? Sun Li said worriedly. They were also a little frightened yesterday, but they have woken up now and are in Longcheng First Hospital. Let me take you there to have a look. Sun Hao and Chun Li were fine, but they were very frightened. Half an hour later, Johnson arrived at the hospital. Sun Hao and Chun Li were sitting in wheelchairs on a bed on the third floor of the inpatient department. Mr. Sun, you only have a minor skin injury. Just follow my instructions and take some medicine and rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. Thank you so much. I will be discharged from the hospital today. Sun Hao was worried about his daughter, so he asked the bodyguard next to him to handle the discharge procedures for him. Dad, Mom. Just then, Sun Li walked in. Chun Li and Sun Hao couldn't help but shed tears of excitement when they saw Sun Li again. Daughter, you worried us to death. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Mom thought I would never see you again. Chun Li was in tears, and Sun Li gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yesterday, both of them felt like they had been through the gates of hell and thought they would never see Sun Li again in this life. Fortunately, Johnson showed up in time and saved the old couple. They knew nothing about what happened afterwards. Sun Hao only remembered that Johnson rushed into the crowd alone. Seeing that Johnson didn't come, Sun Hao asked with concern, "Where is Johnson? Is he safe now? Why didn't he come with you?" "Dad, don't worry. He's waiting for you downstairs." "Okay, I'll take you and Mom home. We'll talk when we get back." At this moment, Johnson lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and his eyes darkened. Soon, a phone number was dialed. 3 days. The deadline I mentioned has come. Since Liu, Li, and Lin are not prepared to send the money over, I have no choice but to go and get it. At this moment, Liu Qishan was packing his things in a panic, sweating profusely. "Hurry! Damn it! Sell me everything you can." When Liu Qishan learned that the Prince of Jinnan had died, he was completely shocked. Now there was only one word in his mind: escape. The Liu family's real estate in Longcheng is worth a total of 2.5 billion yuan, plus 1 billion yuan in cash. This money is Liu Qishan's entire fortune. He has already made a decision in his mind to leave Longcheng and go to Tiandu for development. Although this 3 billion yuan was not enough to make him rich in Tiandu, it was enough for him to squander. Chapter 56. Collecting Money at Your Door. Liu Qishan sold all his assets overnight, and his only thought was about donating the money and running away. He had to leave quickly before that guy arrived. Liu Qishan didn't even notify Lin Jun and Li Zihong. In the Lin family compound, a figure was lying on a chair like a deflated ball. Prince Jinan is dead too. That kid must have done it. It must be him. What should I do? Lin Jun's face was full of panic. 2 billion yuan. He could collect 2 billion yuan, but if he gave it away, the Lin family would no longer have a place to stand in Longqing. Suddenly, Lin Jun thought of something and hurriedly made a phone call. A moment later, a poor Chinese voice came from the other end of the phone. "Oh, Mr. Lin, why are you calling me?" A blonde foreigner on the other end of the phone had a cigar in his mouth. The table in front of him was filled with US dollars, and the bed next to him was covered with a thick layer of US dollars, piled up like small hills. "Dear Mr. Gustav, I need your help." When the man heard Lin Jun's words, a greedy smile appeared on his lips. "I knew that Mr. Lin would agree. As long as you sell the mine to me, I will give you a lot of money." "No, those belong to the Yi family. Johnson will definitely take them back. Mr. Gustav, please lend me 2 billion. Lin Jun gritted his teeth. Now, he has no other choice. The foreign man in front of him is from the William family, the richest and most powerful family in Northern Europe. In order to expand its influence, the William family sent representatives to Manhwa, intent on gaining more money. As soon as they made a move, they won the equity contract of 50% of all the banks in Longqing. That's tens of billions of dollars. Lin Jun can only resolve the crisis by borrowing money from this person. Oh my God, 2 billion. You know how we do things. We have to pay back 3 billion in half a year. If you can't exchange this money, do you know the consequences? The man took a puff of his cigar. Lin Jun gritted his teeth. He could pay back the 3 billion as long as all the funds of the Lin family could operate normally. For the sake of the Lin family, and to survive, this is the only way. Lin Jun really can't think of a better way. On the other hand, after Johnson settled Sun Hao and his wife, he prepared to go out and settle accounts with Liu Qishan and those 3 bastards. "Brother Johnson, where are you going?" Sun Li asked hurriedly, looking at his back. "Sun Li, don't worry. I'll be back soon." Hearing this, Sun Li pursed her lips and said, "Then I'll cook dinner and wait for you at home." Sun Li gave Johnson a sweet smile. She didn't know when her feelings towards Johnson had changed. Maybe it was after he saved himself twice, or maybe it was last night. In short, he gave her an unprecedented sense of security. From childhood to adulthood, it seemed that she had never had such a feeling except from her father. Ding, ding, ding. Sun Li's cell phone rang. It was Sophie calling. "Sun Li, are you free tonight? I want to treat you and Johnson to dinner." Sun Li smiled and said, "Okay. When he's done, let's go out to eat together." Sophie hung up the phone. She almost didn't sleep all night after learning the whole truth from Sun Li that day. The next day, when she woke up, she learned that Yin Tianchi had become a disabled person. She never thought that she was the clown, and it was Johnson who had always been protecting her and Sun Li. Thinking of how she had slandered him in the past, Sophie wished she could find a hole to crawl into. On this side, Johnson drove directly towards Liu Qishan's villa. In the Liu family compound, Liu Qishan sold almost everything that could be sold and planned to throw away those that could not be sold. "Dad, are we really leaving Dragon City? Our Liu family has worked hard to achieve what we have today." Liu Ziqing, dressed in a black suit, could not help but show reluctance in his eyes. "That's right. I have a few mercenaries here. Otherwise, we can kill him without anyone noticing." After hearing Liu Ziqing's nonsense, Liu Qishan was so angry that he almost fell over. "Oh, who do you think this kid is? Zhang Hu's assets so openly because of the Tianjun group? Do you think you can kill him just because you know a few guys with guns? I'm telling you, it was this guy who destroyed the Zhang family, and just last night, I got the news that the Prince of Jinan was dead. I suspect this guy did it." Although Liu Qishan didn't know how Prince Jinan died, he had a feeling that it was that kid. That's why he wanted to escape from Longsheng in such a desperate manner. Even his son Liu Ziqing and daughter-in-law Lin Xiu expressed their incomprehension of his behavior. "Dad, no matter what, our Liu family is also a first-class family in Longqing. Isn't that Johnson alone? What are you afraid of?" "That's right. Dad, I think you're worrying too much." Liu Ziqing and Lin Xiu both looked calm. That Johnson made a huge demand, wanting 2 billion yuan from the Liu family. He really thought the Liu family was made of clay. And there is the king of Jinan. Dad said that the kid named Johnson killed the king of Jinan. Could it be that Chun is just talking nonsense? How many people does the Prince of Jinnan have under his command? 50,000 soldiers, each with a spit, can drown that kid. Do you two want to piss me off to death? Hearing what they said, Lu Qishan was so furious that he wanted to slap them. Lu Ziqing had never seen Johnson before, but he had heard the name frequently recently. Now that Lu Qishan was going to sell off his property again, he felt unhappy. Not long after, when Lu Qishan was too old to move, Lu Ziqing was still the successor of the Lu family. Therefore, he just felt that Lu Qishan was old and his mind had become confused. Didn't take that Johnson seriously. Dad, don't worry. If that kid dares to come, I will make him pay for it. Lu Ziqing was full of confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The Lu family's front door was kicked to pieces, and then a figure walked in from outside with his hand behind his back and a cold and arrogant look on his face. When Lu Qishan saw that face, his heart skipped a beat. Is this God will to destroy my Lu family? Forget it. Forget it. Lu Qishan had worked hard all his life to build up his foundation, but he never expected that he would have to give it away like this. His son is an arrogant and cowardly person. Even if he inherits the Lu family's fortune, he probably won't be able to keep it. Mr. Yi, I'll give you 2 billion, just hoping you can spare my family's life. What happened back then has nothing to do with us. Lu Qishan didn't dare to look Johnson in the eye. 3 days have passed. Now, this is not something that can be solved with 2 billion. I want 4 billion. Johnson stared at Lu Qishan coldly. Chapter 57, Yiling Yan. What? For billion? Lu Qishan's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. The 2 guards next to him hurried forward to support him. Hearing this, Lu Ziqing almost laughed out loud. Did this kid really think this place was an ATM? He just wanted 4 billion from the Lu family? Did he take the wrong medicine? All right, Dad, you should take a good rest first. Leave the rest to me, okay? Johnson, what did you just say? You want my Lu family to give you 4 billion? Huh. Kneel down now, lick my leather shoes clean, then count out to me 3 times and call me Grandpa 3 times, and I will give you 4 billion. How about it? Lu Ziqing laughed wildly with an unruly look on his face. How could his father be frightened by such a kid? As he finished speaking, several mercenaries in military uniforms rushed out from the secret passage next to him. These people all have foreign faces and are wearing the most advanced equipment. 2 of them were wearing black armbands with the English letters SSS embroidered on them. Internationally, S level is generally used to represent the highest level, and only the strongest international mercenary leader is qualified to wear this SSS armband. The SSS armband symbolizes strength and also symbolizes the identities of the 3 people in front of you. Looking at Johnson's frown, Lu Ziqing couldn't help but feel proud. Boy, do you know what that is? These guys are SSS international mercenaries. If you don't want to die, kneel down. Johnson calmly patted Johnson on the shoulder and looked at Johnson with pity. I'll give you 3 minutes to collect 4 billion, otherwise die. What a hypocritical and ridiculous Lu Qishan is. Back then, when the Yi family was in danger, Lu Qishan repeatedly joined forces with others to suppress the Yi family financially. Later, when the Yi family was destroyed, he added insult to injury and plundered the Yi family's assets. By squeezing the blood of his own parents, he pushed the Lu family to the position of a first-class family in launching. And now, he even dares to say such words to me. Arrogant. If you want to die, then I will send you to meet your parents. You want my Lu family's money? Dream on. Go ahead, kill him. Lu Ziqing gave an order, and 3 mercenaries came with military axes in hand. On Johnson's forehead, these axes were made of the hardest steel. It can break stones and open gold, and it is omnipotent. But if you are hit by it, you will end up in regret. But what Lu Ziqing didn't know was that the person standing in front of him was a person at the peak of Kaiyuan realm. Johnson is just 1 step away from entering the Qidong realm. Below the Grandmaster level, he is like an ant. How could these axes possibly hurt Johnson? Since you want to die, then go ahead and die. Johnson moved slightly. He didn't even move his left foot to avoid the fatal attacks. The 3 mercenaries' attacks hit empty space, and they immediately felt a burning sensation on their faces. They then pulled out their daggers and stabbed Johnson. The next second, bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the 3 mercenaries flew out like leaves. Lu Ziqing was horrified, and before he could react, Johnson slapped him in the face. Puff! Lu Ziqing flew backwards like a dead dog and fell heavily beside Lu Qishan. Don't kill my son. Johnson was about to kill Lu Zicheng when he saw Lu Qishan kneeling in front of Johnson. She begged him desperately. "I'll give you 4 billion. Please don't kill my son." Dak. Lu Zicheng's breath was extremely weak, but he still didn't give up and winked at the leaders of the SSS mercenaries. Instantly, 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 mercenary leaders smiled jokingly. This speed of drawing guns is unheard of and unseen. Ordinary people simply cannot see the speed at which these 2 people draw guns. Bang! As a wisp of smoke dissipated from the muzzle of the gun, Lu Zicheng finally laughed with a mouth full of blood. "Ha ha ha! No matter how powerful you are, you will die with mercenaries like me here." Lu Zicheng covered his face and was about to get up from the ground. A glimmer of hope also arose in Lu Qishan's heart. Was it really successful? Boom! However, the next second, everyone's smiles suddenly stopped. The 2 mercenary leaders fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing out from their armpits, staining the ground red. "You're not dead. Just now, it gave you a chance." Johnson grabbed Lu Zicheng's neck and lifted him up. With a crack, his neck was broken. "So," Lu Qishan was shocked. "I'll fight for you." Lu Qishan's eyes turned red, and he rushed toward Johnson. Johnson kicked him in the knee, shattering it. Screams were heard, and the remaining mercenaries were already frightened out of their wits. Without caring about anything else, they scrambled out of the Lu family's gate. "Don't kill me. I'll give you money. Please don't kill me." Lu Qishan knelt on the ground. Johnson looked down at him. Lu Qishan hurriedly made a phone call, and soon, Johnson received a message on his mobile phone. After the 3.5 billion was deposited, Johnson nodded with satisfaction. "I hope you can call me today for the remaining 500 million. I don't want to make another trip." Johnson didn't want to kill anyone, but Lu Zicheng wanted his life, so he had to take action. After saying this, Johnson left the Lu family without looking back, leaving behind only a cold corpse and a dazed Lu Qishan. Soon, the heads of the Lin and Li families drove to a skyscraper with a bank card. This is the headquarters of Tianjun Group in Longcheng. At this moment, Johnson is sitting in an office on the top floor. A tall woman with a curvy figure walked in from the office door holding 2 bank cards. "Boss Yi, this is the money sent by the Li and Lin families. A total of 4 billion. The woman put the bank card on the table. She had ethereal eyes, fair skin, red lips, and white teeth. Even the white shirt could not hide her plump figure. However, the woman's eyes were always fixed on the figure on the desk opposite. She is Yi Lingyan, the person in charge of Tianjun Group in Tiandu area. Yi Lingyan is not only beautiful, but more importantly, she possesses great talent and intelligence. At least half of the credit goes to her for the Tianjun Group's success. Countless young talents had pursued Yi Lingyan, but were all turned away by her cold temperament. Even many rich young men with a net worth of tens of billions are not qualified to even meet this goddess. Now, she has suppressed all her arrogance and coldness and stood opposite Johnson like a docile kitten. Put all the money away. Recently, all the business of Longcheng will be temporarily handed over to you." Johnson had an indifferent expression and didn't even look at Yi Lingyan. Chapter 58, You're not even worthy of polishing his shoes. Yi Lingyan's eyes were a little disappointed. Did he really look down on her? "I know, Mr. Knight. Does the Chun family's land require cooperation between our Tianjun Group and the Sun family to develop it?" Yi Lingyan asked cautiously. Johnson hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Let the Sun family take over all the cooperation tasks of the Tianjun Group." At this moment, under the building, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the entrance of Tianjun Group. Suddenly, a familiar figure got out of the car. She was holding a document in her hand and walking hurriedly towards the door of the building. "Olivia." Johnson's eyes turned cold. Olivia didn't sleep last night after hearing that Mr. Yi from Tianjun Group was coming to Longcheng to discuss cooperation. Olivia made a detailed plan overnight, which contained the Zhang family's last hope. If they could cooperate with the Tianjun Group, then the Chun family and the Yi family would be nothing in their eyes. Now, Yi Lingyan, the general manager of Tianjun Group, has come to Longcheng. Olivia is confident that with the several cooperative projects in her hands, she will be able to win Yi Lingyan's favor. Johnson only knows Mr. Zhao. Once the deal is done, he won't even be qualified to carry his shoes. Olivia came to the door confidently, but 2 security guards stopped her. "Wait." Olivia with a cold expression. This is the security guard of Tianjun Group. Olivia did not dare to neglect him and quickly smiled. "2 brothers. I am Olivia from Zhang Group. It's like this. I have a few cooperation projects, and I want to meet Mr. Yi. Can you let me in? Olivia nodded and bowed. Boss Yi is in a meeting with the young chairman and is busy. After hearing what they said, Olivia was shocked. The chairman of Tianjun Group is here? Not long ago, she heard that Tianjun Group had a mysterious chairman, Zhang, who was eliminated overnight, which must be related to that big shot. She really wanted to see the true face of this chairman, but this thought was fleeting. As a small person, how could she be qualified to meet the chairman of Tianjun Group? Please inform the two brothers. Olivia was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that after working hard on the project plan all night, she couldn't even get into the Tianjun Group. But the trip to the headquarters would be in vain. Olivia was not giving up. The two security guards glared at her with disgust. On the top floor, Johnson and Yiling Yan saw it all clearly. Bossy, let her in. Yiling Yan's lips curled up into an icy smile. She had heard a long time ago that Olivia divorced a nightclub for money, and she wanted to see what kind of woman was it that could dump the nightclub. Let her in, Johnson said calmly. Soon, the security guard downstairs received a call. Yes. Mr. Yi, I'll let her go up right away. After hanging up the phone, the security guard immediately made way for him. Bossy asked you to go up. Hearing this, Olivia was overjoyed. Mr. Yi actually let her in. It seemed that she had come to the right place this time. Olivia was so excited that she took the elevator to the top floor in a hurry. Soon, Olivia walked in from the office door, and Johnson stood by the window, overlooking the entire scenery of Dragon City. Looking at the back, Olivia was slightly stunned. This back seemed somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember it. Yiling Yan looked at Olivia. She originally thought that Olivia was stunningly beautiful and much better than herself in every aspect. Otherwise, Johnson would not have fallen for her back then. But what Yiling Yan did not expect was that Olivia's appearance was just SOSO, and the whole person exudes a kind of rouge-like scent. Yiling Yan just stood there, as if she was about to outdo Olivia. Seeing Olivia, Yiling Yan couldn't help but feel ridiculous that she was comparing herself to such a person. This Olivia is nothing special. How could the nightclub fall for such a person? Olivia felt that Yiling Yan's gaze on her was a little strange, so she quickly handed over the documents in her hand. Bossy, I'm Olivia from Zhang Group. I heard that you came to Longsheng, so I worked on some business plans overnight. Our Zhang family has several commercial real estate projects in Longsheng. Bossy, if you are willing to cooperate with us, I believe that our Zhang family will not let you down. Olivia had a humble attitude. The person standing in front of her was a senior figure of Tianjun Group and the person in charge of Tianjun Group in Tiandu area. What is Tiandu? It is a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere, and it is dozens of times bigger than Longsheng. There are countless wealthy families there. Although the Zhang family's assets of more than 1 billion can make them a second-rate family in Longsheng, if it were placed in Tiandu, they would not even be considered a ninth-rate family. Oh, are you so confident? Yiling Yan flipped through the documents in Olivia's hand, and Olivia was overjoyed. It looks like there must be hope. It's hard to say, but Mr. Yi also has his eyes on these projects. As long as he can cooperate with Tianjun Group, Olivia is willing to pay any price. As long as she can rely on Tianjun Group, she will surely be successful in the future. After Yiling Yan finished reading, she threw the thick stack of documents on the table. Olivia with a cold face and said, Do you really think I can match your business plans? What capital does your Zhang family have to make Tianjun Group cooperate with you? Just these few pieces of waste paper. As he spoke, Yiling Yan tore the documents into pieces and threw them into the trash can as if they were garbage. Olivia's heart seemed to be hit hard by something. Her face turned hot, and humiliation and unwillingness surged in her heart. Mr. Yi, please give me some time and chance. I will definitely. Olivia still wanted to fight for a glimmer of hope for herself. Yiling Yan interrupted her directly. From today on, all cooperation projects of Tianjun Group will belong to the Sun family. Also, I want to ask you a question. Why did you want to divorce that man in the first place? Yiling Yan raised the corner of her mouth curiously. That person, Olivia frowned. Who is that person? Johnson? She didn't expect Yiling Yan to ask her this question. Are you talking about Johnson? Let's divorce him. He has no right to be my man. Bah! Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, Yiling Yan slapped Olivia in the face. Who do you think you are? You're not even qualified to carry his shoes. Yiling Yan's slap made Olivia feel so ashamed that she felt extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, the figure by the window turned around abruptly, and Olivia staggered and fell to the ground. Johnson, Why are you here? Olivia said in horror. Chapter 59, Madman. Why is he here? He is my immediate superior, and the Tianjun group belongs to him. So why can't he be here? Yiling Yan's words left Olivia speechless. Tianjun group is his? He is Yiling Yan's immediate superior and the chairman behind Tianjun group? At that moment, Olivia's eyes widened, and her mind was full of denial of Johnson. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. You're lying to me. You guys teamed up to deceive me. I don't believe this is true. Olivia's eyes were filled with despair, and she repeated those 3 words over and over in her mind. Johnson had already seen through this woman. Even now that Olivia was kneeling here like a lost soul, his heart remained as calm as water and indifferent. Seeing that Johnson didn't say anything, Olivia became even crazier. She supported herself on the ground, stood up, grabbed Johnson's collar with both hands, and said, Johnson, tell me this is not true. How could you be the chairman of Tianjun Group? Olivia could not accept this blow at all. The man whom she regarded as incompetent and abandoned with her own hands was now high above everyone else. She wanted to marry into a wealthy family and enter the top of society, but she never thought that Johnson was a wealthy family. No, it's not the wealthy families, but the people who trample all the wealthy families under their feet and regard them as ants. All of this broke Olivia's last psychological defense. Presumptuous. Seeing her like this, Yiling Yan grabbed her wrists and forcibly pulled Olivia's hands off. Olivia, pay attention to your identity, otherwise I will make your Zhang family disappear in Dragon City. Yiling Yan's words suddenly woke Olivia up. She was not joking. No one has the qualifications to question the owner of Tianjun Group. Johnson had his hands behind his back, and his dark eyes contained a depth that Olivia had never seen before. Those eyes seemed to devour her, and Olivia realized that she didn't know Johnson at all. After a while, Johnson said calmly, That's right. I am a young master of Tianjun Group. I was the one who killed Zhang. I was the one who killed the Prince of Jinan. Everything that has happened so far was done by me, Johnson. The things you fought so hard for, to me, are just easy to get like dirt. You've been dreaming of marrying into the Zhang family and becoming their wealthy wife, but little do you know that I've never taken the Zhang family seriously. Johnson said was heart-wrenching. Olivia's body couldn't stop shaking. She stepped back and bumped into the table behind her. She felt no pain at all, only that her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by something. Johnson meant, if he wanted to, the Zhang family would have ceased to exist long ago. It's just that the Zhang family had never provoked him. That day, he slapped the ancestor of the Zhang family to death with one palm, which was a warning to the Zhang family. That day, he announced to the entire Longcheng that the Yi family had returned, and it was reasonable for them to take over Zhang Hu's assets. You've abandoned me like a worn-out shoe, so I'll give you your freedom. If it weren't for our past relationship, do you think you would still be standing here and talking to me? Johnson frowned coldly. Don't say that again. Ah. Olivia had a crazy look on her face, and she started grabbing her hair frantically. After a while, she was completely disheveled. Johnson ignored her madness and picked up a pen to write a check. Don't you like money? I'll give you all this as alms. I'll also return all the money you spent on me. Johnson threw the check on the ground, as if rubbing Olivia's face on the ground. Mine. These are all mine. These were originally mine. They're all mine. Ha ha ha. Olivia got on the floor and picked up the check, then turned around and caressed everything affectionately. This lunatic. Yiling Yan looked at Olivia with disgust. Olivia went crazy and became insane because she couldn't bear the blow. Yiling Yan didn't care and rushed out of the office, disappearing from their sight. Johnson was unmoved by this. She thought that everything had its cause and effect, and she had brought this upon herself. Johnson, don't worry about it. Get ready to take over all the assets of the Zhang family. Also, take back everything that my Yi family has lost in the past. Johnson gave Yiling Yan a few instructions and then went downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, Johnson received a call from Sun Hao. This was the first time that Sun Hao took the initiative to call Johnson. Johnson picked up the phone quickly, and bursts of hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. Johnson, are you done with your work? Sunli prepared a large table of dishes for you today. We are all waiting for you to come back. It just so happens that a good friend is visiting my house today. Come here earlier. Johnson smiled and said, Okay, I'll be right there. Johnson got in the car, took 2 bottles of good wine, and hurried back to Sun's house. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a Mercedes-Benz Maybach driving towards the door of Sun's house from a distance. A middle-aged man with slick-back hair got out of the car. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, an expensive suit, a Rolex worth more than $1 million on his wrist, and an Hermes belt around his waist, revealing endless luxury. Sun Hao heard the voice. He hurried out. Seeing Johnson coming back, Sun Hao greeted him warmly, as if he had seen his son whom he had not seen for many years. "Johnson, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to this. This is the Vice President of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Liu Huaqiang." You don't know, the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce is one of the best chambers of commerce in Nanjiang Province. Mr. Liu has wanted to meet you for a long time. "Mr. Liu, this is my godson Johnson." Sun Hao shook hands with Liu Huaqiang enthusiastically. "I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Yi. Recently, I've heard about your deeds from many of my friends. It is true that a hero emerges from youth. He is a handsome man who can support the Yi family." Liu Huaqiang walked up and started flattering Johnson. But at the same time, Liu Huaqiang was shocked. How old is this young man? Maybe in his 20s? It is incredible that at such a young age, he can stir up trouble in Dragon City and make other families bow their heads in his favor. "Mr. Liu, thank you for the compliment." Sun Hao also smiled from ear to ear. "Mr. Liu, please come in. Let's go inside and talk." The three of them entered the villa. Sun Li had cooked a table full of dishes, and the whole living room was filled with a strong aroma. Johnson placed 2 bottles of wine on the table, and Sun Hao was busy making tea for them. When Liu Huaqiang saw the tea bag in Sun Hao's hand, he was shocked. This tea was brought by Johnson. "I haven't tasted it yet." Sun Hao thought that what Johnson brought was ordinary tea, but he didn't know that this tea was specially supplied by Tianjun Group and was given to him by the wealthy family in Tiandu. Chapter 60, South China Chamber of Commerce. "Then I'm in for a treat today? Ha ha ha." Liu Huaqiang hurried forward and took the cup from Sun Hao's hand. "I wonder where did you buy this tea, Mr. Yi? I don't have much to do in my daily life. I just like to drink tea and taste tea." Who is Liu Huaqiang? Countless people in several major cities in Nanjiang sent him tea. He could tell at a glance that this tea was special, and he was afraid it couldn't be bought in the whole of Nanjiang. "Haha, a friend gave it to me," Johnson explained casually. Hearing this, Liu Huaqiang was even more frightened. Was it given by someone else? He looked at the package carefully again and saw a line of extremely hard-to-see small characters on the back. Tian Wang Figong. Liu Huaqiang was shocked, and his hand holding the tea bag began to tremble uncontrollably. "It's a special supply from the Tiandu Wang family. This tea has never been sold to the public. It is the best of the best. Only the top figures in Tiandu have the opportunity to taste this kind of tea. How is this possible?" Liu Huaqiang was more and more shocked. The Manhwa Chamber of Commerce once purchased various types of tea, so Liu Huaqiang was quite knowledgeable about tea. Those 4 words represent the origin of the tea. Legend has it that the Wang family of Tiandu was once a royal family. Hundreds of years ago, the emperor's tribute tea was all produced by the Wang family. How could Liu Huaqiang not know what these 4 words mean? This is clearly the premium tribute tea from the wealthy and powerful royal families in Tiandu. How could it appear in such a place? Liu Huaqiang's eyes changed instantly when he looked at Johnson, and he gently placed the tea bag on the table. Johnson was also surprised. Liu Huaqiang really had good eyesight. He didn't expect that he could recognize this tea. "Mr. Yi, if you have time tomorrow, could you come to my Manhwa Chamber of Commerce for a chat? I would like to treat Mr. Yi well," Liu Huaqiang said modestly. If the tea was really sent by the young man in front of him, then he needed to inquire about Johnson's news. Any one of the wealthy families in Tiandu would be at the top of the world if placed in Nanjiang. If he really has a relationship with the Tiandu Wang family, then he must have a good relationship with Johnson no matter what. Liu Huaqiang has made up his mind that he must test Johnson's bottom line tomorrow. How could such subtle facial expressions and movements escape Johnson's eyes? This old fox really deserves to sit in this position at the South China Chamber of Commerce. Let me think about this matter. Upon hearing this, Liu Huaqiang immediately became anxious. "As long as you can come tomorrow, I promise to give you a big surprise." "Oh," Johnson smiled faintly. "What surprise?" "I believe Mr. Yi must want to expand the current influence of the Yi family. Back then, the Yi family was destroyed overnight, and I, the president of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce, acquired 40% of the Yi family's real estate. Of course, if you want, as long as I lobby for you, the president will definitely sell these properties to you at the original price." Unconsciously, Liu Huaqiang's way of addressing Johnson changed. Liu Huaqiang didn't believe that Johnson was not tempted. 40% of the Yi family's real estate was worth more than 10 billion yuan. As long as they can get it back, the Yi family will be able to return to its former glory within a few years. It is only a matter of time before we return to the ranks of first-class families. Hearing this, Johnson frowned instantly. The Yi family's real estate. A few years ago, the Yi family owned the largest stone mine in Longqing. There are also several large processing factories, all of which belong to the Yi family. Sell it to me at the original price? Johnson couldn't help but sneer. These originally belonged to the Yi family, so it was only natural for him to take them back. When the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce acquired these properties, they did not leave him a penny. How can I sell it to him? I want to know, who is the president of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce? He will get it back naturally without Liu Huaqiang stepping in. Seeing those cold eyes, Liu Huaqiang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is Johnson really a young man in his 20s? From those eyes, Liu Huaqiang saw endless vicissitudes and restraint. After a pause, Liu Huaqiang continued. The current president of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce is Su Qingyan. Boom! When Johnson heard this name, his heart seemed to be struck by lightning. Su Qingyan, this name is so familiar. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for 3 years, he has become the president of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. But then, Johnson's face darkened. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Liu Huaqiang saw that Johnson looked unwell and asked hurriedly. No problem. I'll go with you tomorrow. Johnson agreed. Liu Huaqiang was immediately overjoyed. He unscrewed the bottle and poured Johnson a glass of wine. It seems that Mr. Yi knows the president of our Chamber of Commerce. It's strange to say, our president didn't seem to have spent much money to acquire the assets. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I have a good relationship with the president. I will take care of this matter. Liu Huaqiang didn't know that Johnson's heart was already filled with murderous intent. When he heard that Su Qingyan acquired the assets without spending much money, his face turned even more pale. Back then, Su Qingyan was just a shoemaker who polished shoes for people on the street in Longqing. Later, by chance, the Yi family felt sorry for him and brought him to their family, and helped Su Qingyan in every way. Later, on the night when the Yi family was destroyed, Su Qingyan escaped without making a sound and acquired the real estate of the Yi family. He received favors from the Yi family, but he took advantage of their misfortune and finally took over 40% of the Yi family's real estate under the guise of acquisition. Johnson had heard about these things a long time ago, but in order to eliminate those enemies first, he did not deal with Su Qingyan. I didn't expect that he would sit in the position he is in today. Johnson calmed himself down and kept these things deep in his heart. Sun Li finished her work. She sat next to Sun Hao. Sun Hao pushed her and said, "Children should sit together. I'll have a couple of drinks with your Uncle Liu." Sun Hao just gave a wink and asked Sun Li to sit next to Johnson. Sun Li felt shy, but still listened to her father and sat next to Johnson obediently. "Brother Johnson, Qian Qian asked me to thank you and said we should go out to look for her together later." "Then let's go out together later." Sun Li smiled. "This girl, she just knows how to run outside all day. Hasn't she learned her lesson yet?" Sun Hao rolled his eyes at Sun Li. "Hee, don't we have Brother Johnson here? With him protecting me, what are you afraid of?" Sun Li made a mischievous face. Seeing this harmonious atmosphere, Chun Li's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She had long wanted Sun Li and Johnson to be together. But as a mother, she knows this girl's temper very well. Now she finally knows who treats her well. Chun Li is extremely relieved. In a lively atmosphere, several people started drinking. After 3 rounds of drinks, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. "Mr. Yi, you must come tomorrow. I have good tea here too." Ha ha ha. Liu Huaqiang staggered out of the Sun family villa. "Let's go." Sun Li drove Johnson to a busy bar street in the city center. Sophie had already booked dinner, and after a while, Sun Li drove her car and stopped in front of a Western restaurant bar. Chapter 61, Throw Him Down Here. This street is adjacent to Longjiang University. When they were in college, Sun Li and Sophie often ate and drank here. It was the weekend, and college students wearing black stockings and JK miniskirts were walking arm in arm into a bar not far away from time to time. The entire bar street is bustling with activity. If you were to ask where in Longsheng there are the most young people, this street would be it. Johnson doesn't have much interest in this glamorous life. 2 young men with dyed, yellow hair not far away saw Sun Li driving a nice car and started whistling. But when they saw Johnson next to Sun Li, their faces immediately became depressed. "What are you looking at? Do you like girls like that?" Sun Li pointed at a girl wearing black stockings not far away. I didn't see anything. Besides, you're not much prettier than them, Johnson said with a smile. Sunli was wearing a white short skirt. Her slender legs would attract countless eyes even without black stockings. And Sunli drives such a nice car. Which man doesn't like a rich woman? Just as they finished talking, Sophie appeared from behind and patted Johnson on the shoulder. Johnson, Sunli, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come on, let's go in. As she spoke, Sophie took Sunli's arm, then took Johnson's arm like old friends and walked into the store. Sophie is just like this. She misunderstood Johnson before and felt bad about it. Now it's all right, and I treat Johnson as a good friend again. Qian, where are you taking us? Come with me and you'll find out. Today I'm being generous and booking the entire top floor. I don't want anyone to disturb our dinner. This Western restaurant bar is very big and there are many foreigners in it. Of course, those foreigners seem to be wearing tinted glasses. When they saw Sun Li and the other two come in, they all sneered. Others took girls from nearby universities out to dinner with ill intentions in mind. 9 out of 10 women who can come here to eat with foreigners are gold diggers. Soon, Johnson and Sun Li followed Sophie to the top floor, which was a sky garden with white candles lit everywhere, setting off the atmosphere to the extreme. There was a table in the middle near the building, and the expensive champagne and white wine had been opened. Before the meal was served, Sophie poured Johnson a glass of wine. Johnson, I was wrong about everything that happened before. I apologize. I was wrong about you. I'll punish myself with 3 glasses of wine first, Sophie said, and drank the whiskey in her hand. Johnson didn't care about it. Sophie felt embarrassed when she saw that he was still like that. It doesn't matter. I never care what others think of me. Tianchi deserves it. Johnson smiled at Sophie. This smile cleared up all the previous misunderstandings. Sophie suddenly looked at Johnson with curiosity and asked, Johnson, where did you learn this kung fu? Would you like to teach me some other day? You want to learn kung fu? Johnson suddenly looked at Sun Li next to him. To be honest, he had never thought about such a question before he knew Sun Li's physique. In fact, it is easier for Sun Li to embark on the path of martial arts than for himself. As for Sophie, I learned kung fu in prison. Do you believe it? Johnson swirled the liquor in his glass. I don't believe it. Ha ha, Sophie said and drank another glass. After 2 glasses of wine, a blush appeared on Sophie's fair face. Who would learn martial arts in prison? Johnson certainly wouldn't tell them that he had 5 powerful masters. The 3 of them were drinking when suddenly the elevator door not far away opened from the outside, and a man in a white shirt and holding a cigarette walked in. Behind him were 2 scantily clad girls and 4 burly bodyguards. Right here. Tonight, I, young Master Li, will reserve the top floor. The man was seen hugging 2 girls and walking toward Johnson. Before he could speak, the 2 bodyguards next to him glared at Johnson fiercely and said, Did you hear that? Young Master Li said that this place is reserved for tonight. Get out now. These 2 men were a head taller than Johnson, and Johnson was like a chicken in front of them. Sophie frowned slightly. I've already booked this place. If you want to eat, go next door. Sophie finished speaking. The restaurant manager suddenly ran out of the elevator in a hurry, then came to Sophie's ear and whispered, Miss Sue, this Li Fei is not to be trifled with. If it doesn't work, I'll move you to the next floor. Li Fei. Sophie felt that the name was somewhat familiar. After being stunned for a long time, he suddenly seemed to recall something. It's Li Fei, the eldest son of Diamond Mansion. Diamond Mansion is the most luxurious business mansion in Longqing. Sophie had met this man before, when she was studying at Longjiang University. You know young Master Li's name. Why don't you get out of here right now? The bodyguard looked ferocious. Why should we get out? Don't think you can act like a boss here, just because you have a few bucks. What can you do to me if I don't leave? Sophie looked angry. Li Fei suddenly raised an obscene smile. Miss, of course I didn't ask you to get out. I just asked this kid to get out. Li Fei pointed at Johnson and then moved his gaze to Sophie. His eyes kept scanning Sophie's chest, and Sophie just felt sick. Johnson could tell at a glance that this guy had black eyes and a weak breath, and it was obvious that he had indulged in excessive sexual activities. Now seeing Johnson with 2 beauties, I can't help it again, ordered Johnson condescendingly. If you want to get out, get out. I'll count to 3. If you don't get out of here, I'll throw you out of here. Johnson looked at Li Fei coldly. This sentence caused the 2 girls next to him to cover their mouths and laugh. Brother Fei, did you hear that? We want to throw you off here. Okay, I'll throw him down right now. To make you happy. Li Fei winka. The bodyguard grabbed Johnson by the collar without saying a word. However, the next second, the bodyguard's face changed drastically. Bang! Johnson kicked him in the crotch, and blood flowed down the man's legs. Johnson took a step forward and picked up Li Fei with one hand. He grabbed Li Fei's collar and pressed his head against the wall. The cold wind blew and woke Li Fei up. What are you going to do? You were going to throw me off here, weren't you? Johnson sneered. Chapter 62, Captain of the Law Enforcement Team. Damn it. Brat, do you know who I am? I'm from Diamond Mansion. Before Li Fei could finish his words, he saw Johnson holding him with one hand and suspending his body in the air. Hundreds of meters in the air, Li Fei was so frightened that he peed his pants. Looking at his feet, his body was limp with fear. The other three bodyguards were terrified and were about to rush forward, but Johnson joked, "If you dare to come over again, I'll throw this bastard down." At such a high place, if Johnson let go, Li Fei had no doubt that he would fall into a pool of meat paste. Gulp! Several people swallowed and stopped. Li Fei is the prince of Diamond Mansion. If anything happens to him, Master Li San will never let them go. No, don't let go. Sir, let's discuss something. I am the young master of Diamond Mansion, and Mr. Li San is my father. This is a misunderstanding. Li Fei suppressed his fear and forced a smile at Johnson. Misunderstand? Then was it also a misunderstanding that I threw you down from here? As soon as Johnson loosened his grip, Li Fei was so scared that he almost cried. Grandpa, no, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that just now. I'll do anything you ask me to do. I apologize to both beauties. Li Fei begged bitterly. Sophie felt relieved, because the other party was the prince of Diamond Mansion. His father is a well-known underground figure in Longsheng, so it is better not to offend him. Brother Johnson, forget it. Don't mess with Mr. Li San. Sophie didn't want to make things worse, so she hurried forward and pulled Johnson's arm. Hearing this, Johnson exerted force, and Li Fei's body flew backwards like a leaf and fell heavily to the ground. I don't care if you were the son of Mr. Li or Mr. Wong. Apologize now and get out. Li Fei was like a frightened bird. He crawled to his feet from the ground and hurriedly apologized to Sophie and Sun Li. I'm sorry, ladies. I was unreasonable just now. Please don't be angry. I'm going to get out of here now. What are you looking at? Why don't you leave? You two useless things. Li Fei slapped the bodyguard in the face. Today I came to Longjiang University to pick up girls, but I didn't get any and I lost face. The three bodyguards did not dare to delay and quickly lifted the injured man up, turned around, and ran away. As soon as he entered the elevator, Li Fei's face suddenly turned gloomy. Asshole! Asshole! This little armed bastard dared to provoke me. I must kill him. You useless bastards can't even handle a kid. What's the point of my father raising you? Master, that kid is no ordinary person. We are no match for him at all. How much does Li Fei weigh? He must be about 140 or 150 kilograms. That guy was able to lift him up with one hand. It would be impossible for any of them to do that. It was obvious that the boy had practiced martial arts and used all kinds of martial arts moves. How could they possibly defeat him with their mediocre skills? Hearing this, Li Fei's facial expression became more distorted. It turns out that this guy is a martial artist. Damn it, I like this kind of trainer. Soon, a group of people gathered in front of the entrance of the Western-style bar to watch the fun. Many people saw what happened just now. I just didn't know that the figure hanging in the office who almost peed his pants was none other than Mr. Li from Diamond Mansion. Many people were discussing, why did young Master Li come out? I clearly saw a person hanging on the roof just now. Is any need to ask? Someone must have provoked young Master Li and almost got thrown down by him. When Li Fei heard these words, he felt extremely ashamed. If others knew that the person hanging on the roof was him, his reputation would be ruined. Li Fei drove with the two girls and left the bar street without looking back. On the top floor of the Western restaurant, Sophie showed a trace of worry on her face. Mr. Li San is not easy to mess with. Johnson didn't care about this. Could it be that Master Li San was more powerful than Zhang Hu? Qian, it's okay. Brother Johnson is here, don't be afraid. Besides, it was Li Fei who was wrong in the first place, and we were in the right. Sun Li comforted. Sun Li, this third Master Li was a big shot in the underworld in his early years. I heard that in recent years, he has won over many prisoners who have just been released from prison, and has even formed a special thug group. In addition, this person has a good relationship with the captain of the special law enforcement team, and has helped many people reduce their sentences. My dad has dealt with him before. Mr. Lee San controls several of the largest entertainment venues and underground casinos in Longcheng, so he naturally has a good relationship with these law enforcement officers. Sophie, his father, used to do business with Mr. Lee San, and she heard all these things from her father. Later, due to the breakdown of the cooperation, the relationship between Mr. Lee San and the Su family became bad. Suddenly, why don't we go? I'm afraid that Li Fei will come back and cause trouble. It's coming. What are you afraid of? Johnson looked calm. Johnson with a strange look. In this area, there were still people who didn't know the name of Mr. Lee San. Which family's eldest son is this man? He even dares to offend the prince of the Lee family. Miss Su, I don't want your money for the wine anymore. Please leave quickly. Please go eat somewhere else. I'm so sorry, the manager said to Sophie awkwardly. If Li Fei comes back later, this small Western restaurant bar will be smashed by him. Everyone knows the temper of the prince of Diamond Mansion. There were countless bars and restaurants in this area that he had smashed, and no one dared to say anything, and they had to bear the losses themselves. Sophie looked unhappy, but she did not make things difficult for the hotel manager. Instead, she pulled Johnson and Sun Lee downstairs. Forget it, Sun Lee. Less trouble is better than more. Let's go somewhere else. Sophie and the other two went downstairs. They saw a police car driving toward them quickly not far away. Then, a large group of people trotted toward Johnson. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The leading man was wearing a uniform and holding a baton, while the dozen figures behind him were wearing bulletproof vests and holding weapons. They looked fierce and awe-inspiring. When the crowd saw that they were law enforcement officers, they all made way for them. Just now, I received a call from the police. There is a disturbance here. Law enforcement Captain Duan Shurda looked displeased, and then turned his gaze to Sophie. Captain, the two women and one man that Master Lee mentioned are this guy. A law enforcement officer pointed at Johnson. Great. How dare you cause trouble on my territory? Tie him up and take him away. With a whoosh, several law enforcement officers stepped forward, grabbed Johnson's arm, and then handcuffed him in front of everyone's shocked eyes. What's your name? Duan Shurda looked Johnson up and down. Johnson sneered in his heart. What a Li Fei, what a law enforcement captain. He arrested people without any discrimination. It was obvious that he was treating him as a soft persimmon. Chapter 63, I Am the Law. Why are you laughing? Hey, you little bastard. Were you the one who threatened Mr. Lee and said you were going to throw him down from the building? Duan Shurda saw that Johnson was a stranger and immediately questioned him in an interrogative tone. It's me. So what? Johnson allowed his hands to be handcuffed by the law enforcement team. Just admit it. I'm just afraid you won't admit it. Threatening Mr. Lee and saying he was going to throw him down from the building is considered attempted murder. You can't escape 10 years in prison. A sneer flashed across Duan Shurda's face. This is the first time I've seen someone so stubborn. It seems he doesn't know his own reputation. Since he has admitted the crime he committed, it will be easy. With just one word from me, this guy will have to spend 10 years in prison. Of course, if this kid is a young master from some family, and the ransom is 18 million, he could be released. At that time, it will depend on my mood. If Li Fei insists on sending this kid in, I can still make some money from him, which is great. Duan Shurda already had a brilliant plan in his mind, and thinking of this, he was almost grinning from ear to ear. Sophie didn't expect that just by coming out for a meal, she would attract the law enforcement team. 10 years in prison. Isn't this a joke? She hurried forward and asked angrily, why did you arrest him? What did he commit a crime? It was clearly Li Fei who started first. If you don't believe me, you can ask the manager inside. Besides, we came here to eat, so Li Fei should be touching me and kicking us out? At this moment, a voice broke the silence. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I do anything to you? A group of people in black suits came over from a distance, and the crowd quickly made way for them. Next to Li Fei, there was a middle-aged man with short hair and a capable face. The man wore a gold watch and exuded a bandit-like air. Instantly, the crowd burst into exclamations. It's Mr. Lee San. Is he here? So, was it Master Lee who had a conflict with this kid just now? This kid is going to be in trouble. Mr. Lee San is a well-known figure in Longqing. Even the director of the supervision department has to give him some respect. I heard he has a nephew who is a staff officer in the Southwest War Zone. When Duan Shurda saw Master Lee, his face changed, and he hurriedly went up to him with a smile. Master Lee, what brings you here? Old Duan, someone beat my son, so of course I had to come and take a look, said Master Lee San coldly. Originally, Mr. Lee San was too lazy to care about such trivial matters. After all, as long as he handed it over to Duan Shurda, he would be able to handle it. But Li Fei just kept exaggerating and said that he was beaten by a warrior, so naturally Master Li San had to come here in person. Moreover, he brought a group of people with him, and the situation suddenly became tense. Yes, yes, yes. Third Master, how about I hand this kid over to you first, and then escort him back? Duan Shirda knew Mr. Li San's temper. This kid beat his son today. At the very least, he would lose a lackey. Duan Shirda is ostensibly the captain of the law enforcement team, but in reality, he is just a flatterer. He will recognize whoever gives him money as his father. Over the years, with the help of Mr. Li San, Duan Shirda has purchased a luxurious villa. If he used his own salary to buy that villa, he might not be able to afford it even if he went without eating or drinking for 100 years. Seeing that Duan Shirda was so sensible, Mr. Li patted him on the shoulder and said, "Old Duan, I'll say a few good words for you in front of Director Chun in a few days." Hearing this, Duan Shirda almost jumped up with excitement. Aren't Mr. Li San's words clear enough? If he could be noticed by the director, his life would probably be very successful. Power is money. If the old director retires, Duan Shirda might have a chance to take over the position. He would wake up laughing in his dreams. "Press this kid up to me. What are you doing? Is there no law?" Sun Li's face was full of anger. Hearing this, Li Fei laughed wildly. "Wang Fa. In this dragon city, I am the king of the law. How about this? You two beauties, as long as you agree to drink with me and have fun for a night, I will let him go." Sun Li and Sophie with greed. These two girls are so pretty. It's much more vivid than the ones I played before. Everyone understood the meaning of this. Even Duan Shirda could see that young Master Li wanted to have some fun with these two women. He hurriedly began to assist. "Ladies, if you want me to let him go, you can, as long as you get the consent of the understanding person. Otherwise, I can only send him to jail." The person being forgiven is Li Fei, which means that they have to make Li Fei happy before the law enforcement team will release Johnson. Obviously, it's not as simple as just having a drink. The Dragon City law enforcement team is so impressive. You Li family members are so arrogant. Johnson stared at Li Fei coldly. Then he looked at Duan Shirda with a sneer. "I advise you to untie my handcuffs now and make him apologize to me. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that simple." When these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, but then Duan Shirda was amused by Johnson's words. Johnson with disdain, "Little arms, do you know what you're talking about? I've never seen such a crazy person in my life. Break this kid's legs for me." Li Fei lita a cigaretta. Uncle Li Sanny next to him remained silent, obviously agreeing with Li Fei's approach. The people around widened their eyes and looked at this scene in horror. He was indeed worthy of being Master Li San. Even if the law enforcement team was here, they would dare to cripple this guy in public. As they spoke, two bodyguards holding iron rods walked straight up to Johnson, raising their hands and striking with the rods. Johnson's knee hard with the sound of breaking wind, and the people around him covered their eyes in fear. It was too cruel. He should never have provoked Mr. Li San's own son. However, the next second, there was a crisp bang sound, and the handcuffs on Johnson's wrists were shattered by the powerful force. Bang! Bang! Johnson slapped the bodyguard twice. A scream was heard, and the bodyguard flew backwards in pain. Blood spurted all over the floor. Duan Shirda was horrified. The rest of the people were so shocked by this sudden scene that their mouths opened wide. As the captain of the law enforcement team, you dare to ignore the facts and abuse your authority. You want to detain me without knowing right or wrong. You still want these bastards to break my legs. Who gave you the right? Captain of the law enforcement team. You are so brave. Johnson's few words actually frightened Duan Shirda so much that he trembled all over. The pressure and momentum he exuded did not seem like that of an ordinary person at all, but more like that of a monarch or emperor. Chapter 64, you can go now. Now, how did you break free? Duan Shirda retreated again and again. What kind of freak is this man who can't even be restrained by iron handcuffs? Brother Johnson, let's just forget it. Sun Li was afraid of something happening, so she quickly pulled Johnson's arm. After all, Duan Shirda is the captain of the Longcheng Law Enforcement Brigade. Although he is not a high-ranking official, he has people above him. The onlookers were all shocked. This skinny boy had such great abilities that he couldn't even be handcuffed. Before they could recover from their surprise, they saw Johnson slap Duan Shirda in the face. Ah! A scream was heard, and two of Duan Shirda's front teeth flew out. In a moment, his face was as swollen as a pig's head. You even dare to hit the captain of a law enforcement team. Are you tired of living, you little brat? Li Fei Shota. Johnson took a step forward and flashed in front of him. Li Fei was so scared that he wanted to step back, but Johnson kicked him in the crotch. Ah, kill him. Dad gave him to me. Li Fei clamped his legs together, his face full of pain. Since you were so lustful, I will destroy you and make sure you will never get close to a woman in your life. It's your fault that you didn't come back. Johnson's eyes were fixed on Li Fei, and his body exuded a bloody aura, which scared Li Fei so much that he stepped back repeatedly. Go ahead, kill this guy. At a command from Master Li San, more than a dozen thugs rushed toward Johnson. Stop! Suddenly, a voice pierced the eardrums, and then the director of the inspection department hurriedly appeared with two officials in military uniforms. The director of the supervisory department came straight up to Duan Shurda. Fuck you. If I hadn't been notified, I wouldn't have known you were capable of such a thing. Just half an hour ago, Chen Guangyuan, director of the supervision department, received a mysterious phone call saying that his subordinate Duan Shurda was corrupt, accepting bribes, and conducting sting operations. There was a bad person under his command as the director, and the news reached the higher-ups, blocking even his own path to promotion. He quickly sent someone to investigate, and soon found out that Duan Shurda had recently purchased a villa worth 10 million yuan. A large amount of cash was also found in Duan Shurda's home. I have never confiscated so much money. How could a small law enforcement team captain dare to do such a thing? Director Chun. When Mr. Li San saw that it was Chen Guanyin, he hurried forward to shake hands with him. Bring Duan Shurda back to me. Third Master, what are you doing here with so many people? Chen Guanyin looked at the ferocious subordinates, then at Johnson and Li Fei, who was lying on the ground screaming in pain. This kid hurt my son. I'm going to kill him. Mr. Li San showed a murderous look on his face. Chen Guangyuan frowned when he heard it and said, This is under my jurisdiction. It's not appropriate for Third Master to do this. How about this? Hand this kid over to me, and I will give you justice. Johnson didn't expect that the director of the inspectorate was of the same character as Duan Shurda, neither of whom was a good person. It seems that Mr. Li San is very prestigious. Even the director of the supervisory department has to give him face. No one here can deal with me. Having said that, Johnson walked towards Mr. Li San without paying any attention to Chen Guangyuan standing beside him. Did you see that, Director Chen? It's not that I don't give you face. It's this kid who doesn't give you face. Go ahead, kill him. In an instant, shouts of killing resounded through the heaven and earth, and a dozen thugs holding steel pipes smashed towards Johnson's head. Chirp, chirp. However, after just one encounter, the kneecaps of these well-trained thugs who had served time in prison were all broken. Bone fragments mixed with blood were scattered all over the ground. What happened? What's going on? Fear and confusion filled Master Li San's heart. He knew that this boy was a warrior, so he had selected some martial artists in advance. These people could easily defeat a warrior at the peak of the body-tempering realm, but they didn't expect that they would fall to the ground in just one breath. Shen Guangyuan was terrified. The scene was so shocking that it was hard to imagine that a young man could knock down more than a dozen people in an instant. No one noticed the silver needles in Johnson's hand. These silver needles could save lives, but also kill people and become invisible. Stop it! Shen Guangyuan yelled at Johnson. Johnson treated all his words as bullshit. Didn't you hear? I'm the director of the supervision department. Stop it immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Seeing this, the two military men beside Chen Guangyuan stepped forward and punched Johnson. It can be seen that the two men were well trained, and their fists swung out with slight sounds of breaking through the air. Roll! Johnson's internal energy surged throughout his body, and he let out a loud shout. The powerful internal energy made the two men turn pale and kneel on the ground in embarrassment. Chen Guangyuan's heart was in turmoil. Master Li San, which god had he offended? The people watching the show around had a 180-degree change in their attitude towards Johnson. Those who had just mocked poor Johnson now shut their mouths and could not utter a word. How dare a dog bark here? Are you the law of Dragon City? Johnson kicked Mr. Li San in the abdomen, and with a puff sound, blood gushed out. This guy not only didn't give face to the director of the supervisory department, he even beat up Mr. Li San. It was so terrifying and so domineering that only Master Li San and his son were terrified. Who are you? With such strength, he is undoubtedly a master. Master Li San has seen the world. Johnson's kick directly shattered his dantian. Even if Mr. Lee Sandy didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The reason he could still kneel and talk to him was because Johnson only used 10% of his strength. I'm Johnson. Johnson? Mr. Lee's eyes suddenly widened like lanterns. He's Johnson? Suddenly, Mr. Lee laughed. Ha ha. It's my bad luck today. If you want to kill, just kill us. Uncle Lee San was still a man of integrity, so Johnson didn't take any action. Instead, he looked at Director Chun standing aside, and then said as if to teach his subordinates, just now, it was this kid who provoked me first. Can I go now? Johnson didn't want to pay attention to Chun Guangyuan and was about to leave, but Chun Guangyuan stood aside and blocked Johnson's way. You killed someone. You still want to leave now. What are you standing there for? Handcuff this guy. A dozen law enforcement officers looked at Johnson timidly, trembling and not daring to step forward. Are you sure you want to torture me? Johnson dialed a phone number slowly, then handed it to Chun Guangyuan and said, tell him if you have the qualifications to torture me. Mr. Chun, director of the Longqing Supervisory Department, wants to torture me. You can do whatever you want. Johnson handed the phone to Chun Guangyuan. At this moment, Hong Anghua was having dinner with several senior leaders. Suddenly, he received a call from Johnson, and he immediately sat up in shock. Chun Guang, if you dare to touch him, you will die as a token of your sin. I'm Hong Anghua, captain of the 3rd Corps of the Dragon Soul Army in the Southwest Theater. Hong Anghua's shout scared Chun Guangyuan so much that he almost dropped the phone in his hand. Chapter 65, William Family. Colonelong. The villain deserves death. Chun Guangyuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This guy actually called Hong Anghua out directly with just one phone call. Who is he? Hong Anghua actually gave him such a severe warning. The two officers seemed to realize something, and without saying a word, they knelt in front of Johnson. I deserve death for offending you, sir. Please forgive me. Ignorance is not a crime. You two get up. As for these people, I hope Director Chun would weigh them carefully. After that, Johnson took Sun Li and Sophie and left without looking back. Only the group of onlookers were left, looking at the figure in admiration as he disappeared into the crowd. Take them all away. Chun Guangyuan gave an order, and more than a dozen law enforcement officers tied up Li San and others, took them into the car, and drove away. After this incident, Johnson and his two friends lost their appetite for food. They found a bar and started drinking. Johnson, do you know any important person? Why is Director Chun so scared? Sophie is now like a little fangirl, full of curiosity about Johnson. Huh, I happen to have a friend in Nanjiang. Johnson made an excuse. So mysterious. Soon, the three of them clinked glasses one after another and stopped talking about what had just happened. However, after this incident, Sophie has a little more admiration for Johnson. As for Li Fei, let's see if he dares to be so arrogant again in the future. In this way, it was not until 2 o'clock in the morning that Johnson and Sun Li returned home drunk. After Johnson went upstairs and began to absorb the Yuan-Yang earth veins, Chun-Li looked into Sun Li's room. After so many things that happened in the past few days, Chun-Li suddenly looked like she had aged a dozen years, with a strand of white hair appearing on her head. She gently took Sun Li's hand and said, Sun Li, what do you think of Johnson? Mom, why are you suddenly asking these questions? Sun Li turned her head away shyly. Mom's judgment of people is never wrong. Johnson has been a good kid since he was young. He always has an indescribable aura. This thing is for you, one for you and Johnson. I hope you can get married soon. As she spoke, Chun-Li took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was white and translucent, extremely beautiful. It was engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns, shining brightly. This is a pair of jade pendants that Chun-Li bought from a master at high price. After hiding it for several years, it was finally taken out and handed over to Sun Li personally. Mom is asking you a question. Chun-Li pulled Sun Li's arm. Mom, I get it. Johnson is a nice guy. I am such a terrible mother. I don't even understand my daughter's thoughts, and Sun Li never knows how to express herself. However, he now has a good impression of Johnson. I'll give this to him tomorrow, okay? Okay. I'm going to sleep. You go out. Sun Li pushed Chun-Li out. Only after Chun-Li left did Sun Li carefully put the 2 jade pendants in a box. Who wants to give it to this blockhead? I'll tell you when I'm happy. Time flies, and it is the next morning. Johnson finished meditating. He saw several missed calls on his phone. Without a doubt, they were from Lu Huaqiang. He changed his clothes and walked out slowly. The Manhwa Chamber of Commerce is located at the junction of Longqing, Yunqing, and Haicheng. After several years of development, there are high-rise buildings everywhere. Because it is the material circulation point for the 3 nearby provinces, many business people gather here. Johnson drove for half an hour and finally arrived in front of a building. From a distance, he saw many foreign cars parked in front of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. Just as he was about to enter the door, a figure hurriedly walked out from outside. It was Liu Huaqiang. "Dear Sir Liu, oh my God, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look a lot younger and more handsome." A middle-aged man with blonde hair saw Liu Huaqiang and walked forward to hug him enthusiastically. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Gustav." Liu Huaqiang talked to them with a fake smile on his face. These people are direct descendants of the William family and control a large portion of the bank shares in Longqing. If the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce wants to do business smoothly, it will be forced to have good dealings with these people. After all, they hold the economic lifeline of Longqing. The capital turnover of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce is as high as tens of billions a month. We absolutely cannot make enemies with these people. Liu Huaqiang didn't like these foreigners, but there was nothing he could do. He could only bite the bullet and talk to them enthusiastically. "We Nordics love doing business with people like you. The last cooperation was a pleasure. My family is very happy. They even invited me to take you back as a guest if I have the chance. Let's go. Let's go up. Today, I'm here just for President Su." Having said that, Gustav took Liu Huaqiang's hand and prepared to go upstairs. However, as soon as Liu Huaqiang turned around, he saw Johnson and was shocked. "Mr. Yi, you are finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I called you this morning, but the call didn't go through." Liu Huaqiang shook off Gustav's hand and simply ignored these foreigners, ran towards Johnson enthusiastically. After all, the William family was the richest family in Northern Europe. Being ignored by a dragon countryman, anger immediately rose on his face. "The dragon people are a bunch of rude people. How dare you neglect us?" a young man next to Gustav said coldly. Liu Huaqiang didn't care about this at all. He had long been annoyed with people helping the foreigners, but President Su was close to them. "I felt embarrassed to reject their enthusiasm." "Who are those people?" Johnson frowned. "Huh? You mean them?" "Mr. Yi, they are from the William family and have come to Longwo a long time ago." "William family?" Johnson was stunned. Unexpectedly, there were people from the William family here. Johnson knew that this family had ruled Europe for several centuries, and that the William family had a good business sense. Even the Tianjin group has done business with their family, and the William family has become a symbol. Everyone in Longwood knows about the wealthy family. "Let's go." Johnson ignored him and walked forward with Liu Huaqiang. "Mr. Yi, President Su will be here in a while. I'll take you around here first. Mr. Gustav, let's go together." Liu Huaqiang made a gesture of invitation. Soon, he took Johnson for a stroll on the street ahead. Johnson was surprised that there were so many foreigners in this place. He thought that the William family came here to do business, which attracted many other foreigners to a large extent. "Mr. Yi, our Manhwa Chamber of Commerce has been developing better and better in recent years. If you want to do business with us, I will definitely provide you with the greatest convenience. Of course, how big the business could be depends on your connections, Mr. Yi." Liu Huaqiang smiled. This guy wanted to trick me, but who is Johnson? With Yi Lingyan in the Tianjin group, there is no need for a small chamber of commerce like the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. Soon, at a crossroads, several foreigners and a middle-aged man came into Johnson's sight. Seeing the familiar face, Johnson's expression changed instantly. Chapter 66: Take Back What Belongs to the Yi Family. After 3 years, that face remains unchanged. But at this moment, Su Cheng'en had long shed his former shabby appearance. He was wearing expensive clothes and a watch worth millions on his wrist. The moment their eyes met, Su Cheng'en's eyes widened instantly, and a deep shock surged in his heart. But soon, he tried his best to calm his fluctuating heart. Looking at his calm appearance, Johnson couldn't help but sneer in his heart. After not seeing him for a few years, Su Cheng'en had become so calm and sophisticated. Sure enough, society polished him again. "Su Cheng'en." Johnson's lips curled up into a smile. When Su Cheng'en heard Johnson calling his name, he immediately pretended to be excited and grabbed Johnson's hand. "Nephew Johnson, is it really you? I didn't expect to see you again in my lifetime. Have you been? Well, these years. Where have you been? I asked people to look for news about you everywhere, but I didn't expect to meet you here." Su Cheng'en grabbed Johnson's arm with both hands and looked him up and down as if he had seen his long-lost son. This old fox really put on a good show. If he had really looked for me, how could he not know that I'd been in that prison for the past 3 years? Thanks to you, I've lived a good life in the past few years. Johnson held Su Chang'an's hand. With a slight force, Su Chang'an's face showed pain. He wanted to pull his hand out of Johnson's hand, but no matter how hard he tried, his right hand seemed to be clamped by an iron clamp, and he could not move. Sir Su, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Su Chang'an's face seemed a little strange, the two foreign men next to him immediately looked puzzled. No, it's okay. This is my nephew whom I haven't seen for many years. I'm just a little happy to see him here suddenly. Su Chang'an forced out an awkward smile. He was horrified. This kid looked as thin as a monkey. How could he be so strong? Besides, wasn't the Yi family destroyed? Is this guy a human or a ghost? Where did he come from? Just last night, he returned from a vacation in the Maldives with his two girls. Su Chang'an had no idea about the earth-shaking events that took place in Longshan. Today, I have some personal matters to deal with President Su. The rest of you can go. Johnson swept the group of foreigners with murderous eyes. They were all frightened by Johnson's eyes. Liu Huaqiang, who was standing by, noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he stepped forward and wanted to ask Johnson what happened. Mr. Yi, what's going on? You have nothing to do here. You just need to stay back and watch. Johnson said lightly. Hearing this, Liu Huaqiang was shocked. He invited Johnson here today to fulfill his promise to sell the things of the Yi family to Johnson. Secondly, he wanted to introduce Johnson to Su Chang'an and let him meet this young man. He knew that anyone who could afford to drink the tribute tea from the royal palace was definitely not a simple person. It's hard to say, but in the future I can rely on the relationship between Su Chang'an and Johnson to open up a new way to make money for myself and become successful in the future. Who would have thought that President Su had known Johnson for a long time? And for what he said, it seemed that there was some unclear relationship between the two. We must not mess this up. Liu Huaqiang prayed in his heart as he stepped back slightly. The two foreigners were immediately annoyed when they saw that Johnson was so bold as to ask them to leave. Fuck. Who are you? How dare you ask us to leave? Everyone in the William family also looked unhappy. Just now, because of Johnson, Liu Huaqiang ignored them, and they had been unhappy for a long time. Gustav lit up a cigar with a proud look on his face. Today, I am invited by the president to discuss business. You can stand aside. Lovely inferior. Don't you understand what our boss is saying? Go back to where you came from. The tall and strong man next to Gustav pointed at Johnson's nose and shouted. Johnson turned a deaf ear to their words and just stared at Su Chang'an with a deep frown and said, I heard that 40% of the Yi family's real estate is under your trusteeship. Let me ask you, what were you doing on the day when the Yi family was destroyed? Nephew Johnson, you, let go first. I'll tell you in detail. Su Chang'an's face turned red with pain, but Johnson pinched him tighter and tighter. I said, that day I happened to go out to discuss business. You know, I have received the favor of the master, and I have always wanted to do some small business. Su Chang'an's face was distorted. Yeah. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. Johnson exerted a little force, and Su Chang'an's hand was crushed directly, and bone fragments fell to the ground. The sudden scene scared Liu Huaqiang, who was standing next to him, and the foreign devils were even more terrified and retreated back one after another. My hand. Johnson. Su Chang'an never expected that after not seeing him for 3 years, he would become so terrifying. Back then, you betrayed my Yi family and sold us out to Zhanghu. My father treated you like a brother and took you in, but you actually betrayed my Yi family for a little money. You think I don't know all this? I came here today not only to take back the things that belong to my Yi family, but also to take your life as a sacrifice to the spirits of my parents in heaven. A cold, murderous aura hung over everyone's heads. The piercing cold rushed straight to Su Chang'an's crown. Those eyes told her that he was not joking. After not seeing him for 3 years, not only was he not dead, but he had also ascended to heaven and changed his appearance. This oppressive aura from a superior told Su Chang'an that Johnson's strength was terrifyingly strong. When that pair of cold eyes glanced at him, Su Chang'an felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Johnson pressed down on Su Chang'an's shoulders, and the pressure made his legs feel like they were filled with lead. With a plop, he knelt down in front of Johnson. Stop. At this moment, Gustav finally couldn't bear it anymore. President Su is my friend, brother. Please give my William family some face. The moment he finished speaking, all the foreigners seemed to have found their backbone and turned their eyes to Gustav. You have to know that my William family is the #1 financial group in Northern Europe. We are dragon people. There was a hint of warning in Gustav's words. Save me, Mr. Gustav. At this moment, Su Chungin seemed to have found a life-saving straw and hurriedly called for help. Johnson, I did take over a portion of the Yi family's real estate, but that incident had nothing to do with me. I guarantee it with my character. I'm extremely sorry for the death of Patriarch Yi. If you want money, I can give it to you right now. 100 million. I will give you 100 million. Su Chungin endured the pain from his palm and looked at Johnson. Chapter 67. Fear Spreads. This old bastard, he took over 40% of the Yi family's real estate with a clear conscience, and he wanted to get rid of himself with 100 million? Seeing Johnson's expression was not right, Su Chingon quickly changed his words. No, no, I'll give you 500 million. Is 500 million enough? Su Chungin swallowed. Johnson sneered. How much do you think your life is worth? Crack. Johnson kicked Su Chungin's knee and broke it. Terror and death seemed to devour Su Chungin. Stop, boy. Kill him, and our William family will never let you go. The blond, burly man next to Gustav threatened. 500 million is enough for you to live a carefree life for the rest of your life. If you still want to take action, ask my guards if they agree. Gustav said arrogantly. The purpose of Gustav's coming was to buy the real estate he owned, most importantly the mine. He never dreamed that the guy he ran into today actually had a close relationship with the real estate in Su Chingon's hands. Although it is not clear what happened in this matter, the William family will never give away anything they like. There is no one that the William family wants to protect that cannot be protected. As long as this kid knows what's best for him, he will never go against the #1 financial group in Northern Europe. Sure enough, Johnson gently loosened his hand, then turned around, and the murderous look on his face turned into a smile. The strength of the First Nordic Financial Group is not to be underestimated. The name of the William family is enough to intimidate this kid. Almost all of those foreigners think so. However, the next second, a fierce gust of wind came, lasting only 1,000th of a second. Johnson's hand slapped Gustav hard on the face, and he flew backwards like a dead dog. The cigar fell to the ground and was crushed by Johnson's foot. I just told you to leave. If you don't want to, then just get out of here. Also, this is Dragon Country, not Northern Europe. It's not your turn to be so presumptuous yet. Just a few words frightened everyone. Such a tough approach severely rubbed the face of the First Nordic Financial Group. Well said. These blind foreigners should be taught a lesson. Liu Huaqiang shouted in his heart. But at the same time, he finally sorted out the relationship between Su Chungin and Johnson. It turned out that Chairman Su and the Yi family actually had such a connection. It turned out that Su Chingon didn't spend a penny on those assets. In other words, Su Chingin was a participant in what happened back then. Fuck, boy, you dare to fight our boss. I want you dead. Suddenly, two strong men rushed out from Gustav's side, and the rolling fists came towards him, blowing Liu Huaqiang back 7 or 8 steps. There was a loud bang, and the moment the fists touched, both of them were shocked. The two guards around Gustav weighed 200 kilograms and had practiced boxing and sanda for decades. They were so powerful that they had faced the Grandmaster of the Dragon Country and were not afraid. Johnson with just one move. The two guards retreated more than 10 meters, staggered, and fell to the ground. The two guards looked shocked. All the guards around Gustav were veterans. They went through a selection process of thousands of people before they were qualified to serve as bodyguards for William's family. In Northern Europe, this kind of strength would allow them to do whatever they want. Johnson knocked back both men at the same time with one move. Such amazing power is simply unheard of. Is he a monster? The two of them looked at each other at the same time. Johnson turned around, grabbed Su Chingon by the neck, and lifted him up. Let me go. Please, Johnson. What happened back then was all done by Zhang Hu. It has nothing to do with me. I was just blinded for a moment. Those properties were given to me by Zhang Hu. I really didn't do anything. Mr. Gustav, save me. Su Chungin's face turned red, and he was almost suffocated. At the same time, he looked at the foreigner next to him pleadingly. I will torture you with the most cruel punishment of the William family. I will make your life worse than death. Dragon countrymen, you have offended our William family. I will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Let him go. Gustav's eyes were red. He is the youngest of the direct line of the William family. His grandfather, William Paul, was the captain of the personal guard of His Holiness the Pope in Northern Europe. Gustav is in his early 30s. 15 years ago, he had already mastered kendo and practiced fighting skills. 5 years ago, he had already entered the ranks of the Nordic S-level powerhouses. According to Manhwa, he was already a master 5 years ago. Now, he was beaten to a pulp by a young boy. How could he not be angry? Gustav stood up and punched Johnson, but in Johnson's eyes, his speed seemed to have slowed down 10 times. This Nordic boxing style requires no technical skills at all, and one can only increase the power of the boxing by continuously increasing physical strength. Compared to the ancient martial arts techniques that Johnson practiced, they were just garbage. How dare you use this Nordic boxing to compete with my dragon country's ancient martial arts? Bullshit. Roll. Following Johnson's loud shout, the surging internal force burst out like a blowout, and it seemed to be a bit more powerful than the force he had just used. Johnson threw a backhand punch, which collided directly with Gustav's fist. A scream came, and when he looked again, Gustav's arm was hanging down like a broken branch. This punch was so powerful that it directly shattered the arrogance of the foreigners. The big guys present had never seen such a scene before, especially these Nordic foreigners, who were born with a pair of tinted glasses towards the dragon people. I never expected that Johnson was so terrifying. Even the strong men of the William family were no match for him. Just as they were talking, Johnson kicked Su Chungin in the chest, and his body flew backwards for more than 10 meters like a leaf before stopping. Johnson stepped on Su Chungin's face, leaving a deep footprint on his face. Su Chungin screamed in pain. In the past 3 years, he had never suffered such injustice. He worked hard to climb to his current position, from a shoe shiner to the president of the South China Chamber of Commerce. He should have enjoyed wealth and glory and become a respected tycoon, but he never expected that Johnson's appearance would crush his beautiful dream. Fear and resentment surged in his heart, but that foot was like a mountain, pressing Su Chungin so hard that he couldn't breathe. Don't kill me. Nephew Johnson, I don't want to die. I will give you all the assets of the Yi family. Please forgive me. I will work like a cow or a horse for the rest of my life. I will definitely be the most loyal dog by your side. I only ask you to spare my life. I beg you. Tears mixed with snot flowed down his face as Su Chungin begged for mercy and fear. Chapter 68, Deadpool. Su Chungin, you were wrong for betraying my Yi family. Do you think that I, Johnson, come to you just for money? Murderous aura spread, and Johnson exerted force. Su Chung'an's head was crushed into pieces, and his brains splattered all over the ground, scaring everyone to death and terrified. It's so scary. This kid is simply not a human being. Lu Huaqiang kept swallowing his saliva. In his heart, he originally thought that Johnson relied on the name of the Yi family to get close to some wealthy family in Tiandu. But now he realized how terrifying Johnson was. No wonder he dares to challenge so many wealthy families in Longsheng. This is his qualification to challenge. In the face of absolute strength, any wealthy family is just an ant. However, these foreigners are from the William family, an extremely terrifying family. Legend has it that the William family is not only rich, but also secretly supports a terrorist organization, which is specifically used to consolidate the status of the William family. He also often secretly assassinated some of the thorns in the William family's side. If Johnson offends them, the William family will never let him go. What should he do? Lu Huaqiang didn't dare to offend either side. Su Chungin was dead, so now it was time for him to make a choice. Soon, after some psychological struggle, Lu Huaqiang hurriedly ran behind Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no, mas tudia. These foreign devils are not easy to deal with. I think we should teach them a lesson. Otherwise, we will be targeted by them. I know there is a mysterious assassination organization behind the William family. If you offend them, they will definitely come to you. Leave everything here to me. I know they like money. As long as they have money, they can solve all problems. Johnson couldn't help but have some favorable impression of Lu Huaqiang. At this time, he did not choose to escape, but chose to stand on his side and help him solve the trouble with William's family. Although he is very smart, he is not a bad person by nature. He is much better than people like Su Chungin. However, Johnson is a man who never wants others to interfere in his affairs, and he doesn't want to owe favors to others. The William family? Is it very strong? If they dare to run wild on Dragon Country's territory, I will go to Northern Europe and crush the William family. Those who offend the Dragon Nation shall be killed along with their entire clan. This one sentence made Lu Huaqiang's eyelids twitch wildly. It's over. It's completely over now. The William family is not afraid of even the wealthy family of Tiandu. So how could they be afraid of the threat of a kid? Such threats, in their view, are hubris. Liu Huaqiang didn't expect Johnson to be so impatient and determined to fight these foreigners to the end. Although he was very touched, his life was more important, so he could still clearly distinguish between what was more important and what was less important. Johnson, I admit that you are strong, but don't be so arrogant. The William family will definitely avenge me. Just wait for your death, Gustav said harshly and was about to turn and leave. However, the next second, a murderous aura locked onto him, and Gustav felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Since you want to kill me, I will kill you first. With a whoosh, Johnson's body shot out like a flash of lightning. Quick, stop him. Gustav panicked and ran forward. The two killers beside him endured the pain and rushed toward Johnson. Bang! Court death. At the first encounter, Johnson's fists hit the chests of both of them. Blood gushed out, and the remaining bosses were scared and fled in all directions. Hurry, call someone for me. Gustav took out his cell phone in a panic while running. Just as he was about to call for help, he saw a figure flash in front of him, blocking his way. What? What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? Johnson's eyes in horror. At this moment, he finally understood what fear was. Having lived for more than 30 years, he had never imagined that one day he would be in such a miserable state. Yea, Johnson, my William family is powerful, rich, and powerful. As long as you let me go, I will make you the #1 wealthy family in Nanjiang province. Just treat what I just said as bullshit. How dare I go against you? From now on, you will be a friend of our William family. Gustav suppressed the fear in his heart and smiled awkwardly. Liu Huaqiang widened his eyes, the richest family in Nanjiang. Such generous conditions would be enough to drive anyone crazy, but this is the William family. Not to mention the wealthy families in Nanjiang. If Gustav could really fulfill his promise, even if Johnson wanted to become a wealthy family in Tiandu, it would be easy. But Liu Huaqiang also understood that it was simply a fantasy to expect these foreigners to help a foreigner become a wealthy family. In their eyes, all foreigners are only fit to be dogs of their William family. Hearing his answer, Johnson's mouth corners slightly raised. Oh, yeah. This condition is indeed tempting, but I, Johnson, don't need it. Go to hell. Johnson slapped Gustav's head. No, you can't kill me. Help! Help! Gustav called for help in panic. At the moment the palm wind fell, a steel blade cut through the void and shot towards Johnson. The steel blade was black all over and had dense spiral patterns forged on it. With a loud bang, the steel blade directly blocked Johnson's attack and penetrated straight into the ground. Stop it! Not far away, a man in a black robe and with blonde hair suddenly caught Johnson's sight. When Gustav saw the figure, he felt like he was reborn. Saint Commander Shios, save me. The man exuded a sacred aura, as if he was bathed in holy light, and there was a black cross tattooed on the back of his hand. There seemed to be a scorching heat emanating from the cross, and the whole person seemed to not belong to this world. Johnson and Hughes looked at each other and were shocked. There was a strong aura in this man. His strength is not lower than that of a Grandmaster, and it is very likely that he has already reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. Swish! Just as Johnson was puzzled, dozens of figures suddenly jumped out from his surroundings. These figures were all dressed in black robes, with their faces covered with black cloth, revealing only a pair of captivating eyes. The cloud-patterned steel knives in their hands exuded a cold and murderous aura. Deadpool Legion. This is the William family's Deadpool army. This Dragon Country guy is in trouble. Several foreigners not far away immediately recognized these people. Ha ha ha. Boy, it's not in vain that you can die at the hands of our William family's most elite Deadpool. Gustav became arrogant in an instant. Chapter 69, Saint Commander Shios. Saint Commander Shios. Kill him. No matter how strong he is, what's the use? Saint Commander Shios ranks 11th in the Nordic S-level powerhouse rankings. In addition, there is also a legion of Deadpools, each of whom is the elite among the elite. They were all selected from the Assassin Corps and then underwent long-term killing training by the William family. Not only do they have amazing obedience, but they also have a fearless spirit. The boy from Dragon Country. I'm Saint Commander Shios. Your cultivation is not easy to come by. As long as you join my legion, I will spare your life. You can follow me, bathe in the baptism of Allah, and your soul will gain eternal life. As long as you have a sincere faith, Allah will bless you. Saint Commander Hughes smiled and took out a thick Bible like a missionary, staring at Johnson, waiting for his answer. What a bullshit, Allah. If you want to get out, get out. If you don't, you'll die. Johnson showed no fear and even looked at him mockingly. A bunch of idiots. Do you really think this is a cathedral? Upon hearing this, Saint Commander Shioz's eyes turned murderous, and he recited a series of incomprehensible spells. The next moment, golden light burst out from his body. Since you are not far from accepting Allah's gift, then I, Saint Commander Shioz, will send you to hell. Ah, Allah, you are the only true God. You are the King of gods, the Lord of all things. We come from you, and because of you we become sacred. As scriptures were recited one by one, Saint Commander Shioz slowly walked toward Johnson. The powerful aura instantly enveloped everyone around. At that moment, everyone seemed to be bathed in golden light and receiving God's baptism. I command you by Allah, kill this infidel. At a command from Saint Commander Zeus, countless Deadpools chopped at Johnson with steel blades in hand. There were flashes of knife lights, and Johnson's body kept dodging the blades. However, this group of people seemed to be using a formation they had never seen before to trap Johnson inside. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of God. I will kill you all. Suddenly, a steel blade brushed against Johnson's neck. Johnson took a step forward and caught the blade with one hand. With a pump sound, Johnson kicked Deadpool in the head with a side kick, smashing it to pieces. Kill, kill, kill. Holy Commander, we must not let this kid go. He just killed 2 of our guards. Gustav shouted from his side. Don't worry. No one can save this kid. As the golden light shone, Lu Huaqiang felt as if his soul was ascending to heaven. He couldn't help but kneel down to the Saint Commander Shioz. Those who were infected by the holy light also knelt down before Zeus. They prostrated themselves as if they were worshipping a god. Nordic witchcraft. To deceive people. It turns out that the William family is actually associating with this kind of cultists. A bunch of trouble. Johnson could see that Lu Huaqiang had been infected by the scripture and was out of control. Even his consciousness was in a trance. After several minutes, Saint Commander Shioz finally stopped reciting. He looked at Johnson, a slight smile on his face. Yeah, well domesticated. Stop it. This kid can't resist the power of the Bible. He walked straight to Johnson, looking down at him like a god. Ah, kneel down. However, after he finished speaking, Johnson stood there motionless, staring at Saint Commander Shioz. God commands you to kneel down. Hughes frowned. This is the first time that the power of the Bible has no effect. It seems that this kid's cultivation is extremely terrifying. Even when he was reading the Bible himself, he couldn't fully control it. But the next second, Hughes seemed to suddenly realize something. You're looking for death. Boom! The violent internal force blew up Zeus's robe before he could react. Johnson kicked Holy Commander Hughes' kneecap and smashed it into pieces. Ew. How could you be out of control? Saint Commander Shioz grinned. The pain nearly paralyzed him, but he was even more shocked that Johnson was able to break free from his control. You know, he has never failed with this move before, because what he held in his hand was a fragment of a page from the Black Book of the Dead. Even though it was just a fragment, it was still able to unleash terrifying power. Even the Dragon Country Grandmaster couldn't escape this move. Go to hell. Johnson punched Hughes in the head. If this punch hit, Zeus would definitely die on the spot. You can't kill me. I have God's blessing. Zeus swung out a hidden blade and stabbed it towards Johnson's heart. The tip of the sword was glowing with a captivating black light. Sensing the threat, Johnson dodged hastily, and his hidden blade pierced through the void and stabbed a Deadpool. The next second, a dark and scorching flame burned the man to ashes. This Nordic cultist is really something. Even Johnson couldn't help but sigh. But so what? No matter how powerful you are, I will smash you to pieces with one punch. Then Johnson dodged and kicked him sideways, attacking him again. Hughes had to free up one hand to block Johnson's attack. The terrifying gust of wind tore through the air, causing waves of whistling sounds. Gustav next to him was terrified. Could it be that even Saint Commander Zeus was no match for this kid? Impossible. Saint Commander Shioz is ranked 11th on the list of the strongest. There is no way he can lose to this kid. Hughes blocked Johnson's attack with difficulty and retreated backwards. He was fast, but Johnson was faster than him. A fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Hughes was horrified and quickly stretched out his arms to take Johnson's attack. But he underestimated Johnson's power from beginning to end, and the wind from his fist formed an air cannon. With a loud bang, smoke and dust rose from the ground, blocking everyone's view. In a moment, a figure flew out from the dust. You, Saint Commander Shios lowered his head and looked at his chest, where a large bloody hole appeared. With 3 moves, Saint Commander Shios, number 11 on the Nordic power list, is dead. This horrifying scene shocked everyone. Bang! Saint Commander Shios fell heavily to the ground. Commander Shios, who once killed several masters, died just like that. You killed Saint Commander Shios. Gustav now had only one thought left: escape. He fled madly without caring about the lives of those Deadpools and other foreigners. Bang! The next second, his body flew out and hit the curb next to him. Until his death, there was resentment and regret in his eyes. If he were given a chance to do it again, he would never appear here and would never provoke Johnson. Chapter 70 Monster. He killed the representative sent by the William family to Dragon City, as well as the Nordic strongman, Saint Commander Shios, who was ranked 11th on the S-level ranking. The foreigners swallowed their saliva and felt their scalps tingling. They had never seen the scene of Johnson killing Hughes with one punch in their lives. The powerful Nordic man, the god who stood high above them, turned into a corpse. At the moment of Zeus' death, Lu Huaqiang and a dozen dragon people who had been bewitched by the Bible finally came to their senses. What happened to me? I just saw God. Lu Huaqiang rubbed his head in confusion. But when they saw the corpses on the ground, they suddenly came to their senses and stared blankly at the domineering figure in the distance. Master Yi, you killed them. Just now you were bewitched by that cultist, lost consciousness, and were controlled by someone. You should be fine now. Johnson stared at the Deadpools. They are worthy of being the Deadpools trained by the William family. Even though Gustav and Zeus are dead, they are still making attacking gestures. Obviously, these people are a bunch of fearless desperados. After years of killing training, they have long since become emotionless killing machines. Apart from obeying orders, they don't know what fear is. Superior. Dozens of Deadpools continued to rush toward Johnson. This time, without Hughes' intervention, Johnson rushed into the group of Deadpools like a wolf into a flock of sheep. Soon, one body after another fell down, and these people never surrendered until their death. The massacre ended only when Johnson broke the last man's neck. Those foreigners fled the scene in a panic as if they had seen the god of death. When everything was over, only Lu Huaqiang and a few others were left, still immersed in the scene of the fight, with dazed looks on their faces. Mr. Lu, what are you standing there for? Come on. Johnson put his hands behind his back and walked away. Lu Huaqiang was awakened by his words. Without caring about anything else, Lu Huaqiang hurriedly chased after him and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, I will send someone to deal with all the bodies here. As he spoke, Lu Huaqiang hurriedly dialed a phone number. Asan, quickly dispose of those bodies. Yes, Brother Lu, I'll do it right away. This Asan is a younger brother adopted by Lu Huaqiang. Just leave the disposal of the corpse to him. Such a big thing could not be kept secret, but all Lu Huaqiang could do now was pray silently. Pray that I can save my life. Johnson went up to the South China Chamber of Commerce headquarters building and entered the office. Lu Huaqiang was quick to take out a contract. Master Yi, this is the transfer contract. I will return the Yi family's real estate to you intact. Lu Huaqiang handed over the contract with both hands. Well, Su Cheng'in is dead. From now on, the president of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce will be you. Make this call, and someone will naturally take over everything. Johnson picked up the pen, signed his name on it, and then went downstairs without looking back. Only Lu Huaqiang was left sitting in the office, thinking about Johnson as back. This young man doesn't even take the William family seriously. So who in Nanjiang dares to compete with him? However, the William family's power in the Dragon Kingdom was complicated and irritating, which undoubtedly angered a hungry tiger. I just don't know who will be the winner in the fight between the two tigers. Without thinking too much, Lu Huaqiang dialed the number. Soon, a charming voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello. Tianjun Group Yiling Yan, what's the matter? What? The phone number of Yiling Yan, CEO of Tianjun Group? What happened? Did I call Tianjun Group? Lu Huaqiang was so scared that he almost dropped the phone in his hand. He quickly checked the number on the phone and found that he had not dialed the wrong number. Johnson gave him the phone number of Tianjun Group. At that moment, Lu Huaqiang's mind went blank, but he soon calmed down and told Yi Lingyan on the other end of the phone everything. Wait a minute, I'll be there right away. After hearing his words, Yi Lingyan immediately put down everything he was doing and drove hurriedly to the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. In Haicheng, several wealthy people in Haicheng were sitting together, discussing the major events that had happened recently. Suddenly, a figure looked horrified and rushed in from outside the door. Everyone looked back and stood up because the person who came was the giant of Haicheng, Master Wang. Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. The president is dead. The direct descendant of the William family, William Kant's younger brother, was killed. Even the godfather sent by the William family to Dragon Country, Saint Commander Zeus, was killed. What did you say? Boom! This news was like a bolt from the blue, causing the pupils of all the wealthy families present to tremble violently. In just a few days, Haichang Grandmaster Zhao Wuji was killed, Northern Hongmen leader Zhang Yongshan was executed, and the Jinnan Palace and its entire army were destroyed. Now, even the direct leaders of the South China Chamber of Commerce and the William family, the largest financial group in Northern Europe, have been killed. The entire Nanjiang was in complete chaos. Who did it? He was so bold that he killed all the strong men from William's family. I don't know yet. Master Wang had a look of astonishment on his face, and his hands, which were holding the chair, kept shaking. Their Wang family not only had business dealings with the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce, he was even ready to use his relationship with the William family to break out of Haicheng and strive for Nanjiang. Now, before he could even climb up to this backer, he was destroyed by someone. Who was that person? In a luxurious manner in Yunqing, Chun Shouan was so shocked that he sat up from his chair. What did you say? Dead again. The ones who died this time were the president of the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce and the William family. It's crazy. So many big shots died in just half a month. The Chun family had just sent someone out to contact the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce in order to expand the Chun family's medicinal materials business. As soon as the Chun family left the house, they received this earth-shaking news. Who did it? Yes, it's Johnson. Boom! Upon hearing the news, Chun Shouan fell directly onto the recliner. All of them were killed by Johnson. The shock is indescribable. That young man has such great ability and capability to kill so many powerful people in a row. Even the king of Jinnan was destroyed by him. Could it be that the Eastern Azure Dragon that Mr. Gu mentioned that day was referring to him? Although I don't know what hatred or grudges Master Yi has with those people, from today on, I declare that the Chun family must be on good terms with Master Yi, and there must be no conflicts. Chun Shouan's voice was so powerful that hundreds of people in the Chun family could hear it clearly. Who dares not to listen when the old man speaks? But who the hell is that Johnson? Chapter 71, Captain of the Flying Tigers. At this moment, in Longcheng, there is a villa area covering thousands of square meters. Today is the 80th birthday of Su Diyun, the old man of the Su family. The Su family was bustling with activity. It could be said that today was the most important day for the Su family. Sophie was busy receiving all the guests at the moment, all of whom came to congratulate her. Suddenly, not far away, a number of military vehicles drove towards this side, and countless people's eyes stopped on the Jeep in the front. 3 men in military uniforms walked down from the Jeep military vehicle. They all had armbands on their shoulders with an image of a white-browed tiger with drooping eyes. Oh my God, who did I see? That's the eldest son of the Su family, Su Chenny. I heard that he has been promoted to the rank of Major General, and he just returned from an overseas expedition not long ago, awarded the first-class military medal. Countless young girls had infatuated looks on their faces, looking at the young man who got off the military vehicle with admiration. Nonsense. 3 days ago, Su Chenny led the Flying Tigers deep into the jungle and wiped out thousands of terrorists in one go. He rescued hundreds of people from Southeast Asia. Did you see the armband on his shoulder? He is the Special Operations Captain of the Flying Tigers. Even the children of aristocratic families showed their admiration, even though the Longqing Su family was a second-rate family in Longqing. But it was never because they were not strong enough, but because the Su family was low-key and did not want to be too dazzling. I have to say that Grandpa, Su, raised a good grandson. Sophie heard the noise outside the door. She hurriedly dropped the invitation in her hand and ran out excitedly. When she saw the figure, she couldn't help but have red eyes. Elder brother. Qian, I'm back. Su Chenny took off his hat and was about to go forward to hug his sister. But Sophie walked forward and stared into his eyes with red eyes. A moment later, there was a pop sound, and Sophia's pretty hand slapped Su Chenny on the face. Oh shit, you even dare to hit the captain of the Flying Tigers. This is crazy. Countless people stared at Sophie in shock. She was the captain of the Flying Tigers, the famous Flying Tigers in the four southwestern provinces. Who dares to touch him? Except for the eldest lady of the Su family, right? You still remember to go home and have a look. 5 years. Sophie turned away, not wanting to see that face again. For 5 years, the Su family was always worried about Su Cheni's safety because he was carrying out the most dangerous mission. Although he is now very famous and second only to the emperor, when he returns home, he is just an ordinary person. Su Cheni looked at his sister with heartache, gently pulled her over, and hugged Sophie. He stroked the top of Sophie's head with extreme tenderness, and Sophie suddenly burst into tears. Everyone knows that Su Cheni has been away for 5 years and has rarely contacted his family. The only thing the Su family has received is a few letters. Su Cheni had his reasons for doing this, because he was afraid that the Su family would be targeted and bring danger to the Su family. Okay, Qian, stop crying. I'll stay a few more days this time. I brought you your favorite snacks. Su Cheni said with a smile. Then, behind him, the female soldier wearing a military cap hurriedly took out a large bag of snacks from the car. Miss Su, I'm the top military doctor of the Flying Tigers of the Southwest Theater, Lin Xiaoqi. I came back with Captain Su this time just to check on the old man's injuries. Lin Xiaoqi, the most famous military doctor in the four southwestern provinces, is a military beauty who graduated from a medical university. Not only does she have a proud figure and sweet looks, she has also participated in no less than hundreds of combat operations with the Flying Tigers. His skills are beyond the reach of many male Special Forces members of the Flying Tigers. The other man in military uniform is Su Cheni's most capable subordinate and the strongest member of the Flying Tigers besides Su Cheni. This time, Su Cheni returned to the Su family with infinite glory, and this time he also wanted to treat his grandfather's health. Old Master Su has been sitting in a wheelchair for 10 years. He dreams of getting out of the wheelchair and walking around. Although the Su family is rich, no one has ever been able to cure his legs. Now, Su Cheni brought Lin Xiaoqi back, which undoubtedly gave him the last glimmer of hope. Soon, under the envious eyes of countless people, Su Cheni and his companions entered the gate. I heard that Miss Su's brother is not married yet. I wonder if it's true. I heard he's only 30 years old this year. Several girls hurried over and stared at Su Cheni from outside the door. Don't even think about it. How could he possibly like us? Such a perfect man. I wonder what kind of girl he likes. Oh, look, so handsome. Su Cheni's single move made these girls fall in love with him. Indeed, he was one of the most handsome guys. On the other side, Johnson just drove to the door of his house and saw Sun Li listening to him at the door. Brother Johnson, where have you been? Oh, today is Qian's grandfather's 80th birthday. I was anxious this morning and wanted to go there with you, but I couldn't contact you. Sun Li anxiously pulled Johnson's hand and got into the car. I went out to do something. His grandfather's birthday? Johnson was stunned. It was such an important matter, but I didn't prepare any gifts, and Sophie didn't tell me last night. Let's go first. We'll talk about it when we get there. Sun Li pulled Johnson and rushed towards the Su family. When he arrived at the gate and got out of the car, Johnson saw the military vehicles at the gate. Are there soldiers coming? Johnson frowned. You don't know yet, right? Brother Qian is the captain of the Southwest War Zone Special Operations Team. You have to be polite to others later. I heard that his elder brother Su Cheni has been promoted to the rank of Major General. Sun Li pulled Johnson into the door. Major General of the Southwest Military Region? So, he is a subordinate of the Azure Dragon God of War? All the armies in the four southwestern provinces are under the command of the Azure Dragon God of War. Even the special forces are subordinate to the Azure Dragon God of War. I wonder what the relationship is like between his brother and the Azure Dragon God of War. Without thinking too much, Johnson walked in. As soon as he entered, his eyes were attracted by the armbands on the shoulders of the three people. It's the Flying Tigers. The Flying Tigers of the Southwest Military Region are second only to the Dragon Soul Army and the Azure Dragon God of War in fame in the four southwestern provinces. But in terms of strength, the Flying Tigers are not inferior to the Dragon Soul Army at all. It's just that the Flying Tigers do not have many people. There are only about 1/10 of the Dragon Soul Army, and this 1/10 of the Special Forces members were all trained by Su Cheni. Su Cheni's strength has already reached the late stage of Grandmaster. In a few years, he will be able to reach the great perfection of Grandmaster. By then, in the entire four southwestern provinces, there might be only one person whose combat power is stronger than his, and that is the Azure Dragon God of War. Chapter 72, Leg Injury. Grandpa, Suchini took a step forward. Opposite him, there was a white-haired old man sitting in a wheelchair, his face full of wrinkles. Although his body could not stand, his spirit and energy were just like that of a middle-aged man in his 50s. If his legs hadn't restricted Su Diyun's movements, he would definitely not be in this state now. Su Diyun has been in a wheelchair for 10 years and has long been accustomed to this kind of life. The Su family once visited many famous doctors in Nanjiang, even inviting Chen Shouan, but none of them could cure his leg injury. As Grandmaster Chen once said, if someone could cure this leg, then the title of Nanjiang Medical Saint would belong to him. Grandpa, I'm sorry I'm late.